What if the legend of the Minotaur is just the tip of an iceberg lurking beneath the surface of mythology, a chilling reminder of how darkly human our monsters truly are? Think your nightmares are absurd? Try living in a world where your father is a bull and your mother's ambition to dethrone the god spirals into a grotesque tragedy. The Minotaur, half man, half beast, emerges not from whimsy but from a blood-soaked tapestry of betrayal, lust, and a curse that echoes through the corridors of time. This isn't just a story, it's a scream trapped in a labyrinth of madness. Picture this: a king, loathsome in his arrogance, and a queen, ensnared by an insatiable hunger for power and something more primal. Their tale spirals into chaos when a sacred bull, as divine as tinder in the hands of a god, becomes an unwilling participant in a twisted game of seduction. Can you feel the tension? The pulse quickens. A creature is born, rage and pain fused into flesh, a living testament to a family's sins and the god's cruel whimsy. Who built the labyrinth? Who dared to wield the architect's quill, crafting a maze of despair that would trap not just the Minotaur but all who sought to confront it? Each twist and turn in this deadly puzzle mirrors the dark recesses of the human soul, an entrancing dance of light and shadow, where hope is just a flicker in a heart of stone. These walls have ears, and they whisper secrets from the void, the cries of those who ventured in and never returned. Buckle up, this isn't some sanitized fable. This is raw, uncut dread. King Minos, lost in his hubris, makes decisions that ignite a firestorm of consequences, a cosmic joke where everyone is the punchline. The labyrinth becomes a haunting echo chamber of despair, each footfall reverberates with the ghosts of the past, each heartbeat a countdown to inevitable doom. But what if the Minotaur is more than just a monster? What if he's a reflection of our own darkest fears? A broken mirror that holds up a horrifying truth: how easily we slip into savagery when ambition blinds our reason. Welcome to a world where madness isn't just an option, it's the only path forward, and every choice leads deeper into the heart of darkness. This tale spins threads of dark comedy within its horror, the absurdity of divine blunders, the ridiculous lengths to which people go for power, and the staggering irony of a creature born from the union of man's hubris and animal rage. Can you laugh while the wolves close in? Will you join the revelry of chaos or cower in the shadows? The Minotaur waits. He's more than a monster, he's the scream of an age-old secret that demands to be heard. Can you face the truth, or will you scurry back into the light, haunted by the whispers of what could have been? One thing is certain: once you step into this labyrinth, there's no turning back. The Minotaur is hungry. Are you ready to feed him? A single clap of thunder shatters the air, echoing off the cerulean waves. Rain falls in sheets, drenching the crumbling temple. The wind howls like a mournful ghost. I stand at the edge of the Aegean, watching as the ocean churns with a ferocity that mirrors the turmoil in my heart. Here, history is alive, breathing, pulsing, each drop of water a whisper of ancient gods and forgotten souls, each gust of wind a reminder of the lives once lived and lost. I remember the first time I laid my hands on the cool stone of Knossos, the palace rising before me like a wounded giant, its frescoes faded but screaming tales of joy and tragedy in shades of ochre and indigo. I remember the laughter of children echoing in the corridors, unaware of the lurking shadows, the Minotaur, a beast half man, half nightmare, a creature born from the depths of a king's guilt. They say it roams still, gnawing at the edges of our dreams. But they never told me how much it would haunt my waking life. Then there's Elara, her spirit as fierce as the wind that lashes the coast. She stands against the storm, defiant, her heart wrapped in the heavy chains of duty and expectation. The daughter of a powerful merchant, she knows she is to be bartered like a precious amphora, her worth measured in gold and alliances. But within her, a tempest brews, she longs for the freedom of the sea, to sail beyond the horizon, where the stars shimmer like promises waiting to be fulfilled. Yet, the weight of her family's legacy is a cross she bears with a trembling heart. You are not just flesh and blood, her father tells her, voice like thunder. You are our future. But what future is there for a heart that beats for the ocean? And then there's Lysander, the philosopher, his mind a labyrinth as intricate as the mazes that define his homeland. He gazes out at the waves, searching for answers in the foam, but finding only questions. A scribe by trade, he crafts words that dance like fireflies in the night, each one loaded with meaning, each sentence a spark in the darkness. He is plagued by the notion of fate, of gods who toy with mortals like a child flicking through the pages of a dusty tome, indifferent to the lives trapped within. What if we are merely shadows in their theatre, he muses, his voice barely rising above the storm. What if our dreams are nothing but echoes in an empty hall? As the lightning splits the sky, illuminating the chaos of the moment, I can feel the electric tension between them, a yearning so palpable it hangs in the air like mist, thick and suffocating. Ilara's eyes flicker to Lysander, a silent plea. She craves understanding, someone who sees beyond the facade of wealth and duty. And Lysander, with his heart heavy like stone, wishes to reach out and grasp her hand, to break the chains that bind them both. But destiny, oh cruel mistress that it is, has other plans. As the waves crash against the rocks, I know this storm is not merely a tempest of nature. It is a reckoning, a confrontation with the very essence of what it means to be human in a world governed by gods and monsters. Time slows, the seconds stretching like shadows in the twilight. I remember a lesson from history, the weight of the past pressing down, a reminder that empires rise and fall with the fickle hand of fate. The Aegean is a cradle of civilization and destruction, a tapestry woven with the threads of love, betrayal, and ambition. The scent of salt and ancient earth fills my lungs, grounding me as the storm rages on. Look! Ilara shouts, her voice slicing through the cacophony. The horizon bleeds. She points toward the distant line where sky meets sea, where the sun struggles against the gathering clouds, a celestial battle of light and darkness. It is beautiful and terrifying, a reflection of their own internal struggles, their hopes and fears colliding in a symphony of chaos. Lysander's heart races, each beat a drum signaling an impending confrontation. What will we do? He breathes, words tumbling from his lips. Stay and drown in this tempest of fate, or dare to forge our own path. But even as he speaks, doubt seeps into his veins. He knows the history, the tales of those who defied the gods, who challenged the status quo only to be met with ruin. The ghosts of their choices linger like shadows in the corners of his mind, whispering warnings of hubris and despair. And yet, the ocean continues to roar, each wave a heartbeat, each crashing sound a reminder that life is fleeting, that moments slip through our fingers like grains of sand. Ilara, feeling the pull of the tide, makes a choice. I refuse to be a pawn, she declares, her voice firm, resonating against the ancient stones. I will not let my dreams drown in the depths of someone else's ambition. In that moment, a spark ignites within Lysander. He sees her, truly sees her, and the storm inside him shifts. Then let us carve our own destiny, he replies, heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. But the clock is ticking, time a relentless river flowing toward an unknown abyss. The sky darkens, a foreboding warning that echoes their perilous decision, the ghosts of ancient Aegean whispers urging them forward, urging them to seize what slips away in the chaos of life. As thunder rumbles a warning, their fates intertwine, a fragile thread in the vast tapestry of history that is forever unfinished. A love born in tempest, a dream anchored in the tumultuous sea. The confrontation looms closer, not merely a clash of wills but a struggle against destiny itself. And as the storm rages, the ancient Aegean whispers its secrets, haunting yet hopeful, a reminder that even amid chaos, courage can forge paths unseen. In this moment, everything hangs in the balance, and I, a mere observer, am swept up in the tide of their fate. The waves crash, the winds howl, and beneath it all, the heartbeat of the Aegean echoes, a haunting lullaby that lingers long after the storm has passed. The sun hung low in the sky, casting blood-orange hues like the aftermath of a brutal battle on the ancient stones of Knossos. I stood amid the ruins, soaked in sweat and dread, the air thick with the ghosts of whispered secrets. A shiver clawed its way down my spine. I could almost hear the echo of footsteps, those who had walked this land before me, their laughter mingling with cries of despair. They were shadows, flickering in and out of existence, tangible yet ethereal, a reminder that every stone here had a story, a heartbeat, a soul. Maria stood beside me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a fiery spirit cloaked in a fragile frame. They say the Minotaur roams these halls, she whispered, half joking, yet her voice trembled. She had always had a flair for the dramatic, a penchant for weaving tales that danced on the edge of reality, yet the fear in her eyes felt all too real. I remembered how she had etched her own labyrinth in her mind, spiraling into dark thoughts when her family had turned their backs on her. Her desire to belong had been a raging storm, but here, in this mythical landscape, she sought refuge in legends that felt more comforting than her own reality. Across from us stood Adrian, his jaw clenched as he stared at the crumbling walls, his fingers twitching against his side. An artist, he breathed life into canvases, yet life had stolen his muse, leaving behind a hollow shell. I thought I could capture it, he muttered, addressing the ruins, but all I see is decay. His pain was palpable, a raw wound laid bare. He had painted dreams of glory while wrestling with the shadows of loss, a sister taken too soon, an inspiration swallowed by grief. In Crete, he sought to reclaim his voice, but the echoes of his past clawed at his heart, relentless and unyielding. The ground trembled as we stumbled deeper into the labyrinth of history, an undercurrent of tension thrumming through the air. Each step resurrected ghosts that lingered in the crevices of time. The stones themselves whispered tales of gods, of sacrifice, of longing. I whispered to myself, I remember when the world was full of possibility. But the truth was that possibility often bore a heavy price, and in Crete, the weight of history pressed down like the oppressive heat of the midday sun. As we wandered through the remnants of ancient life, the architecture morphed into a maze, each corner revealing something dark and beautiful, a fresco of dancers, vibrant and alive, a stark reminder of the joy that once pulsed through these halls, now faded like a distant memory. Maria paused, fingers tracing the delicate lines of an ancient mural, and I saw in her eyes a flicker of hope mingled with despair. "Do you think they were happy?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I wanted to tell her that happiness is a fleeting ghost, often lost in the labyrinth of our own making. Instead, I simply nodded, my heart aching for the joy she sought but could never quite grasp. Adrian broke the silence, his voice raw and trembling. "They were trapped, just like us," he said, looking into the distance as if searching for something beyond the horizon. The weight of expectation, the spiral of despair, it's a vicious cycle. His words hung in the air, heavy as lead, and I felt the tension climb, a rope tightening around our throats. We were not just wandering through history, we were entwined in its dark embrace, shadows dancing around us, pulling us deeper into a vortex of emotion and memory. Night crept upon us, draping its silken veil over the landscape, and the world morphed into an alien realm, an echo of dreams and nightmares. The stars flickered overhead like a million eyes, watching, judging. "What do you see?" I asked Adrian, desperate for a glimpse into his troubled heart. "I see a canvas splattered with darkness," he replied, voice cracking. "But I also see the potential for something beautiful." The dichotomy of his words cut through me, a reminder that beauty often emerged from the depths of despair, like wildflowers pushing through cracked pavement. The wind howled, a mournful dirge that sent shivers racing through my spine. The labyrinth grew darker, the air thick with unspoken fears. I could feel the walls close in, a claustrophobic reminder of our own entrapments. Maria's laughter, once bright, now sounded like a ghost, a desperate attempt to hold on to joy amid the chaos. "We're not lost," she said, but as her voice trembled, I knew she was trying to convince herself. I could see the flickers of doubt in her eyes, the way they darted around as if searching for an escape from the darkness that threatened to engulf us. And then, suddenly, a chill crept down my spine, as if the very stones were breathing, coming alive with the energy of the past. Shadows flickered, twisting and contorting, revealing moments of beauty and agony. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath me, a drum echoing the rhythm of life, loss, and rebirth. Time stood still, and the air buzzed with electric tension. I felt a wave of desperation wash over me, as if I were on the brink of understanding something profound yet terrifying. "Are we just echoes?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Are we fated to repeat the mistakes of those who came before us?" The cosmos seemed to answer with a resounding silence, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves and the distant crash of waves against the rocky shore. The truth hung heavy like the stars above, impossibly beautiful yet cruelly distant. Maria's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and I could see the weight of her heart pressing down, an anchor in a tempest. Adrian broke the silence, his voice a raw whisper. We are not just echoes. We are the choices we make, the stories we choose to tell. His words cascaded over me, a torrent of realization that left me breathless. We were woven into the very fabric of this land, each heartbeat resonating with those who had come before. The labyrinth was not merely a structure, it was a reflection of our own lives, twisted and turned, with beauty and despair entwined like lovers in a dance. With the night fully enveloping us, the shadows intensified, and I could feel the pulse of the land, resonating with our fears and hopes. The confrontation within each of us simmered like a tempest waiting to be unleashed, a storm of emotions clawing to escape. The labyrinth whispered secrets, inviting us to confront our own demons, to dance with the shadows rather than run from them. In this mythical landscape of Crete, the past was not merely history, it was a heartbeat that pulsed through the very earth. And as we stood on the precipice of that revelation, the air thick with anticipation, I felt the weight of our stories, our choices, echoing through the ages. The labyrinth awaited us, as did our truths, and the tension hung like a taut string, ready to snap, ready to release all that we had kept buried within. The air is thick with dread, the kind that wraps itself around your throat like a noose, tightening with every shallow breath. Darkness hovers, alive and hungry, as the sound of hooves thunders in the distance, a low, ominous rhythm, echoing off the crumbling walls of the labyrinth. The scent of damp stone mingles with the metallic tang of fear, a potent concoction of what's coming. It's not just a monster they're hunting, it's a reflection of their own nightmares, their own despair. I remember the moment he stepped into the light, half man, half beast, and my heart skipped a beat, caught in the electric web of terror and fascination. Asterius, the Minotaur, stood there, towering and grotesque, blood and sinew glistening under the flickering torchlight. His eyes, wild and tormented, bore into my soul, and I felt the sick pull of empathy mixing with horror. He was misunderstood, cursed by the gods, an eternal prisoner of his own body, a soul trapped in a monstrous shell. I remember thinking, what if I were him, what if I wore the skin of despair like a garment, forever shackled by the expectations of others? In the shadows, I saw Theseus, the hero draped in the armor of courage, yet haunted by the weight of destiny. His grip on the sword was shaky, his breath came in ragged gasps, and doubt clouded his fierce gaze. What if I fail? The thought gnawed at him, a relentless beast of its own. I saw the flicker of hope and despair warring within him, a battlefield where bravery and doubt clashed with every heartbeat. This was not a simple quest for glory, this was survival. And then there was Ariadne, the princess caught in a web of her own making, a delicate thread leading to a labyrinth of emotional chaos. She had gifted Theseus the string, a lifeline to navigate the darkness, but her heart ached with the knowledge that her love might lead to the death of innocence. What did it mean to sacrifice for love? What did it cost a heart to watch the one it adored step into the maw of danger? I remember her whispering his name, her voice trembling, a fragile melody swallowed by the shadows. The labyrinth loomed, a spiraling maze of fear and fate. Each turn twisted not just the paths but the lives intertwined within. I could hear the whispers of those who had come before, their voices echoing in the cold air. They were the lost, the forgotten, and their stories dripped with the agony of unfulfilled lives. What is a hero? I thought. Is it strength? Bravery? Or is it the courage to face your own demons, to walk through the fires of your own making? Asterius roared, a sound that reverberated through the stone, a cry that shattered the silence, a primal scream of anguish. I felt it in my bones, the weight of his suffering, the despair of a creature that had never known kindness. He was both predator and prey, a reflection of humanity's darkest corners. What is it to be human? I pondered, heart racing. To feel, to love, to fear the darkness within. Theseus stepped forward, sword raised high, but the hesitation was palpable. He was not just battling a beast, he was battling the very essence of fate, the cruel twist of the gods who reveled in the chaos of human emotion. I felt the tension, the unyielding pull toward the inevitable clash. Each heartbeat thundered like a war drum, signaling the moments ticking away, the clock of destiny winding down. Ariadne watched, her heart a fragile bird caught in a storm. Would she lose him? Would he become another victim of the labyrinth, another soul swallowed by the insatiable hunger of the Minotaur? The thought was unbearable, a shuddering wave that crashed over her, washing away hope and leaving a raw ache in its wake. I remember her tears, glistening like jewels in the flickering light, a testament to love's brutal reality. Time slowed, each second stretching into eternity. The darkness pulsed around us, filled with the echoes of fears long buried and dreams long discarded. I could see the glimmer of understanding flicker between these three souls, the beast, the hero, the lover. They were not just characters, they were the embodiment of every struggle, every conflict that raged within each of us. They represented the battle against fate, the fight for agency in a world where the gods seemed to play with lives like pawns on a chessboard. Asterius lunged, fueled by an instinctive rage that shattered the air, and my breath caught in my throat. I remember every detail, the glisten of sweat on Theseus's brow, the resolve in his eyes now hardened into a steely determination. The clash of metal rang out, a jarring harmony of fear and bravery, reverberating against the walls of the labyrinth. With every swing of the sword, the crowd held its collective breath, hearts racing in a rhythmic dance of hope and despair. Who would emerge victorious? Who would pay the ultimate price? The tension was a living thing, a beast of its own, and I felt it claw at my insides, each moment more agonizing than the last. But there were no easy answers, no clear paths winding through the darkness. Each character's flaws intertwined, choking the light, and I could only wonder, were they ever destined to find peace? Did victory mean slaying the Minotaur or embracing the monster within? As the shadows deepened, I sensed their fates were not merely tied to the labyrinth but to the very essence of humanity itself, their struggles reflected back upon us, a mirror of our darkest fears and brightest hopes. And then, the silence fell, thick and suffocating, as if the world held its breath. Time stopped. The inevitable was upon them, and I felt the swirling void of uncertainty engulf us all, a chilling reminder that in this labyrinth of life, the monsters we sought to defeat often dwelled within. I remember standing there, heart pounding, knowing that this was just the beginning. The Minotaur legend was evolving, and with it, the stories of fear, love, and sacrifice. The echoes would carry into the future, a haunting reminder that every monster has a story, and every hero, a heart heavy with the weight of destiny. In that moment, everything felt intertwined, a dizzying dance of humanity's darkest edges and brightest lights, an eternal cycle, forever unfolding, never truly ending. I remember the pungent scent of smoke curling through the air, thick and cloying, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a crimson orb bleeding into the darkening sky. The shadows of the house of Minos stretched across the cracked earth, an ancient fortress trembling with the weight of its own history. The wind whispered secrets of betrayal and madness, wrapping around me like a shroud of cold dread, pulling me closer to the heart of an unspeakable terror. In the dim light, the figure of Ariadne stood, her silhouette etched against the crumbling stone. Her eyes, twin pools of sorrow, flickered with a wild intensity, a mixture of defiance and despair. She clutched a ball of thread, a lifeline in a labyrinth of lies, her knuckles white from the grip. I could almost hear her heartbeat, a frantic drum echoing in the silence, each thud a desperate plea for escape. "You don't understand," she whispered, voice hoarse, trembling. "I cannot let him go. Not again." These were not mere words, they were a confession, a burden too heavy to bear. Ariadne was both the architect and the prisoner of her own design, woven into the fabric of this cursed place. The labyrinth of her heart mirrored the one that ensnared Theseus, each twist and turn a reflection of her pain, her longing, her fear of loss. She was the keeper of a secret so profound it twisted within her like a serpent, coiling tighter with every passing moment. But not far behind her, hidden in the shadows, was her brother, the Minotaur. Not the monster that tales tell, all horns and fangs, but a man, caged by his own fate. I felt the heat radiate from him like a furnace, a tempest of fury and confusion. He was caught between worlds, a mere reflection of his mother's betrayal and his father's ambition. His breath was ragged, echoing against the stone walls, a growl that reverberated deep within my bones. "They think me a beast," he snarled, voice raw, a tremor of pain threading through the rage. "But I am more than what they see." His words struck me like a physical blow, the weight of them heavy in the air. Here was a man forged in isolation, a creature shaped by shadows, yearning for something he could not name. The irony cut deep. He was trapped not just by flesh and bone, but by the relentless expectations of a world that refused to see him as human. Here, within the labyrinth, he was both predator and prey, and the very walls wept for his torment. The chill of the night wrapped around us, a suffocating embrace. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, electric and alive. Ariadne's thread slipped through her fingers, a fragile connection to the outside world, and for a moment, time itself seemed to stall. "Do you believe in fate?" she asked, her voice quivering like a candle flame. "Or are we simply puppets in a cruel game?" Her question hung heavy, a spectre lingering in the air. Fate, an unseen hand guiding us, or a cruel joke played by the cosmos? The walls of Minos whispered the stories of those who had come before, of heroes and monsters woven into the same fabric, each thread fraying, unraveling, entangled in their destinies. I shivered, caught in the grip of that thought, a suffocating sense of inevitability wrapping around my throat. Just then, a blinding flash of rage surged from the depths of the labyrinth as the Minotaur charged forward, a primal scream echoing through the corridors. "They will pay for their blindness," he howled, and the very stone trembled beneath his fury. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, for in that moment, he was both a protector and a destroyer, a reflection of the darkest parts of us all. Ariadne's heart raced as she tried to reach him, her voice a haunting melody of love and despair. "Stop! You're more than this," she cried, her own fears spilling out in a torrent. "They do not define you. We can break free." But the words fell like rain on parched earth, struggling to take root in the desolation surrounding them. The labyrinth yawned open, a gaping maw hungry for chaos, and I felt myself being dragged into the depths of their struggle. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, each grain a moment lost, a heartbeat stilled. The walls, they seemed to close in, suffocating, whispering of past sins and present pains. "This place is a tomb," I thought, "a grave for dreams and hopes." The Minotaur paused, his breath heavy, eyes glistening with a torrent of emotions. "Am I to be a monster forever?" he challenged, the raw vulnerability in his voice cutting through the darkness. It echoed, a haunting refrain that reverberated in my soul. I did not choose this. I only wanted to be free. And there it was, the heart of the matter laid bare. Freedom. It was the delicate thread that Ariadne and the Minotaur grasped, the flickering flame drawing them together, even as the darkness clawed at their backs. I felt their desperation, the ache of their collective hope weighing like lead in the air. Could love truly transcend the monstrous tales sewn into their fates? The eerie silence seemed to stretch endlessly, a taut string ready to snap. Shadows danced along the walls, mocking their plight, while the remnants of the past gathered like ghosts, waiting for the moment when the inevitable would strike. I felt it, a pulse, a rhythm, a heartbeat, beneath the stone and the sorrow, a longing for connection, for understanding. And then, as if summoned by the very essence of their despair, a flicker of light broke through the darkness, illuminating the labyrinth with an ethereal glow. It beckoned to them, a glimmer of hope, or perhaps a cruel mirage. I held my breath, suspended in that moment, as the weight of fate hung between them, fragile yet unyielding. "Will you trust me?" Ariadne asked, her voice trembling, echoing through the hollow chambers of the heart. Her hand reached out, fingers trembling, a bridge across the chasm of despair. The Minotaur hesitated, caught between the desire for freedom and the fear of rejection. I felt the sorrow wrap around me like chains, thick and unyielding. The walls of the house of Minos echoed with the ghosts of their history, a testament to the battles fought and lost, the love found and forsaken. Tension hung heavy in the air, a taut string stretched, ready to snap. And still, the light beckoned, a promise of something more, urging them on. The choices lay before them, stark and unyielding. Would they seize that hope, or would they remain trapped in the shadows, forever entangled in the web of their own making? The question lingered, and I felt it, like a drumbeat in my chest. The house of Minos held its breath, waiting, watching, as if the very stones were alive, eager to witness the unfolding of their fate. Would it be love or despair? Freedom or entrapment? Those answers danced just beyond reach, weaving through the labyrinthine corridors of life, whispering promises of what could be as the night deepened, shadows closing in. The moon hung low, a silver disk splattered across the ink-black sky, as I stood on the edge of the sacred labyrinth, my heart pounding like a war drum. The air crackled with an electric tension, thick and suffocating, as if the very stones whispered secrets too dangerous to know. I could feel it, the pulse of the bull, a creature both awe-inspiring and terrifying, thundering through the veins of this ancient place, echoing through the corridors of my mind. I remembered the tales, the warnings, the blood-soaked rituals that stirred the very ground beneath my feet. In the flickering light of torches, shadows danced, a swirling chaos of history and myth. I saw her, the high priestess, draped in rich fabrics that clung to her form like the whispers of the past. Her eyes, dark and deep, mirrored the abyss of her own fears and desires. She was Callista, bound by duty, yet yearning for freedom, her heart a caged bird flapping fiercely against the bars of tradition. As she prepared for the ceremony, her fingers trembled, tracing the outline of the bull's head carved into the altar. The air was heavy with the scent of sweet herbs and something more, something metallic that made my stomach churn. I remember the first time I saw him, Callista murmured, her voice a haunting melody, soaked in nostalgia. The bull was magnificent, a creature of raw power. It was as if the earth itself had birthed him, sinewy muscles rippling like waves in a storm. I was drawn to him, even then, knowing the danger that lay in such obsession. I felt her pain, her struggle against the tide of expectation. The bull was not just an animal, he was a god, a symbol of life and death, virility and violence. They worshipped him, but it was a worship laced with fear. I could see it in the way she clenched her fists, the way her breath quickened as the distant sound of horns filled the air, echoing through the labyrinthine halls. The drums began a heartbeat tempo, a rhythm that set the bones of the earth vibrating, a call to the wild that roused something primal within us all. And then there was Lysander, the brave, the foolhardy. He was the bull handler, tasked with taming the beast, though he knew the truth, no one could tame what was never meant to be captured. He stood at the edge of the circle, a fierce light in his eyes, the weight of the moment pressing down on him like a storm cloud. I could see the turmoil within him, the fiery passion battling against the icy grip of fear. His heart raced, echoing in time with the drums. I remember the first time I faced him, he whispered, almost as if to himself. I thought I could conquer him, prove my worth. But he was the master, and I was just a moth drawn to his flame. Lysander stepped forward, his body coiled with tension, nerves simmering just beneath the surface. "This is our sacred duty," he declared, voice rising above the pounding drums, as if he could reach through the chaos and grasp something eternal. Yet his eyes betrayed him, flickering with uncertainty, shadows of doubt lurking just beneath the bravado. The weight of tradition pressed down on him like a shroud, suffocating yet seductive. As Callista and Lysander prepared for the ritual, the atmosphere thickened, each heartbeat pulsating with a mix of dread and exhilaration. The crowd gathered, faces illuminated by torchlight, eyes wide with anticipation. The air shimmered with tension, a taut string about to snap. I could almost see the spirit of the bull lurking in the shadows, a beast caught between realms, a guardian of secrets buried deep within the earth. Rhythmic chants rose, swirling like a tempest, invoking the beast that lay within the labyrinth. I felt a wild energy crackle through the air, a force that tugged at the very fabric of reality. The crowd became one entity, a living, breathing thing, caught in the rapture of fear and fervor. They believed in the bull, believed in the sacrifice that would bring them favor, prosperity, a bountiful harvest. They believed that the blood of the beast could wash away their sins, elevate them to the heavens. But I saw the cracks, the fissures in their faith. It was the fear that danced behind their eyes, the knowledge that the price of their devotion was steep. Callista's breath quickened, matching the frantic beat of the drums, her resolve wavering as she moved through the motions of ritual, a marionette on strings woven from ancient lore. I remember the night when the bull broke free, she gasped, the memory clawing at her throat. He charged through the crowd, wild and untamed, and I understood then, the fury of the gods was not to be trifled with. Lysander stepped into the circle, the flickering light casting long shadows that twisted and turned like specters in the night. He raised his hands, calling the bull forth, but deep down, he knew his heart was a fragile glass, ready to shatter at the first touch of reality. "This is not just a beast," he shouted into the chaos, desperation clawing at his throat. "This is the embodiment of our fears, our aspirations. We cannot pretend to control what we do not understand." And in that moment, it struck me, the bull was not merely a creature to be worshipped, he was a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of their souls, the embodiment of their own insecurities and desires. The ritual became a battleground, a clash of faith and doubt, desire and dread. I could feel the tension, palpable and raw, a living force that reverberated through my bones. As the drums pounded louder, the bull emerged from the shadows, a muscular silhouette against the chaotic backdrop of flickering firelight. He was a storm contained, a living embodiment of chaos and power, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he charged into the fray. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath, hearts racing in a wild symphony of fear and awe. Callista and Lysander stood on the precipice of destiny, caught in a moment that would etch itself into the annals of their souls forever. And then, everything froze. Time itself seemed to pause, a breath held in anticipation, as the beast and the chosen faced each other. In that silence, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down on us, a reminder that even in the darkness, there was a flicker of light, a possibility of redemption. The world hung in that delicate balance, waiting for the first spark to ignite the chaos. In that moment, the labyrinth became more than stone and shadow, it became a crucible for their souls, a place where the raw, visceral conflict of existence would be laid bare. The bull, the worship, the ritual, they were threads weaving together the tapestry of life, death, and rebirth, echoing through the ages. And as the air crackled with anticipation, I knew, deep in my heart, that the story was far from over. It was only just beginning. The air is thick with tension as I stand in the heart of the labyrinth, the stone walls looming over me like the grim silhouettes of ancient giants. My breath quickens, each inhalation heavy with dread and the faint scent of damp earth, echoed by the distant drip of water, a metronome of despair. A flickering torch casts shadows that dance in the corners of my vision, twisting and writhing like the ghosts of those who have walked these paths before. I can't shake the feeling that I am not alone, the labyrinth watches, waiting. I remember the last time I saw Clara's face illuminated by moonlight, a smile that seemed to promise safety, to promise that this twisted maze would lead us somewhere, anywhere but here. Now I can't help but think of the promise broken, shattered like glass beneath my feet. What was once laughter is now lost in the echoes, each sound bouncing back with a mocking whisper of all that has been destroyed. I was the one who convinced her to enter this place. How foolish I was, a moth to the flame, believing that the heart could navigate the dark. Clara's warmth and courage were a compass. But each turn of stone I take feels like a betrayal, the walls of the labyrinth echoing the very doubts I tried to silence. I remember the stories. The labyrinth was designed not just to confuse, but to entrap. It's a cruel joke, a tomb of hope shrouded in intricate design. Each corner turned is a reminder of Clara's absence, a reminder of the weight of the choices I've made. I am trapped inside my own guilt, the walls closing in with each futile step. And then there's Marcus, his face twitching with the fire of determination, but beneath that bravado lies a fear that rips at my soul. We were friends once, bonded by dreams and the intoxicating thrill of adventure. But the labyrinth feeds on discord, and our shared quest has turned into a battleground of unspoken resentments. I see the flicker of his torch in the distance, and his silhouette moves like a shadow lost in the depths. He shouts my name, a hollow sound, like a drum beating in the dark. "Marcus!" I yell, but my voice is swallowed. The labyrinth is a greedy thing, consuming my words even as it consumes our sanity. I hear him call back, a desperate echo, but there's something in his tone that sends chills cascading down my spine. Is it fear? Desperation? Or betrayal? The walls bend toward us, the pathway narrowing, ensnaring us like prey in an unseen hunter's grasp. I remember a moment, years ago, sitting around a campfire, telling stories of courage and glory. How naive we were, believing bravery could conquer all. But bravery is a fragile mask, and beneath it, the truth is a beast that prowls, waiting for the moment to strike. In this maze, there is no glory, only shadows that whisper our secrets back to us, taunting and mocking with every turn. "Get to the center!" Marcus shouts, his voice frantic. I see him now, close enough to touch, but the distance feels infinite, a chasm split open by our fears. I stumble forward, each step a cacophony of dread, the stone cold beneath my feet mocking me. The walls feel alive, pulsating with a rhythm that matches my heart, a sickening drumbeat that promises despair. The labyrinth, with its intricate design, is a cruel mirror reflecting our deepest flaws. It knows us, knows our guilt, our regrets, our scars. It is a living entity, breathing in the air thick with our failures and exhaling back our darkest thoughts. I see shadows flicker at the edge of my vision. Are they just illusions, or is the labyrinth conjuring the specters of our past? Each ghost a reminder of how we failed, how we lost Clara to this haunting darkness. And then I remember, we had come here to confront our demons, to face the fears that had chained us. But the labyrinth is not a place of confrontation, it is a predator, twisting our intentions into a spiral of despair. I hear Clara's laughter in my mind, a haunting melody wrapped in joy and sorrow, and I long for her presence, the strength of her spirit. I hear her voice, soft and cracked, urging me not to lose hope. "Clara!" I scream into the void, my voice ripping through the silence. But the labyrinth laughs back, echoing my pain, shattering my resolve. The walls around me seem to close tighter, darkness pooling around my feet like ink spilling across a page, threatening to swallow me whole. Marcus reaches me, eyes wide with fear but burning with an unyielding determination. "We have to keep moving," he urges, grabbing my arm. His grip is a lifeline, grounding me in this storm of chaos, but the warmth of his hand feels like fire against the cold stone of the labyrinth. There's an intensity in his gaze, a mix of desperation and fury. We are two souls thrashing against the confines of our own making. "Clara's still in here," I croak, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She has to be." But Marcus's expression darkens, shadows shifting like the labyrinth itself. "No," he says, voice low, "we can't save her. Not anymore." The admission hangs heavy between us, a fragile thread pulled tight, threatening to snap. I feel the air grow thicker, choking me with the weight of unspoken truths. The walls pulse around us, quickening as if anticipating our next move, taunting us with the knowledge that escape is an illusion. I can hear the whispers now, the voices of those who have come before, trapped in this wicked place for eternity. The ghosts are watching, waiting for us to falter, to succumb to despair. "Keep moving," Marcus says again, but there's a tremor in his voice, a crack forming in his bravado. We push forward, hearts pounding, the labyrinth shifting and wailing in protest. Each step feels like we're walking on the edge of a knife, the tension so thick it could cut. The shadows stretch, clawing at our ankles, begging us to look back. What does it mean to be lost in a place that knows every secret, every fear? The walls close in tighter, but somewhere within this chaos, I still feel Clara's presence, shimmering like a distant star through the suffocating darkness. Is hope even a flicker here, or a cruel joke? As we plunge deeper into the core of the labyrinth, the world around us dissolves into a symphony of uncertainty, the tightening grip of fate pulling us toward an inevitable confrontation with our own shadows, our hearts racing, our breaths heavy with the weight of what we've lost and what we fear. There's no turning back now, we can only push forward, into the heart of the storm, where truth and terror collide, and the labyrinth waits, hungry and unyielding. The air crackled like a live wire, charged with the scent of blood and the whispers of the damned. Shadows danced on the walls, stretching and twisting as if they were alive, eager to snatch away the last remnants of hope. A bull stood at the center of the arena, its dark eyes glinting with primal fury, muscles taut, a living tempest waiting to unleash its storm. I remember the way it snorted, nostrils flaring, steam rising in the crisp air, the sound reverberating through my bones like a war drum summoning the specters of ancient kings. In the distance, I could hear the murmurs of the crowd, a living entity with a single heartbeat, their anticipation palpable, a tension thick enough to cut with a knife. They were there for blood, for sacrifice, for a chance to witness the raw power of kingship entwined with the ferocity of the beast. I was there too, though not by choice. I was tethered to this grotesque tableau, a witness bound by invisible chains of fate that pulled me deeper into the maw of history. Niamh stood beside me, her face pale as the moon, eyes wide, reflecting the spectacle with a mix of horror and fascination. She clutched the fabric of her dress, worn thin and frayed at the edges, as if it could shield her from the madness that surrounded us. "This is what they want," she whispered, her voice trembling, barely audible over the roar of the crowd. "This is the price of power." I could see her heart breaking in real time, piece by piece, each thundering cheer echoing like a death knell against her soul. "I remember," I said, trying to anchor us both to the ground, "when they crowned him king, how everyone cheered. They believed he would bring glory and peace." But the taste of those words soured on my tongue, the truth mocking me. Kingship was a dance with death, the crown a noose that tightened with every heartbeat. The bull was no mere beast, it was the embodiment of the kingdom's will, a living testament to the sacrifice demanded of those who dared rule. Across the arena, the king emerged, cloaked in finery that glittered like the stars, yet it felt like he was draped in shadows. His eyes darted between the bull and the crowd, a storm of emotion swirling within him, the thrill of power, the weight of expectation, the deep-seated fear of failure. I could see the flicker of doubt, the ghost of a question hanging in the air: would he be enough? Or would he fall like so many before him, a forgotten king lost to time? "Look at him," Niamh breathed, her voice catching. "He thinks he's invincible." I wanted to tell her that it was an illusion, that beneath the gold and bravado lay a vulnerable heart, trembling beneath the pressure of legacy. But the words caught in my throat as the bull charged, a blur of muscle and rage, and the world erupted into chaos. The impact was bone-jarring. The king stumbled but steadied himself, wielding his sword with a mix of grace and desperation. I could feel the energy pulsating through the crowd, a fevered madness that swept over us all, a shared insanity that left no room for reason. He must win, I thought, not just for himself, but for us all. The weight of a kingdom rested on his shoulders, and I felt as if I was bearing it too, a collective burden that made my chest ache. Niamh gasped, and I turned to see her eyes shimmering with tears, the reality of the violence sinking into her skin, making it crawl. "This isn't right," she whispered, her voice trembling as if the air itself could shatter. "This isn't who we are." But who are we? I searched for an answer in the chaos, in the eyes of the bull that reflected the darkness of our desires, in the sweat-soaked brows of the crowd that reveled in the brutality of it all. I remember the moment slowing, time stretching like the sinews of the bull's powerful legs. The king lunged, narrowly avoiding the beast's horns, and I held my breath, the tension coiling tighter within me. Fear and exhilaration danced a macabre waltz, each heartbeat echoing with the thrum of the arena, the pulse of life and death colliding in an exquisite tragedy. The rhythm was intoxicating, a reminder of our shared humanity, our fragile existence. And then came the moment, the king's blade met flesh. The bull bellowed, a sound that echoed in my soul, a haunting reminder of the cost of power. Blood sprayed like a crimson bloom, painting the earth, the crowd gasping in unison, a single breath drawn from 1,000 throats. I could see the king faltering, the moment stretching into infinity as he grappled with the weight of his action. Pride and horror merged, and in that split second, I understood everything and nothing. "Is this kingship?" Niamh's voice trembled, raw with pain. "Is this what we wanted?" Her words cut through the chaos, a reminder of our humanity amidst the bloodshed. I searched her face, the heartache reflected in her eyes, and realized then that we were tethered to this moment, not just by blood and bone, but by the shared understanding of our flawed desires. We were all complicit in this grisly dance, all feeding off the power, the thrill, the madness. As the bull collapsed, its breath shuddering, I felt a pang of sorrow deep within me, a connection born of recognition. Kingship and the bull, they were one and the same, both magnificent and terrible, a reflection of our darkest instincts, our insatiable hunger for power. I recalled the night spent dreaming of glory, of crowns and thrones, yet here we were, witnessing the grotesque truth: power demanded sacrifice. The crowd roared, a wave of euphoria washing over us, and I stood frozen, caught between celebration and mourning. Niamh turned to me, her face streaked with tears, mirroring the chaos that churned in my heart. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, yet it echoed like thunder in the silence that followed the storm. I had no answers, only the weight of the moment pressing down, a reminder that life was often a series of blurred lines between the sacred and the profane. Each heartbeat echoed, stretching into the distance, a reminder that this was just the beginning, a cycle that would repeat, a dance we all must partake in, even as we wrestle with our own demons. Outside, the world continued to turn, unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded within those walls. And as we lingered on the precipice, our hearts heavy with the knowledge that the next act was already in motion, I could feel the universe shifting, the stars aligning in a cosmic jest. The bull had fallen, the king had triumphed, but in this tangled web of power and sacrifice, we were all left grappling with the echoes of our choices, intertwined like the threads of fate, forever connected in this relentless, haunting dance. In the dim light of a moon that hung like a silver coin, the air crackled with tension. A scream pierced the night, raw and unfiltered, a sound that didn't just echo, it clawed at the very fabric of the universe. I could almost taste the anguish, it was metallic, like blood on the tongue. There, in the shadow of the towering palace, a woman crumpled to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. It was Pasiphaë, queen of Crete, and the fear that radiated from her was palpable, a living entity that wrapped around me like a noose. I remember, she gasped, the words barely escaping her lips. The whispers of the gods, the betrayal, the curse. Her voice trembled, a fragile thread woven through the chaos of her thoughts. The moonlight caught the glint of tears on her cheeks, reflecting the inner storm she battled. She was a queen, yes, but in that moment, she was also a woman, vulnerable and human, grappling with a fate that loomed larger than any crown. Across the courtyard, a figure emerged, her husband, King Minos. His handsome face was twisted in anguish, a mask of rage and despair battling for dominance. The gods had played their cruel games, and now he stood on the precipice of madness, his heart a churning sea of conflict. "What have I done?" he shouted, his voice cracking like thunder against the stone walls. "What have we become?" But it was too late for questions now, the answers lay buried in the darkness, festering like an open wound. He remembered the moment, oh, how could he forget? The day he had betrayed the sacred bond of hospitality, the day he had angered Poseidon. The sea god had sent a magnificent bull, a creature of such beauty that it could move even the coldest heart. But Minos, blinded by pride, had kept the beast for himself. The price of such hubris? A divine punishment that would echo through generations. Pasiphaë's breath hitched as she remembered the day the bull had come. It loomed larger than life, muscles rippling beneath a coat of gleaming white. "I wanted it," she whispered, haunted. "I wanted to touch it, to feel its strength." I didn't think, she trailed off, the horror of her desires crashing over her like a tidal wave. The gods had twisted her longing into something grotesque, something unholy. And the truth of that desire birthed a nightmare. The image, vivid and unrelenting, haunted her, the darkened chamber, the warm scent of hay, and the creature that had become the vessel of her doom. A blend of lust and horror had consumed her, leaving behind nothing but anguish. It was meant to be a secret, she sobbed, her hands trembling. But the gods, they never forget. In the silence that followed, the weight of inevitability pressed down upon them. Minos clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms until the blood flowed, mingling with the earth that had become a witness to their sins. "The Minotaur," he said, the word like a death sentence, hanging heavy in the air. "What have we unleashed upon this world?" The moon cast a ghostly glow upon the ground, illuminating the path the creature would soon tread, stumbling, roaring, a manifestation of their darkest fears. A monster born of shame, Minos spat, fury intertwining with despair. A testament to our folly. Each word was a dagger, slicing through the already frayed edges of their sanity. But Pasiphaë, oh, how she wrestled with her heart! Beneath the sorrow lay a flicker of connection, a bond formed in the shadows. "He is our son, Minos," she murmured, trembling with the weight of her truth. "Twisted though he may be, he is a part of us. Can we not like this," he thundered, the agony of a father's heart breaking beneath the weight of truth. "Not as a monster, as a freak. What will the people say? What will they think of us?" Silence wrapped around them, thick and suffocating. The air was heavy with the stench of impending doom, and the walls of the palace seemed to lean in, eavesdropping on their anguish. Each heartbeat echoed in the night, a relentless reminder of the choices that had led them here. The clock was ticking, the shadows lengthening, and somewhere in the darkness, the Minotaur stirred, a creature born not just of flesh, but of betrayal, desire, and wrath. I remember, Pasiphaë's voice cracked like ice beneath a heavy weight. The moment I held him, how his cry pierced the night, a sound raw and primal. I had loved him even before he was born, in all his twisted glory. But the world will never understand. Minos turned away, the darkness of his thoughts consuming him. "And what do you propose we do, my queen?" The bitterness dripped from his words, heavy and thick. "Raise him as our own? Let him roam free among the people? You know they will hunt him. They will destroy him. Or we could teach him," she whispered, the desperation in her voice rising like a tide. "Teach him to wield his pain, to turn it into something powerful. To create, not just destroy." "Create," he scoffed, his voice low and venomous. "What can he create but fear and death? He is a monster, Pasiphaë. Nothing more." The truth of his words hung in the air, a ghost tethered to despair. But Pasiphaë clung to hope, even as it slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. "I cannot believe that. He bears our blood, our memories." The moon stood sentinel over their chaos, illuminating the nightmare that would soon unfold. The clock in the palace tower chimed, a hollow sound that echoed through the night, a harbinger of the darkness that had seeped into their lives. "The world will judge him before he even draws breath," she lamented, her heart breaking further with each stroke of the hour. And so they stood there, on the edge of a precipice, two souls intertwined in a web of fate, their hearts heavy with the weight of a legacy they never wanted. The Minotaur lay in wait, an echo of their sins, a dark reflection of their choices. But hope clung to the shadows, whispering promises of understanding and redemption, even as the specter of despair loomed large. There was no turning back now. Fate was a cruel mistress, and she had woven them into a tapestry of tragedy. The birth of the Minotaur, their curse and their child, would forever alter the course of their lives. The night wore on, each second stretching into eternity as they faced the reality of what they had created. The echoes of their anguish would resonate through time, a haunting reminder of love twisted by the very hands of the gods. Their story was just beginning, and the monster was awakening. The moon hung heavy above the palace, a cold eye in the obsidian sky, watching Pasiphaë with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. The air crackled with tension, a silent promise of disaster. She stood on the balcony, heart thundering like a war drum, the taste of iron in her mouth. There it was again, the dream, the whisper of something dark and forbidden curling around her thoughts, wrapping tighter and tighter. She closed her eyes and gripped the edge of the stone railing, her knuckles white as the past unfurled like a torn banner in her mind. I remember the first time I felt desire seeping through my bones, an unquenchable fire that made me pant for something I could never have. It was a life tethered to a cruel fate, entangled in the silken threads of a prophecy that loomed over me like a spectre. I could hear the echoes of my own laughter mingling with the distant cries of the city below, the sweet smell of roasted meat wafting through the air, a reminder of the life I was meant to lead. Yet, here I stood, a queen possessed by a hunger that twisted my insides like a serpent, devouring everything in its path. The darkness would not release me. It had taken root deep within, a seed planted by a cruel god who relished in my suffering. My husband, King Minos, a towering figure of strength and valor, remained oblivious to the tempest brewing within me. He was a man of honor, a warrior adorned in gleaming armor, but he could not see the cracks in my facade, the way my heart splintered each time I gazed at him. Did he hear the whispers, the shadowy murmurs that taunted me even in daylight? The laughter of the gods danced in my ears, mocking me, driving me to the brink of madness. I had become a puppet in their game, my strings pulled by an unseen hand that delighted in my torment. And then there was him. The bull. A magnificent creature, muscled and powerful, a being of raw, unbridled force. I remember the first time I laid eyes on him, the way his gaze pierced through the veil of my sanity. The air shimmered with electricity as we locked eyes, and in that moment, the world faded into the background. I was no longer a queen, I was a woman consumed by a desire so pure, so primal, it eclipsed everything I had ever known. The weight of the kingdom pressed against my chest, but the weight of that longing, oh, that was a different kind of heaviness. It was exhilarating, terrifying, and utterly undeniable. I could still hear the echoes of my heartbeat as I descended into the labyrinth of my own making, a twisted reflection of my soul. It was a place where shadows danced and nightmares took flight, where every corridor whispered secrets of my unholy yearning. My heart raced as I navigated the maze, the walls closing in, suffocating yet thrilling. Would he be waiting for me, the embodiment of all my darkest fantasies? Would I find salvation in his embrace, or would I be swallowed whole by my own desires? I remember the night I made my choice, the air thick with anticipation as I conjured the impossible, a union so grotesque, it would stain my soul forever. I called upon Daedalus, the architect of my fate, who crafted a hideous contraption of wood and leather, a grotesque simulacrum of the very thing I craved. As I donned my disguise, a shiver of excitement coursed through me, mingling with the dread that clawed at my insides. An abomination, a mockery of love, but also the closest I could come to sanity in a world where desire and duty collided like storms. It was in that moment, as I stepped into the darkness, that I felt the full weight of my choice. The labyrinth was alive, breathing, a living testament to my inner turmoil. I could almost hear the distant laughter of the gods, a cruel reminder of the price I would pay. My body trembled, not just from fear but from a wild anticipation that set my very soul ablaze. Would he accept me, this creature of myth and madness? Would he see me for what I was, a queen lost in the shadows, desperate for a light that would never come? And there he was, the great beast, snorting and pawing at the ground, his eyes glowing like embers in the night. A creature born of my darkest dreams, a symbol of both my ruin and my salvation. I stepped closer, my heart racing, my breath catching in my throat. The world around us faded into nothingness, there was only him, only me, and the insatiable yearning that wrapped around us like a shroud. In that moment, the darkness whispered sweet nothings, and I felt the pull of gravity shift. With every heartbeat, I could feel the walls of my sanity crumbling, the weight of my choices pressing down upon me. This was no fairy tale, this was a dance with the devil herself, a plunge into the abyss where pleasure and pain intertwined like lovers in an eternal embrace. The night deepened, shadows lengthening, and the air thickened with an intensity that made my skin prickle. I was teetering on the edge, a fragile thread tethering me to the life I knew. Would my desires consume me? Would I emerge a queen reborn, or a wretched soul forever bound to the sins of my heart? I remember the thrill of the chase, the reckless abandon of my spirit as I surrendered to the chaos. Each breath was a prayer, each heartbeat a summon to the dark corners of my being, where lust and fear intertwined like vines around my throat. In that moment, I knew nothing would ever be the same. The labyrinth lay before me, a promise and a curse, as I prepared to cross the threshold into a world where desire reigns supreme, and the consequences are as haunting as the shadows that linger long after the dawn. Night pressed down on the city like a heavy cloak, the air thick with the suffocating scent of molten wax and the metallic tang of impending doom. I stood there, heart pounding, as the shadows flickered ominously against the stone walls of Daedalus's workshop. Time itself seemed to halt, every tick of the clock a harbinger of chaos, whispering secrets of the looming storm. The wind howled through cracks, carrying with it the ghostly echoes of failure, despair, and fleeting dreams. Daedalus, his name whispered like an incantation, was a master craftsman. But in that dimly lit hell of his own making, he was also a father, a man consumed. His hands, calloused and stained, fumbled with the remnants of his latest invention, a mechanical bird poised to take flight but tethered to the ground by a string of despair. I remember the way his eyes glimmered with a manic intensity, flickering between brilliance and madness. A tempest trapped in a fragile vessel. "Hold tight, Icarus," he murmured, eyes darting, searching for something beyond the horizon. "You can't let fear dictate your wings." Icarus, his son, a boy teetering on the precipice of adolescence and recklessness, stood nearby, his heart a drum of defiance. He wanted to soar, to taste the freedom that bled from the skies, yet he was tethered by the weight of his father's expectations. They were two halves of a fractured whole, each longing for something just out of reach. "Why do you create these things?" I asked, unable to silence the pulse of curiosity mixed with dread. You craft marvels, yet they're nothing but chains. Daedalus's laugh rumbled like thunder, a terrifying mix of mirth and vulnerability. Chains? No, my friend. My inventions are bridges. Bridges to realms unseen, to heights unimagined. His voice cracked at the edges, a thin veneer barely concealing the desperation beneath. But I can't let the world bind my son like it bound me. Icarus's eyes were stormy seas, wild and tumultuous. I don't want to be bound, Daedalus. I want to fly. Each word was a rebellion, a longing that cut like glass. The boy was a living embodiment of hope, a flickering flame in a tempest. You promised I could touch the sun. But promises can be as fragile as the wings Daedalus crafted, and I could feel the weight of unspoken fears pressing against my chest. In that moment, time twisted and coiled, the shadows stretching out, merging with the past, whispering tales of ambition and tragedy. The labyrinth loomed larger than life, alive with memories of those who dared to fly too close, who fell from grace, their dreams colliding with the unforgiving ground. Do you think the sun cares? I interjected, my voice a mere thread against the tempest. It burns without hesitation. It doesn't know our names. The words hung in the air, heavy with truth and inevitability, igniting a spark of realization that flickered within each heart. You think failure defines us? Daedalus's eyes pierced through the darkness, igniting a fire within me. No. It's the struggle, the relentless pursuit of our dreams. I won't let you drown beneath the weight of the world, Icarus. I won't let you slip away. But the scream of invention echoed through the workshop, a cacophony of metal and wood, of dreams and nightmares colliding head-on. I could see it then, the shadows of loss creeping into the corners of Daedalus's brilliance, threatening to consume him whole. He poured himself into his work, desperately pushing boundaries, but with every creation, he risked losing the very thing he held dear. Father, listen! Icarus's voice trembled, raw and desperate, the energy between them crackling like a storm. You're building prisons, not wings. You're suffocating me. The clash of their hearts mirrored the thunder rumbling outside, a battle of wills, love-laced with desperation. Prisons. Daedalus's laughter turned brittle. I'm igniting a legacy. You will be more than what this world has to offer. But with every pledge, I sensed the chill of inevitability creeping in, like a winter frost that would soon settle over everything. Outside, a storm raged, rain lashing against the stones, drowning out reason and hope. I could feel the walls of the workshop trembling, the world outside screaming for release. The mechanical bird, a harbinger of freedom and doom, twitched in the shadows, its wings longing for the sun, echoing the unsung cries of both father and son. Do you remember when we built that kite? Icarus's voice was soft, a whisper cutting through the chaos, recalling a moment of innocence, of laughter on a sun-kissed day. We thought we could chase the clouds, weave our dreams into the sky. Daedalus paused, the memories momentarily washing over the urgency of the present. It was beautiful. You were beautiful, my son. The softness in his voice turned hard as stone. And so were your dreams. But dreams are cruel when we chase them too close to the sun. I watched, breath caught in my throat, as the storm outside swirled with an almost sentient ferocity. The night clung to us, a suffocating blanket, and I could feel the weight of choices bearing down. Icarus's eyes shone with rebellion, and the workshop pulsated with an energy that could ignite or destroy. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, an exquisite tension, a promise of flight, and the ever-looming specter of a fall. One heartbeat, a single breath could unravel destinies, could blur the lines between triumph and tragedy. Let me go! Icarus cried, the anguish in his voice slicing through the storm. Let me be free! And as the shadows closed in, pulling tighter around us, I knew this was only the beginning, a moment poised between the thunderous roar of ambition and the haunting whisper of consequence. A reckoning loomed, and the two souls, bound by love and strife, danced upon the edge of a precipice, teetering between brilliance and oblivion, where the craft of the master and the dreams of the boy intertwined, echoing through the endless cosmos. The air was thick with tension, a suffocating fog that clung to the skin like sweat. I could hear the distant hammering, each blow a heartbeat in the feverish pulse of the construction site. The shadows danced beneath the skeletal structures that loomed over us, monstrous and awe-inspiring, whispering secrets of the labyrinth yet to be born. As I stood amidst the chaos, I felt the weight of dreams and nightmares pressing down, an invisible force that twisted in my gut. Faster! We need more hands. A voice, sharp and desperate, sliced through the clamor. It belonged to Athenian, her face smeared with dirt and determination. I watched her, my heart aching with admiration and fear. She was a force of nature, but even the strongest winds can be stilled by a storm. She was building more than walls, she was crafting a tomb for her own hopes, and I wondered if she even realized it. I caught a glimpse of Marcus, his broad shoulders hunched against the wind, chiseling stone with a ferocity that belied his gentle nature. Each strike was a battle against his own demons, a fight to escape the shackles of his past. He had always been plagued by that darkness, the kind that festers and gnaws at the corners of your mind, making you question the very fabric of your being. I could see it in the way his hands trembled, a ghostly reminder of memories he couldn't outrun. "Marcus, are you all right?" I called, but my voice was swallowed by the cacophony. I didn't need a response, his silence spoke volumes. I wanted to reach out, to pull him from the brink where he teetered, but I felt paralyzed, as if the very ground had turned to quicksand. The labyrinth was rising from the earth like a beast awakening from slumber, a creature of stone and shadow, each corner a reflection of our fears and desires. I could almost hear its heartbeat, a low thrum echoing in the depths of my chest. It was beautiful and terrifying, a testament to the ambition that bound us together yet threatened to tear us apart. Ayla slammed her fist into a wall of clay, her frustration spilling over like the sweat that trickled down her brow. "We can't let this fail." She was a warrior, battling against fate itself, but her voice trembled with doubt. "If we don't finish by the festival, everything we've worked for, it will all be for nothing," I finished for her, my own heart echoing her fears. The festival was a beacon of hope, a promise of glory that shimmered just out of reach. But beneath that excitement lay an undercurrent of despair, a creeping realization that we were building not just a labyrinth but a prison for our dreams. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the site, and I felt the chill of night creeping in. It was the time when whispers grow louder, the ghosts of our pasts rising to taunt us. I thought of the stories that surrounded the labyrinth, tales of madness and loss, of those who had entered and never returned. They say the walls have ears, that they remember all who have walked among them. What would they say about us? Would they speak of our failures, our desperation? Marcus dropped his chisel and turned to me, his eyes wild with a mix of fear and longing. What if it's already too late? The question hung between us, heavy like a stone. I could see the shadows coiling around him, threatening to pull him under. I reached for his arm, my touch anchoring him, but I could feel the tremors in his muscles, the fight inside him waging a war just as fierce as the one outside. "Listen," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "we're not just building a labyrinth. We're building something that reflects us, our fears, our failures. It's okay to be scared, Marcus. It's okay to feel lost. But we can't let that stop us." My words felt flimsy, like cobwebs spun in the dark, but I hoped they would hold. Alice joined us, her face illuminated by the last rays of sunlight, casting her features in stark relief. "We're all afraid," she admitted, her voice trembling but defiant. "But we can't let fear win. We owe it to ourselves to finish this." There was a fierce beauty in her resolve, a flame that flickered but refused to be extinguished. I wanted to wrap her in that fire, but I feared it would singe us all. The clang of metal on metal echoed through the night, a reminder of the relentless work we had ahead. The labyrinth loomed above us, a silent specter watching with an intensity that made my skin crawl. What were we really building? An escape, a sanctuary, or a trap? As the darkness deepened, I found myself staring into the shadows, the outlines of the labyrinth stretching and shifting like a living thing. There was something undeniably haunting about it, a beauty that felt both fragile and ominous. I thought of the stories again, the labyrinth as a reflection of the mind, a place where fears could take shape and come to life. I shivered at the thought. I remember, I said suddenly, breaking the heavy silence, the first time I heard the stories. The maze, the monster, the lost souls. It was thrilling, like a dance with death. Both Alice and Marcus turned their gazes toward me, and in their eyes I saw the flicker of recognition, of shared memories that intertwined our fates. But now I trailed off, the weight of my words heavy in the air. Now it feels like we're the ones trapped, Alice whispered. And in that moment, I understood, we were not just creators, we were also the hunted, weaving our own nightmares into the very fabric of the labyrinth. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within the structure, a sound that reverberated through the night like a death knell. My heart raced as adrenaline shot through my veins, a primal instinct to flee or fight. The walls shuddered, dust cascading from the ceiling, and for a moment, we were suspended in that terrible stillness. Then chaos erupted. "Get back!" Alice screamed as a piece of the wall crumbled, a cascade of debris falling like a judgment from above. I lunged forward, pulling Marcus to safety just as the ground beneath us trembled, a reminder of the fragility of our aspirations. We stumbled back, our breaths coming in ragged gasps, hearts racing like wild horses. The labyrinth was no longer just stone and mortar, it was alive, a beast that demanded sacrifice. Shadows swirled around us, dark tendrils wrapping around our minds, and I feared that within its depths lay not just our dreams, but our very souls. Alice's eyes glinted with a manic light, the dangerous edge of desperation. "We have to finish it," she shouted over the roar of falling debris, her voice rising to a fever pitch. "If we don't, it will consume us." But as I looked into her eyes, I saw the flicker of something darker, a glimpse of the madness that lurked beneath her fierce exterior. In that moment, I understood, the labyrinth was not just an engineering marvel, it was a mirror, reflecting the chaos that resided in each of us. And as the shadows closed in, I felt the haunting specter of our dreams begin to slip away, swallowed by the very walls we sought to create. No, this was not merely construction, this was a reckoning, a collision of ambition and fear, a raw, pulsating heartbeat echoing in the night, forever binding us to the labyrinth's fate. The tension surged, a wave ready to crash, and I knew we were teetering on the edge, caught between the thrill of creation and the terror of loss. The heavy scent of sweat and blood hung in the air, thick like a shroud, whispering secrets of despair. I remember the darkness, crawling along the stone walls of the labyrinth, twisting like the thoughts that plagued my mind. A distant roar echoed through the passageways, a guttural sound that sent icy fingers down my spine, wrapping themselves around my heart. That sound, was it fear? Or was it something deeper, something more primal? A flicker of torchlight danced along the walls, shattering the shadows for a brief moment. My heart raced as I turned to face my companion, with eyes wide and wild, haunted by what we had both become. Elara, fierce and fragile, her spirit worn thin by the weight of her choices. Her breathing was shallow, each gasp a reminder of the life she had left behind, an innocence eclipsed by the monstrous reality we now faced. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice a trembling leaf caught in a storm. But here we were, trapped in a spiral of bestiality and civilization, our fates intertwined with the beast that lurked in the dark. I remember the first time I heard the story of the Minotaur, a tale of a monster born from a union of flesh and hubris, a creature that was both man and beast, a grotesque embodiment of desire and despair. It felt like a warning, echoing through time, yet here I was, standing at the edge of that very abyss. Each heartbeat mirrored the pulse of the labyrinth, a rhythm of fear and longing, the echo of humanity swallowed by something darker. Elara's fingers brushed against the cool stone, a desperate search for reassurance in the face of impending doom. I wanted to tell her that it would be okay, that we could escape the inevitable, but the truth was a noose tightening around my throat. The Minotaur was more than a creature, it was a manifestation of our deepest fears and darkest desires. Civilization, with all its pretenses of morality, was crumbling around us, revealing the raw, pulsating truth beneath, bestiality lurking just beneath the surface. I remember the weight of the silence, oppressive and suffocating, punctuated only by the distant growl of something lurking just out of sight. We were on the precipice of confronting a nightmare, yet the true terror lay not in the beast itself, but in what it represented. As I looked into Ilara's eyes, I saw the flicker of recognition, the realization that we, too, had been drawn into this dance of monstrosity. The boundaries between hunter and hunted blurred, and in that moment, I felt the chill of our own complicity. "Do you think it knows we're here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, a soft surrender to the fear that enveloped us. It had been so long since we had felt safe, so long since we had clung to the idea of normalcy. "It knows," I replied, my voice a low growl. "It knows everything. It's the reflection of our darkest selves, a reminder that we are all just one step away from the abyss." The path twisted ahead of us, a chaotic snake of stone and darkness, as memories of our lives before this moment flooded my mind. The laughter of children playing in sunlit streets, the warmth of familiar faces, the mundane battles of everyday life, so far removed from the chaos that now threatened to consume us. I could almost taste the sweetness of freedom, the essence of a life untouched by the monster that was creeping closer with every heartbeat. A crack echoed through the labyrinth, an ominous prelude to the chaos that was to come. The beast was near. I could hear the pounding of its heart, a rhythm that matched my own, drumming louder, faster, as if daring us to confront it. Ilara stood frozen, uncertainty etched across her face, and I felt the weight of our choices press down upon us like a suffocating blanket. What had we done to deserve this? What sacrifices had we made? The beast was not just a physical entity, it was born from the blood of our own choices, a grotesque offspring of civilization's failures. In our pursuit of power and control, we had summoned this creature, feeding it with our darkest thoughts, our deepest fears. It was an embodiment of our failures, a reminder that we were prisoners of our own making. I took a step forward, driven by a mingled sense of dread and determination. Each step echoed like thunder in the stillness, the labyrinth shifting to accommodate our passage. "Ilara," I said, my voice steady, "we have to confront it. We have to face what we've created." Her eyes flashed with defiance, a flicker of the fierce spirit that had drawn me to her in the first place. "Then let's do it together," she said, her voice gaining strength. As we ventured deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, I felt the oppressive weight of our choices pressing down on us, a reminder that civilization was nothing more than a thin veneer over the chaos waiting to break free. The Minotaur was a reflection of our deepest selves, a reminder that bestiality was not just a physical act, but a state of being that resided within us all. I remember the moment the ground shook beneath us, a tremor of raw power echoing through the stone walls. The Minotaur had arrived, a beast wreathed in shadows, eyes glinting with a feral intelligence that sent a jolt of fear through my core. It was then that I realized, with chilling clarity, that to confront the beast was to confront ourselves, our desires, our fears, our very humanity. Ilara and I stood together, heartbeats synchronized, the fabric of our reality threatening to unravel. Shadows stretched like claws across the walls, the tension in the air thick enough to suffocate. As the Minotaur stepped into the flickering light, its silhouette carved from nightmares, I felt the weight of its gaze, an intense, all-consuming force that threatened to devour everything we believed about ourselves. And in that moment, as the darkness closed in around us, the labyrinth itself seemed to breathe, a living entity that thrummed with the pulse of our shared fear, the weight of our decisions, the taste of our lost innocence. The beast was not just a monster, it was a manifestation of our own souls, a reminder that in the dance between civilization and chaos, we were all just one heartbeat away from becoming the very thing we feared. As the confrontation loomed closer, I knew this was not just a battle for survival, it was a struggle for our very souls. The Minotaur was here, and it would not be satisfied until it had claimed what it was owed, an unwavering reminder of the darkness that lies within us all. A single breath hangs in the cold air, thick with the stench of sweat and fear. I stand at the entrance of the labyrinth, its walls rising like ancient sentinels, shadows dancing along the cracked stone. I remember the stories, the tales told in hushed tones by the flickering light of a hearth, the Minotaur shrouded in as much myth as panic. But the truth swells, pulsing with a life of its own, a heartbeat echoing within me, thrumming through the ground, urging me forward. Why did I agree to this? I mutter, my voice swallowed by the darkness. The labyrinth looms, an insatiable maw ready to consume me, and yet I can't retreat. Behind me, the world is a flashing light of noise and laughter, but ahead? It's a shroud of uncertainty, a world painted in shades of terror. I think of Alex, the way his eyes glinted with a strange mix of excitement and dread when he first spoke of this cursed creature, the half-man, half-beast who prowls within. I remember his laughter, how it rang hollow, a desperate attempt at humor that never quite reached his eyes. Just a monster, he had said, his bravado masking an ocean of fear beneath. I can almost hear him now, urging me to keep going. What's the worst that could happen? But what is a monster if not a mirror reflecting our darkest fears? The echoes of my footsteps ricochet off the stone walls, taunting me, reminding me of my own insecurities, my own shadows. The walls feel alive, closing in, and I fight the urge to scream, to run. Yet here I stand, teetering on the edge of madness, where nightmares are made flesh. Two of us, Alex and I, bound by a reckless promise to confront the Minotaur. I remember how he grinned, a boy pretending to be brave, but I knew the truth, the weight of his past hung heavily, a noose made of failures and fears. He had lost his brother once, lost him to the chaos of city streets, where hope turned into a game of odds, and loss was a constant companion. I never spoke of it, but it lingered like a specter, a haunting. With every step deeper into this hellish maze, I wonder if I'm not just hunting a monster but confronting the ghosts that plague us. The shadows stretch and warp as I navigate the maze, whispers brushing against my skin like the soft caress of a lover-turned-traitor. I can feel the weight of history here, the countless lives lost in this labyrinth, the despair echoing in every cracked stone, every flickering shadow. Alex, I whisper, more to feel the name on my tongue than to summon him. I know he's behind me, caught between thrill and terror, trembling like a leaf in the wind. I imagine his face, the way it twists when he's scared, the way his bravado falters. He's a mirror too, reflecting my fears back at me. The labyrinth is our shared nightmare, our collective sin. Then, a rustle. A low, guttural growl reverberates through the air. My heart stutters, the sound slicing through the silence, as sharp as a knife. I freeze, every nerve ending ignited. I remember stories where the Minotaur wasn't just a beast, he was rage, confusion, and unbridled grief, a child lost in a maze of his own making. I can feel the weight of that grief, how it twists and distorts, how easy it is to become the monster we fear. Do we turn back? Alex whispers, his voice barely a tremor, a fragile thing held together by sheer will. No, the word bursts from my lips, fiery and defiant. We face it. But the truth gnaws at me, I'm not just speaking of the creature. I'm speaking of our fears, the darkness we hide beneath masks of laughter and bravado. The Minotaur is more than a monster, he is the embodiment of everything we're afraid to confront, the shadows we shove into corners, the quiet despair of a world that often feels too heavy to bear. We press forward, the air thickening, every breath a challenge. The labyrinth twists, turning on itself like a serpent consuming its tail. I remember the stories again, the hero with a thread, guiding him back. But what if there's no way out? What if the only thread we have is the one we weave from our courage? Then suddenly, there he is. The Minotaur. A mass of muscle and fury, the air vibrating with a raw, primal force. His eyes burn with a light that pierces through the darkness, reflecting every hidden fear, every painful memory. I feel Alex press closer, trembling, and I reach for his hand, squeezing it tightly, as if my strength can seep into him, as if together we could withstand this tempest. The creature roars, a sound that reverberates through the walls and shatters the final vestiges of our bravado. I remember Alex's brother then, the way he fell, the way his loss turned Alex into a husk of a man. I can feel that grief surging through me, a wave of sorrow that threatens to drown us both. And the Minotaur? He's not just a monster, he's the embodiment of that loss, that sorrow. In that moment, I realize this confrontation isn't just with him, it's with the jagged edges of our own hearts. The labyrinth is not merely stone and mortar, it is our fear, our shared pain, the very essence of our humanity. Fight, I whisper, not just to Alex but to myself, to the beast that looms ahead. Fight or be consumed. And so we stand there, in the belly of the beast, caught in the grip of our fears, knowing that neither of us may leave the labyrinth in the same way we entered. Each heartbeat is a drum announcing the war that lies ahead, each breath is a promise made in the face of despair. Together, we raise our chins, ready to face the horror, ready to meet the Minotaur. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, a choking haze that clung to the throat and clawed at the lungs. The ancient stones of Athens trembled beneath the weight of dread as a chant echoed through the dimly lit streets. To the gods! To the gods! Their cries rose like a tempest, a desperate plea to unseen forces lurking in the shadows of Olympus. I felt it, the urgency, the raw energy thrumming through the crowd. It gripped my heart, squeezing tighter with each moment that passed, each breath that became a prayer. I remember the faces. Panic etched into skin that glistened with sweat. It was a tableau of raw nerves, strained muscles, and flickering hope. There was Lysia, her dark hair tousled, eyes wide with fear, searching the crowd as if it might yield answers. She had always been a pillar, strong and unwavering, yet now she was a fragile willow, bending against the wind of fate. And then there was Dorian, his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles shone bone-white. He was the protector, the one who would shield Lysia from the cruel reality of sacrifice, yet deep within his chest, a storm raged. What could he offer when the gods demanded blood? I could hear the pounding of drums, the heartbeat of the city. Each beat resonated with the weight of history, of a tribute that was as old as the stones themselves. The shadows danced in flickering torchlight, revealing the intricate carvings on the temple, a testament to worship and terror intertwined. The tribute of Athens loomed over us like a grim reaper, waiting to claim its due. I can't let this happen, Lysia whispered, her voice barely rising above the din. But there was no escaping the truth, they were chosen. Sacrifice was not just an act, it was a lineage, a cruel inheritance passed down like a cursed heirloom. What if they take you? Dorian's gaze wavered, the question hung between them like an unspoken promise. I would go in your place. I would face the gods for you. But even as he said it, he felt the weight of his own words. He couldn't even protect her from the whispers of fate, the unyielding hand that dictated their lives. The crowd swelled, a mass of humanity thrumming with tension, straining against the invisible chains of tradition. I could see the elders, their faces carved from stone, wisdom mingling with indifference. They had witnessed countless tributes, a cycle of blood that spun endlessly like the cosmos above. It must be done, they proclaimed, their voices like decrees, resonating with authority that smothered dissent. I remember the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the city in twilight, a shroud of darkness that felt heavier than the weight of the impending sacrifice. It was a reminder of mortality, of how fleeting our existence was, and yet, how tightly bound we were to the whims of the divine. The shadows grew longer, stretching towards Lysia and Dorian, as if reaching out to capture their fates. And then, in the heart of the frenzy, I caught a glimpse of the idol, a statue of a god, cold and unyielding. Its eye seemed to pierce through the chaos, scanning the crowd, judging, waiting. I could almost feel the pulse of its presence, a cold whisper in the back of my mind, "What are you willing to give?" Fear gnawed at me, a ravenous beast, and I could see it mirrored in the eyes of those around me. Would they stand by as another life was taken, another soul cast into the abyss? The air was thick with inevitability, an oppressive blanket that suffocated hope. Lysia's voice cut through the haze, sharp and fierce. "We can't let this continue. There must be another way." But her words were lost, swallowed by the roar of the crowd. Dorian, torn between duty and desire, clutched her hand, the warmth of her skin a fleeting reminder of everything he fought for. As night fell, torches ignited, illuminating their faces in flickers of amber light. I could see the tension, the unyielding knot in their stomachs. Would he step forward? Would he choose the path of sacrifice, of heroism? Or would he cling to her, dragging her down with him into the depths of despair? They were caught in an ancient web of love and fear, woven tighter with each heartbeat. The drums thundered louder, a primal sound reverberating through the earth, stirring something deep within. I could feel it, a pulse, a rhythm that echoed through the very bones of Athens, a call to action. They were not just spectators, they were participants in this dance of fate. Every face, every breath, every whispered prayer wove into the tapestry of sacrifice. And then, as if the gods themselves had grown impatient, a hush fell over the crowd. The air crackled with tension, the world holding its breath. Lysia's eyes darted towards Dorian, a silent plea passing between them, a promise written in the space where no words dared to tread. I will fight for you. I will fight for us. In that moment, the fabric of their lives intertwined, threads of passion, fear, and defiance binding them. It was breathtaking. It was terrifying. As the crowd erupted into chaos, desperate for control, I felt the ground shift beneath me, the very foundation of their world trembling. The night was dark, but within that darkness, a fire ignited, a spark of rebellion, of hope, of love. It roared to life, consuming everything in its path, illuminating the grim reality of their existence. In that flickering light, everything changed. I remember it all, the heartbeat of the city, the pulse of destiny, the sacrifices etched into the stones of time. I could feel the tension, the raw emotion, as the moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap. And just like that, the world hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of a decision that would echo through eternity. And as they stood there, hand in hand, hearts pounding in unison, the tribute loomed closer, an inescapable fate drawing near. But within them, a defiance burned brighter than the torches that lit their path. The ghosts of the past whispered their tales, but it was the living, the breathing, the trembling souls who would shape the future. The story was still being written, and they were ready to take control. The air thrummed with an anticipation so thick it felt like a living thing. A cacophony of distant screams curled around Theseus, a harsh reminder that not far from this moment, the shadows breathed. The night was black, an impenetrable shroud, echoing with the rustle of unseen dangers that lay just beyond the flickering light of torches. He stood on the cusp of a nightmare, a labyrinth that twisted and turned, devouring souls whole. He could almost hear their whispers, the lost souls of those who had stumbled into its maw, never to return. I remember the silence before the storm, he thought, the chill of dread clutching at his throat. It was as if time held its breath, waiting for him to take the first step, to plunge into the gaping maw of fate. A flicker of doubt gnawed at him. What if he was not the hero of this tale? What if he was the next victim? Behind him, his beloved Ariadne stood, her eyes shimmering with the soft glow of an uncertain hope. She was the light in the encroaching darkness, the steady pulse in his chaotic heart. Please, don't do this, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. The weight of her words pressed down on him, a mantle he was not sure he could bear. You don't have to prove anything. But he did. He felt it, the call of destiny, the rush of blood in his veins as he clutched the sword at his side, its weight comforting yet ominous. I have to end this, he replied, his voice a low growl, a promise to himself. The Minotaur was not simply a beast, it was a manifestation of every fear he had ever harbored, a reflection of the darkness that lurked within his own heart. He turned back to the labyrinth, where shadows danced like phantoms. Memory surged, a flood of faces staring back at him, friends lost, innocents sacrificed. The walls of the labyrinth were slick with the blood of the fallen, each drop a reminder of his responsibility. He had to face the beast, had to confront the monster that awaited him at the center of that twisted maze. I'll find you, he murmured, a vow laced with fury and fear. He could almost hear the Minotaur's growl echoing through the stone corridors, a predator waiting for its prey. It was a sound that sent shivers down his spine, a promise of violence and chaos lurking in every corner. Ariadne's fingers brushed his arm, grounding him. You're not alone in this, she insisted, but her voice trembled. He could see the cracks in her facade, the worry pooling in her eyes. He felt the weight of her love, heavy as lead, burdening him with the knowledge that she believed in him, even when he doubted himself. Just come back to me. I will, he said, but even he could hear the falter in his own voice. How could he promise something so monumental when the world was about to collapse around him? As he stepped into the labyrinth, the air grew colder, the walls closing in, stone pressing against flesh. He felt trapped, a mouse in a maze, with no guarantee of escape. The scent of damp earth and decay wrapped around him, suffocating. The path twisted through dark corners, shadows leapt and danced, teasing his peripheral vision. Every heartbeat echoed like thunder, a drum roll leading to an inevitable confrontation. He moved deeper, heart racing, thoughts spiraling. Ghosts of the past whispered in his ears, every wrong decision, every lost moment, every act of cowardice clawed at him. I remember the faces of those I failed, he thought, and with each step, he felt the weight of their disappointment pressing down on him. Then, the growl reverberated through the air, a sound so primal it pierced the very fabric of night. The Minotaur. The terror he had imagined now took form, a hulking shadow with eyes that burned like molten gold, a creature born from nightmares and despair. "Face me," he shouted. The shout echoed, a challenge swallowed by the stone walls. The beast charged, a blur of muscle and rage. Time slowed, and these moments stretched like taut strings ready to snap. Theseus could feel the adrenaline coursing through him, a primal instinct igniting every nerve. He lifted his sword, determination flooding him, but doubt clawed at the edges of his mind, whispering of defeat. What if I'm not enough? He dodged the initial strike, the weight of the beast nearly crushing him. He could smell the musk of its sweat, the tang of blood in the air. He was fighting not only for his life but for the lives of countless others, for the memories of those lost within this cursed maze. Each clash of metal against muscle sent shockwaves through him. The labyrinth felt alive, shifting and twisting, urging him to lose his way. He remembered Ariadne's thread, her faith woven into every fiber of his being, binding him to her heart. "I will find my way back," he grunted through the exertion, his resolve strengthening. With one final lunge, the sword connected, piercing the creature's hide. A roar shattered the air, a sound filled with rage and pain that rattled his bones. He stumbled back, breath hitching in his throat, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. Victory hung in the balance, yet fear gnawed at the edges of his mind. What if this only leads to more darkness? And somewhere in the recesses of his mind, a voice whispered, "This is only the beginning." The Minotaur fell, yet the shadows around him thickened, darker than before, whispering of the blood that had been spilled, the lives that still lay in the balance. He could feel the labyrinth shifting again, the walls closing in as if to swallow him whole, and Ariadne's voice echoed, distant, yet unwavering, "Just come back to me." But the maze was hungry. And as he stood over the beast, heart pounding like a relentless drum, he realized that the true battle had just begun. The echo of footsteps resounded against the cold stone walls, a heartbeat in the silence of the labyrinth. I stood there, a trembling wisp of fear, my heart a drum announcing my impending doom. Shadows twisted like serpents, the low light casting ominous silhouettes that danced menacingly around me. There was no denying it, the moment had arrived. Betrayal hung heavy in the air, thick and suffocating, more pungent than the mold creeping along the walls. Would I find him? Would I find my love, or was I merely stumbling toward the edge of despair? I thought of Theseus, his strength and valor, the hero who had promised to return to me, to take me from this cursed island. But now, in the grip of the labyrinth, I felt the chill of his absence. The flickering light of my candle barely penetrated the darkness, and as I clutched the thread he had unwittingly condemned me to hold, I realized it was not just a lifeline, it was a tether that bound me to him, to our love and the betrayal that would soon unfold. I remember the first time I had seen him, standing tall and resolute, a beacon of hope in a world so dim. But that was before I learned that hope is often laced with deceit. The sweet taste of love had turned bitter in my mouth, leaving a dry ache that mirrored the emptiness of these corridors. I had given him my heart, foolishly stitched it into the very fabric of the thread I now clutched, and in return, he promised freedom. But freedom comes at a cost, and I was about to pay it. Ahead, the path forked into two shadows, one darker than the other. I hesitated, heart racing, unsure. I remembered the whispers of the ancients, the tales of gods and monsters, and how easily love can tip into betrayal. Could I trust my heart again? Or was it a traitor, leading me to my own demise? Then, a sound, a low growl echoed through the twisting passageways. My breath hitched. Was it the Minotaur? No, it was the rasp of my own doubts, the nagging voice insisting I choose the wrong path. But the other path, oh, it whispered promises of salvation and safety. It called to me with a siren song, tempting me to abandon my quest for love and embrace the shadow of self-preservation. I took a step forward, then stumbled back. The memories flooded in, a vivid tapestry woven with laughter and stolen kisses, each thread a reminder of the joy I once felt. But what of the pain? I murmured to myself, choking on the memories that twisted like barbed wire around my heart. What of the betrayal waiting at the end of this thread? The walls of the labyrinth felt alive, breathing in sync with my panic. I could see him, Theseus, in my mind's eye, the fleeting glimmer of his smile before the darkness took it away. He was more than a man, he was my savior, my warrior. But now, with every step I took, I wondered if I was chasing a ghost. I could almost hear his voice, echoing through the chambers of my mind, "Trust me, Ariadne." But trust was a fragile thing, and mine was crumbling like the damp walls around me. I pressed onwards, the flickering candle casting grotesque shadows of doubt. I could picture the Minotaur, a creature born of rage and despair, lurking around the corner, waiting to devour my hopes. But what if the monster was not just the beast? What if my true enemy was the man built up on the pedestal of my dreams? I could feel my heartbeat quicken, the irony of love morphing into something monstrous wrapping around me like a vice. Then, in the cold grip of the labyrinth, I met her. The echoes of betrayal reached a crescendo, and suddenly, there she stood, Asterius, the Minotaur's keeper. Her eyes shimmered with a mixture of pity and malice, a reflection of the tangled web we were caught in. "He will come for you," she whispered, her voice like silk laced with poison. "But love, oh sweet Ariadne, can be so cruel. How far will you go for a man who may not love you as you think?" I bristled, the words slicing through the fog of my confusion. "You don't understand," I shot back, but in my heart, I felt the truth of her words, blooming like a dark flower in the pit of my stomach. Had I become a pawn in a game too grand for me to comprehend? The thought slashed at me, as vivid as the blade I feared would soon find my heart. "I remember the taste of hope," I said, choking on the memories, "but what if it's just an illusion?" My voice echoed, a fragile whisper colliding with the stone walls. I was left alone, my heart pounding against the weight of my choices, the thread slipping through my fingers like the sand of time. What was a thread worth if it led to a noose? The labyrinth twisted further around me, and I turned sharply. "Theseus!" I screamed, but the name echoed back to me, mocking, a reminder of the chasm of my own making. Would he come for me? Would he unravel the truth? I didn't know if I wanted to find him anymore. The weight of love and betrayal pressed down on me, a burden I had not anticipated. I turned back to Asterius, her eyes dark with understanding. "You may save him," she said, "but at what cost?" The question loomed like a spectre, haunting the corners of my mind. What was love if it required such sacrifice? What was betrayal if it promised freedom? In that moment, I felt the labyrinth close in, its stone walls vibrating with the tension of choices unmade. Every heartbeat echoed louder, reverberating through the silence that swallowed me whole. No conclusions lay ahead, only the chilling uncertainty of my path, the thread still leading forward, still binding me to my fate. In the darkness, I felt the pulse of the maze mirror my own, a chaotic dance of love, fear, and the bitter taste of betrayal. The labyrinth was alive, a beating heart entwined with my own, and I knew that the journey was far from over. The thread still connected me to him, to love and betrayal, a spiral that would not end. The silence screamed louder than 1,000 voices. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and fear, as I stood on the precipice of a Greece that felt more like a ghost than a place. Shadows twisted like serpents in the fading light, curling around ancient stones that had borne witness to the rise and fall of power. I crouched against the cold marble, heart pounding like a war drum, every beat echoing the gravity of what was to come. It was as if the cosmos had turned its gaze upon me, both an observer and a participant in this dance of politics and betrayal. Helena stood a few paces away, her hands clenched, every muscle in her body taut with an unyielding tension. She was my sister in battle and yet a rival cloaked in the guise of familial loyalty. Her eyes, those piercing sapphires, brimming with unshed tears, reflected the storm brewing inside her. I could sense the weight of her thoughts, the agony of choices not yet made. "What if we lose?" she whispered, and the word struck me like a dagger. What if we lose? The very thought clawed at my insides. I turned to her, searching for an answer, any form of reassurance that would stave off the darkness creeping in. My voice trembled, a raw thread of vulnerability. We will not lose. We cannot. But deep down, I felt the gnawing dread. The stakes had never been higher. We were at the cusp of an alliance that could change everything, if only we could outmaneuver the treachery that lurked in every corner like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Then there was Lysander, the ambitious firebrand whose charm could captivate even the most stoic of hearts. But beneath the disarming smile lay a tempest of conflict, an insatiable hunger for power that threatened to consume him whole. He paced before us, every step a mix of purpose and desperation. If we are to sway the council, we must act swiftly, he urged, the urgency in his voice cracking the fragile silence. They're ready to turn against us. They always are. I felt the familiar twist of anger rise within me. Why did it always feel like we were running on a razor's edge, teetering between glory and ruin? You think too highly of their loyalty, Lysander, I shot back, my words laced with venom. Their promises are as empty as the night sky when the stars refuse to shine. The air crackled with the weight of our unspoken fears. Lysander's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous igniting within. And what do you propose? A slow death by inaction. Enough. Helena's voice sliced through our attention, a thin line drawn in the sand. We do not have the luxury of bickering like children. We must focus. Her gaze flicked toward the horizon, where the last slivers of sunlight bled out into the sea, an omen of the darkness that awaited us. We're not just fighting for ourselves anymore. We're fighting for our people, for our future. And in that moment, I remembered. I remembered lying awake at night, staring into the abyss of uncertainty, where dreams collided with nightmares. I remembered the faces of those who depended on us, the ones who would suffer should we fail. The clock was ticking, each second like a heartbeat of a dying star in the vast expanse of the cosmos. We set our gaze toward Crete, the land that promised both salvation and peril. It loomed like a specter in the distance, a siren's call beckoning us to its shores. I could almost hear the waves crashing, a rhythmic reminder of time slipping away. As we began our descent, a dim light flickered in the distance, an outpost, perhaps, or a harbinger of betrayal. My heart raced, each beat hammering against my ribcage like the thundering of a war chariot. Stay vigilant, I cautioned, a whisper laced with urgency, but I felt the undeniable pull of fate dragging us toward that light. Do you think they know? Helena asked, her voice barely a whisper, but the tremor betrayed her. Do you think they anticipate our arrival? I wanted to lie, to offer her the comfort that everything would be fine. Instead, I drew a sharp breath, the truth clawing its way to the surface. They will know. They will always know. The tension was palpable, crackling like the air before a storm. Lysander's jaw clenched, the fire within him igniting. Then let them come. Let them try. But I could see the fear lurking just beneath his bravado, a fleeting shadow crossing his face as he turned away. A man with such ambition could just as easily become a casualty in this Game of Thrones. I remember the stories our mother told us by the hearth, tales of heroes and monsters, where the line between triumph and tragedy blurred into an indistinguishable haze. Those noble tales felt like a distant echo now, overshadowed by the reality of what lay ahead. As we approached the outpost, the shadows lengthened, curling around us like a shroud. A low murmur rose from within, a symphony of whispered plots, and for a brief moment, I felt a chill sweep over me, the kind that sends a shiver down the spine. In that eerie silence, I could swear I heard the ghosts of our ancestors, their voices woven into the fabric of fate. Choose wisely. The winds of change are fickle. And just like that, the moment hung in the balance, a fragile thread pulling taut. With every step, the stakes rose higher, and the weight of our choices threatened to crush us. The tide was turning, the final confrontation loomed ever closer. For in the world of Athenian politics, where rivalries fester and alliances fray, only one thing was certain: this journey was far from over, and the echoes of our decisions would ripple through time for eternity. Silence. The kind that wraps around you like a suffocating fog, thick and heavy, pressing against your skin as if the air itself conspires to smother. It hangs in the labyrinth like a curse that has lingered for too long. I remember the moment it broke, a shattering roar echoing through the stone corridors, a sound that clawed at my insides and twisted them into knots of fear. I stood there, heart hammering a frantic rhythm, the walls themselves seeming to pulse with an ominous heartbeat, as though they too shared in the terror that gripped our fate. Theseus, that mythic hero with the weight of a city on his shoulders, stood before me, a figure carved from shadows and desperation. His jaw was set tight, determination burning in his deep-set eyes, yet beneath that fierce exterior lurked a tremor, a trembling doubt that gnawed at him like a rat nibbling on a forgotten scrap. He was the golden boy, the promise of a savior, yet here he was, just another lost soul in this maze of horrors, seeking redemption from a monster born of flesh and despair. The Minotaur. I still remember the first time I heard its name, a whisper caught on the wind, laden with dread. It was no mere beast, it was a mirror reflecting our own failures, our own monstrosities. I could feel the weight of the creature's existence, every ounce of its sorrow and rage seeping into the air, thickening it with the smell of fear and blood. The labyrinth was its home, but it was also our prison, a twisted reminder of what happens when we allow ambition to blind us. But I was not merely a witness. My heart pulsed with a longing that twisted my gut and clawed at my throat. Ariadne, the princess, the one who fell for the hero but bore the marks of betrayal within her own soul. Her love for Theseus was a flickering candle in a storm, both beautiful and precarious. I could see it in her eyes, that raw, unfiltered yearning, battling against the dread that lodged itself deep in her chest. She had given him the thread, a lifeline in this hell, and yet it was she who was ensnared, caught in the web of her own choices. "Do you believe in destiny?" she had whispered once, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. I remember how she gazed out into the void, searching for answers hidden in the shadows. Or is it just a cruel game played by the gods? The truth was, she was as much a part of this nightmare as the beast. Her love was a blade, sharp and unforgiving, and I could feel the tension between them, an electric current that crackled in the air, making my skin prickle in anticipation. With each step Theseus took, I could sense the weight of her gaze, heavy and pleading, laced with the unspoken words of doubt and fear. He was stepping into the abyss, but she was tethered to him, caught in a storm of conflicting emotions, a part of him, yet so terribly apart. And the labyrinth, oh, the labyrinth! It twisted and turned, a creature of stone and shadow, every corner steeped in the echoes of the damned. I remember the walls, slick with sweat and fear, whispering secrets of those who had come before. Each footfall echoed like a death knell, reminding us of the lives extinguished, dreams shattered against the cold, unyielding stone. The darkness felt alive, breathing down our necks, reminding us that escape was a fickle promise, and fate, cruel and relentless. Then, the roar again, tremendous, shattering. It surged through the corridors, sending shivers down my spine, igniting the primal instinct to flee. The Minotaur's breath, hot and rancid, wafted through the air, a prelude to the terror that awaited. I could feel Theseus's resolve wavering, the magnetic pull of fear trying to draw him back, but pride would not allow retreat. I remember the way his fists clenched, knuckles white, as if to hold on to his courage with a ferocity that bordered on madness. He was but a man, yet he carried the weight of a city's hope on his shoulders. The darkness shifted. A low growl reverberated through the stone, a sound that vibrated in my bones, making the very marrow freeze in terror. In that moment, time stretched, every breath heavy with unspoken words, every heartbeat echoing the clash of fate. And there it stood, the Minotaur, a grotesque amalgamation of beast and man, eyes burning with ancient rage, its horns slicing through the air with a deadly grace. It was the embodiment of every nightmare, every fear we buried deep, clawing its way to the surface. Run, I wanted to scream, to shout it into the void, but the words caught in my throat, drowned by the intensity of the moment. The Minotaur advanced, muscles rippling beneath taut skin, a creature born from the darkest corners of our minds. I could see the rage, the hurt, the betrayal etched upon its hide, as though the world had carved its pain directly into flesh. And there was Theseus, standing defiant, a warrior shrouded in a cloak of uncertainty, staring into the abyss with a fire that threatened to extinguish. I could feel the pulse of his fear, a syncopated rhythm with my own, a heart beating against the inevitable. "Face your monster," I breathed, though the words were swallowed by the shadows. Ariadne's face, lit by the faintest sliver of hope, reflected the tumult within me. Would he save her? Would he save us all? Or was the labyrinth destined to claim yet another soul? As the beast charged, time fractured, splintering reality into 1,000 pieces, each one soaked in the chilling promise of fate. I remember every detail, the blood roaring in my ears, the stench of sweat and fear, the electric tension that hung in the air like the finest silk thread, about to snap. With one heartbeat, we were on the edge of glory, or utter ruin. And still, I stood, caught in the web of their emotions, torn between hope and despair, love and betrayal, knowing that this was only the beginning, the first encounter in a dance as old as time itself. Eclipsed. The moon hung low, a ghastly spectre against a sea of darkness as the air crackled with tension, vibrating like a taut wire ready to snap. I stood at the edge of the crumbling cliff, heart hammering like a war drum, staring into the abyss below. The shadows shifted, elongated fingers reaching for me, whispering secrets I dared not heed. I could hear their breath, a hushed cacophony, like 1,000 lost souls echoing through time. Beside me, Mara trembled, her skin pale as the ghostly light that flickered from the dying embers of our campfire. She was a warrior forged from the remnants of hope, yet tonight she felt like fragile glass, ready to shatter. Her eyes, once ablaze with fierce determination, flickered like those embers, struggling against the encroaching dark. I remembered her laughter, bright and reckless, before the weight of our reality crushed those sounds into dust. "We can't let them win," she whispered, each word a brittle promise, yet I knew the truth that lingered unspoken between us. The shadows behind us shifted, a silent tide of figures cloaked in darkness. They moved with an unsettling fluidity, as if the very night had conspired to cloak them. I felt a chill snaking down my spine, curling like smoke, settling in my gut. I remembered the taste of fear, metallic and sharp on my tongue, as I turned to my brother, Cale, who stood a few paces away, his expression a mask of steely resolve. The weight of his silence pressed against my chest, a palpable force. He had always been the light to my shadow, brave, unyielding, and unwavering in his belief that goodness would prevail. But even he was cracking. I could see it in the way his fists clenched, the muscles in his jaw tightening as the darkness advanced. "They'll come for us," he muttered, his voice gravelly, laced with a bitterness I wasn't used to hearing. "We can't just stand here." The pounding of my heart echoed in my ears, drowning out the distant war cries of our enemies. With each beat, I felt the weight of our choices crushing down, ivory towers of dreams collapsing into jagged ruins. Memories clawed at me, the laughter of children playing under golden skies now twisted into haunting images of what was lost. "I remember," I began, but the words faded like smoke in the night. "Stop," Mara's voice sliced through the air like a sharpened blade, her breath hitching. "We can't think about that. Not now." Her gaze was fierce, a flame flickering defiantly against the engulfing dark, and I felt an undeniable pull toward her, an urge to protect that tiny spark. But my heart was heavy with the weight of fate, and I knew, deep down, that even flames could be extinguished. The darkness was hungry, a silent predator lurking just beyond our fragile light. The ground trembled beneath our feet, as if it too sensed the looming battle, the cosmic clash of light against darkness. The sky above seemed to weep, clouds pregnant with storm, threatening to unleash their fury at any moment. "We'll fight," Cale's voice rose, fierce and unyielding like the tides. "We'll stand together." But together felt like a fragile concept, a delicate thread woven in the fabric of a fraying world. I glanced at Mara, her face illuminated by the flickering firelight, and felt the fierce love that had once burned between us. But now, it flickered like a candle in the wind, vulnerable and fleeting. "What if we lose?" I whispered, fear wrapping its cold fingers around my heart. "I can't think like that," she replied, her voice steady but laced with an edge of desperation. "Not now. Not when the darkness is so close." But it was already here, I realized. It seeped into our bones, clawing at our resolve, whispering sweet lies that tugged at our hearts. I could hear their laughter in the distance, a cruel serenade that mocked our defiance. I remembered the stories my mother told, tales of heroes who fell, brave souls consumed by shadows in their darkest hour. Stand for something, Kale urged, his eyes piercing through the gloom. Stand for us, for our future. I tried to nod, to muster the strength of belief that once surged through my veins like wildfire. But the truth was a heavy cloak, suffocating and relentless. I was afraid, not just of the dark, but of what lay ahead. The inevitability of loss, of grief that would carve scars into our hearts, echoes of battles fought and souls lost. As the darkness closed in, I felt a surge of raw terror wash over me, a visceral connection to the very essence of life itself. The shadows whispered my name, a chilling caress that beckoned me into their embrace. Fighting back tears, I gripped Mara's arm, the warmth of her skin a tether to reality. We will not falter, I said, the words tasting foreign, yet desperately necessary. And then, the night erupted. A cacophony of screams and clashing steel shattered the silence, a visceral symphony of chaos that clawed at the edges of sanity. The darkness surged forward, a tidal wave of despair crashing against our fragile defenses. I felt Mara's grip tighten, her pulse racing against my palm, as fear and bravery entwined themselves like vines around our hearts. Now! Kale shouted, his voice a beacon in the storm, shattering the paralysis that threatened to swallow us whole. I charged forward, propelled by a force greater than myself, an insatiable hunger to push against the tide. The battle erupted around us, a wild frenzy of chaos and rage. I swung my sword, feeling the rush of adrenaline blurring the line between life and death, light and dark. The night was alive, a swirling maelstrom of shadows and flames, beckoning me deeper into its twisted embrace. In that moment, the battle wasn't just a conflict of flesh and steel, it was a tempest of souls, a reflection of our deepest fears and hopes. The darkness bore the weight of despair, while every burst of light fought for survival. I felt a connection to every soul around me, a symphony of heartbeats beating as one, determined to resist the encroaching void. And deep within, I remembered the stories, the echoes of heroism etched into my very being. I fought for Mara, for Kale, for the possibility of dawn that lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to break through the suffocating grip of night. As the chaos swirled, I could feel the darkness closing in, but I would not be a whisper in the wind. I would become the storm. I would become the light. And with that, I plunged deeper into the fray, consumed by the instant, driven by a force that transcended fear, rising against the shadows that sought to consume us all. The battle had begun, a cataclysm of fate where the lines blurred between light and dark, and somewhere in that chaos, I knew, this was only the beginning. The sound of footsteps echoed through the damp, narrow alley, each one a drumbeat of impending doom. Shadows flickered, swirling around like wisps of smoke, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the city, thump, 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 urging me to move faster. I pressed myself against the cold, gritty wall, feeling the weight of it pressing into my back, as if the very stones were begging me to stay hidden, to not move, to not breathe. The air was thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, something rotten, something that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. I remember the first time I met Elias. His laughter was like sunlight cutting through the clouds, bright and warm. We were both broken in different ways, stitched together by the threads of our pasts, each of us trying to outrun our ghosts. I had thought, in those fleeting moments of clarity, that perhaps survival was not just about the will to live, but the courage to confront the darkness within. But now, pressed against this wall with nowhere to go, I questioned everything. Elias was out there. I could hear him, a desperate whisper caught in the wind. Stay hidden. Don't move. The warning clawed at my insides, and dread settled like a stone in my gut. What had we gotten ourselves into? What had we summoned into our lives with our foolish desires for adventure? I remembered how the thread of fate twisted around us, binding us to this life of chaos and danger. His eyes, deep and troubled, were filled with a madness that mirrored my own. Let's take risks, he had said, the thrill of it all lighting a fire in his words. But now, as the footsteps approached, that fire felt more like a noose tightening around our necks. The alley twisted like a serpentine nightmare, leading to more shadows, darker corners where the city exhaled its secrets. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, a relentless reminder of our mortality. What was cleverness against relentless pursuit? What was survival if it meant losing ourselves? I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But fear gripped me, clutching at my throat, a vice of panic. I could hear Elias's breath now, quick and shallow, an echo of my own. We were two souls caught in a web of our making, the threads intertwining in the dark as the enemy drew closer. We have to be clever, I reminded myself, though cleverness felt like a fragile thread, near breaking. The footsteps paused, and silence wrapped around us like a shroud. It was the kind of silence that makes your skin prickle, that makes your heart thump louder, threatening to betray you. I peered around the edge of the wall, and my stomach twisted as a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, face hidden. A predator. I felt a chill wash over me. The kind of chill that seeps into your bones and nests there, a cold reminder of your own frailty. Was it Elias's voice I heard, woven into the rush of adrenaline? Trust yourself, he would say, his optimism a lifeline. I wanted to trust him, trust us, but doubt coiled tight around my heart. Suddenly, a rat scurried past, a flash of movement that startled me. The figure turned, and I froze, heart in my throat. My mind raced, searching for a plan, spinning threads of ideas, yet none felt sturdy enough. I glanced back at the knot of shadows where Elias crouched, and our eyes met, a moment suspended in time, a silent plea echoing between us. Then came the clatter, a crash that shattered the silence, a barrel rolling down the alley, spilling its secrets like the remnant of our dreams. The cloaked figure lurched toward the sound, and I seized the moment. I darted from my hiding place, heart pounding, but not with fear or no, it was determination now, a fierce fire igniting within me. Elias! I shouted, the name a battle cry, a thread that pulled him from his hiding place, away from the shadows. He emerged with a wild look in his eyes, a blend of panic and exhilaration, mirroring my own. Together, we dashed toward the mouth of the alley, the light of the street ahead like a beacon of hope, like a promise of survival. We burst into the night, breathless, the city alive around us, pulsing with possibility. But lurking behind us, I felt the darkness, the weight of what pursued us, a relentless force determined to snare us. The world blurred, the noise of the city becoming a cacophony, drowning out reason. Run! I gasped, as if the word could sever the ties binding us to our pursuer. We raced through the streets, weaving through the throngs of people oblivious to our plight, each step echoing the rhythm of our desperation. The night felt alive, electric, as if the cosmos held its breath, watching our fate unfold. With every footfall, I remembered dreams we had shared, our ambition spun like delicate threads pooling into a tapestry of hopes. We'll be free, we had promised each other, our laughter mingling with the stars. But now, here we were, tangled in the very web we had woven, the irony choking me, each thread pulling tighter around our throats. Elias glanced back, fear etched across his face. Don't stop, I urged, and he nodded, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze. Together, we dashed through the streets, through the chaos that snaked around us, through the shadows that whispered secrets we were not meant to hear. But I could feel it, the thread stretching, taut, fraying at the edges. What could cleverness do against the relentless pull of fate? What could survival mean when every heartbeat echoed in the dark, reminding us of our fragility? We ran, two souls entangled in this life, knowing the chase was far from over, knowing that the night held its breath as we danced on the edge of oblivion. The thrill of survival coursed through me, a wild, intoxicating rush, and I clung to it, to him, to the swirling chaos that bound us tightly, a thread woven with fear, with hope, with the promise of what lay ahead. The walls of the labyrinth were alive, breathing shadows into the dim light. I felt it, the shudder running down my spine, like the whisper of a ghost slipping past me. It was a soundless scream, a warning echoing off the cold stone. How many lives had been swallowed by this place? I remember my heart pounding, the pulse thrumming in my ears like a war drum, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. Don't think, I told myself, just move. But every step felt like an eternity, each echo a reminder of what lay ahead. My throat tightened. I could almost hear the Minotaur's deep, guttural breaths, a beast trapped in a maze of its own making, lost to its own hunger. And I, a humble offering, a sacrifice caught in the web of gods and fate. I remember Asterius's gaze, fierce, wild, a storm trapped in those dark eyes. Once a man, now a monster. Could I see the remnants of humanity in him, or was that just my desperate hope? I could almost taste the bitterness of blood and betrayal that hung in the air. He was more than a beast, yet more than a man, a product of my father's ambition and a curse that twisted my family's legacy into something grotesque. Are you ready? I whispered to myself, but my voice trembled, breaking like fragile glass. I wanted to turn back, to flee from this fate, but where could I run? Shadows danced, teasing me with memories of laughter, of a life before the labyrinth, of days spent dreaming of heroism while innocent blood pooled beneath the stone floors. I clenched the hilt of my sword, my fingers slick with sweat, trembling like a leaf in a storm. It was a gift, an honor, but it felt heavy, like a noose around my neck. If I failed, it wouldn't just be my life extinguished. I wouldn't just be the last thread in a tapestry of despair, I'd be the final note in a haunting melody that echoed through history. I remember the tales told by the fire, the heroes and their glory, but none spoke of the weight of the blade. Take a breath, I urged myself, inhaling the stale air that tasted of dread. The walls seemed to close in, pressing against me, reminding me that time was slipping away like sand through fingers. You must do this. And yet, the uncertainty gnawed at me. Would I emerge from this darkness, or would I be devoured by it? There was a heartbeat, then silence. My mind raced through the stories of my ancestors, of Theseus, who once faced this creature, a man daring enough to dance with death. But I was not the great hero. I was not Theseus. I was just me, a girl lost in the stories woven by time, a girl who feared the very fabric of her existence. And then I heard it, a growl, deep and rumbling, reverberating through the stone. A sound that clawed at my insides, making me wish I could melt into the shadows. I could see the flicker of light reflecting off the Minotaur's horns, glimmering like dark stars against an endless night. This was it, the moment that would redefine everything. But in that moment, there was no veiler, only a primal instinct to survive. Face your fears, I urged, but who was I kidding? I was a whisper against a roaring tempest. The labyrinth was not just stone and silence, it was an entity, alive and watching, waiting for my next move. Each heartbeat echoed my uncertainty. Was it the pulse of the labyrinth or my own racing heart? And then I saw him, the hulking shadow against the glimmering light, a creature vast as a mountain, eyes burning with an ancient fury. Asterius! The horror of his presence resonated within me, and despite the fear gripping my throat, I felt a pang of sorrow. This was not just a monster, he was a soul trapped in a curse, a reflection of our shared pain. I remembered the little boy who once laughed, who dreamt of freedom. Where had that child gone? I wanted to scream, to reach out, to tell him that I saw him beneath the layers of rage and despair. But the moment passed, and I stood there, trembling, sword drawn but unsure. An unholy mix of fear and empathy twisted in my gut. And then, he charged, a force of nature unleashed. I could feel the ground tremble beneath us. Time itself seemed to warp as I dodged, heart racing, breath hitching. My instincts kicked in, primal and raw, and I swung the sword. I remember the weight of it in my hands, the cold steel a reminder of my purpose. There was no turning back. We danced, a grotesque ballet of predator and prey, the labyrinth's breath now a chorus of chaos. Each clash of my sword against his horn echoed with the weight of fate, reverberating through the ages. I could feel it, the pulse of history, the heartbeat of legends being forged in this very moment. Sweat dripped into my eyes, blurring my vision, but I blinked it away. I wouldn't falter. But this was no mere battle, it was a reckoning. I remembered the stories I had been told, the glamour of victory painted in broad, bright strokes. Yet here, in the dim recesses of the labyrinth, the reality was the color of ash and bone. The Minotaur was not just a monster, he was a mirror reflecting my own fears, my own darkness. With each strike, each dodge, I caught glimpses of what lay beneath the surface, his pain, my pain, all woven together in this grotesque tapestry. I felt the tears in my soul, the pieces of myself I had buried, clawing to the surface. We were not so different, Asterius and I. We were both imprisoned in our own ways. And then, in a moment of clarity, I remembered what was at stake, not just my life, nor the tales of glory, but the very definitions of humanity and monstrosity. I raised my sword. My breath caught in my throat, and in that silence, I saw the truth. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for redemption. The final blow echoed, a sound like thunder, reverberating through the stone corridors, whispering promises of change, of a tale that would redefine what it meant to be a monster. As the darkness began to bleed into the light, I felt the weight of history shift beneath my feet. This was the moment everything changed. But the story didn't end here. Time wove its threads tightly, pulling me deeper into the labyrinth of existence, where shadows breathed and echoes lingered, where every heartbeat resonated with the promise of what lay ahead, the eternal dance of fear and hope, of monsters and heroes, forever intertwined. The last echoes of cries hang in the air, an electric tension that vibrates through the cobblestones of Athens, like a familiar, bitter melody. The sun dips low, painting the sky in hues that could pierce the heart, a bleeding reminder of the chaos that swept through like a wildfire. I remember the weight of the silence as I stepped into the heart of the city once more, every breath a reminder of what was lost, what was never the same. Shadows cling to the walls, whispering secrets of the past, and I feel them curling around me like smoke. I look at Lysander, his eyes clouded like stormy seas, the remnants of fear still etched onto his face. He is a soldier, yet here he stands, trembling, not from the weight of his armor but from the burden of memories, haunting images of fallen comrades, the sound of metal clashing, the screams that would wake him in the dead of night. The Athenian breeze tousles his hair, but he doesn't feel it. He is trapped in a loop of what ifs and nightmares that replay behind his eyes, an unending reel of regret. The city, it's different, he mutters, as if the words are a spell to ward away the ghosts. The truth, though, is that it is the same, yet transformed, scarred by what it once was. Its beauty now feels like a cruel joke, a mirage amidst the rubble of hopes. I remember standing next to him when the walls crumbled, the cacophony of chaos drowning out our cries, the heart of Athens breaking apart, piece by piece, like our faith. And then there's Callista, walking a few steps behind us, her heart a locked box filled with fragments of a once brilliant life. She was once the spark in the darkness, laughter spilling from her lips like sweet wine, but now, the shadows have claimed her. I can see it in the way her shoulders hunch, as if carrying the weight of 1,000 disappointments. What if they don't forgive us, she whispers, the tremor in her voice sending a chill through my bones. Her haunted eyes seek solace, but I am powerless to offer it. I remember the festivals, the laughter, the love, she continues, her voice barely a breeze. Now, it feels like a world where joy has been outlawed. Each word is a dagger, digging deeper into my chest, revealing wounds still raw. We tread cautiously through the streets, the cobblestones slick with memories of battles fought and lost. The air is thick, heavy with anticipation, as we approach the Acropolis. The Parthenon looms above us, a ghostly sentinel watching over a city that feels too fragile to breathe. It stands, defiantly beautiful yet tragically lonesome, a monument to a time when hope flourished. Will we ever be free? Lysander suddenly asks, the question hanging like a noose in the air. I can't answer. The truth is, freedom feels like a distant star, shining tantalizingly in the night but forever out of reach. I remember the last time I felt free, the wind in my hair, the laughter spilling from my lips. Now, it's just echoes, haunting the corners of my mind. I don't know, I finally admit, and the honesty feels like a confession. The truth is a heavy shroud that blankets us, suffocating in its weight. As we approach the steps of the Acropolis, the memories wrestle inside me, a tempest waiting to burst. I remember the night spent under the stars, the fires crackling like our dreams, the soft whispers of love and life that felt eternal. And yet, here we are, stripped of everything, standing in the aftermath, lost souls searching for meaning in a city that feels both like home and a graveyard. I feel the heartbeat of the city beneath my feet, a pulse that resonates with every step we take. The stones beneath us are alive, each one a witness to the lives that have come and gone, to the stories that have been woven into its fabric. And then I see them, remnants of the past, faded banners that once fluttered with pride, broken pottery scattered like forgotten memories. The shadows of those who once danced here cling to the walls, yearning for the living to remember. My heart races, the fear of being forgotten clawing at my insides. Callista bends down, her fingers brushing against a shard of pottery, the gesture intimate, almost reverent. "What if we're cursed to relive this?" she whispers, her voice breaking. I can see the tears glimmering in her eyes, and they pierce me like arrows. Cursed to relive the moment of loss, of despair, will we forever wander these streets, trapped in an endless loop? As we stand there, the weight of their silence envelops us, a cocoon of shared grief. I reach for Lysander's hand, and he grips mine tightly, a lifeline in the storm that rages around us. And then we hear it, a murmur from the shadows, voices rising like a swell of dark water. The remnants of the city stir, whispering of vengeance and justice. The air thickens, a charged moment that feels like the last heartbeat before a storm breaks. The shadows seem to shift, gathering around us, and I hear my heart pounding, a drum echoing in the distance. What now? I whisper, half to myself, half to the ghosts of the past that haunt our every step. The city waits, suspended in time, as we stand at the crossroads of what was and what might yet be. The sun dips beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that flicker and dance, a reminder that every ending holds a promise, every fall an invitation to rise again. We are here, in the aftermath, clinging to each other, and the weight of our shared history hangs in the air, thick and palpable. The moment stretches, a fragile thread holding us together, and with each breath, I feel the pulse of the city, the promise of rebirth, and the haunting reality of what is lost. This is where we linger, lost in the shadows, on the precipice of something undefined, yet undeniably alive. The echoes of the distant labyrinth reverberate in the silence, a haunting reminder of what lies beneath the surface, a monster lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment. I can feel the weight of the air shift as I stand on the outskirts of the forgotten city of Knossos, my heart racing like a drum in a funeral procession. I remember the tales, as vivid as blood on stone, of the Minotaur, the wretched offspring born of betrayal and lust, condemned to roam the darkened maze of his mother's sins. It is the tension that grips me, the anticipation of dread unfurling like smoke. I hear whispers in the wind, the rustling of leaves that seem to speak of lost souls and unfinished fates. In this moment, I can't shake the feeling that the past is not dead, it breathes, it haunts, and it demands to be acknowledged. My fingers brush against the weathered stone walls, and the rough surface tells stories of warriors and sacrifices, of courage and despair. I remember, oh, how I remember, the faces of those who wandered in, never to return. A voice interrupts the cacophony of my thoughts, sharp and brittle. It is Ariadne, her eyes ablaze with desperation. She stands before me, a flickering candle in the pitch-black night. "They're coming," she breathes, her voice trembling, and I can almost taste the fear hanging in the air like smoke. "We cannot let them find us here." Her hands shake, but not from cowardice. No, it's a burning resolve masked by uncertainty. The weight of her legacy presses upon her like the heavy chains of her brother, the Minotaur, bound to the labyrinth where hope and horror intertwine. She is the key and the keeper, a paradox who offers both salvation and damnation. I remember the way she clutched the thread, her lifeline between the living and the lost, and I wonder if it was ever enough to tether her to sanity. "Where is he?" I ask, my voice raw with urgency. The air grows thick with memories of bloodshed, of heroes, and the price they pay. I see Theseus, his sword gleaming in the dim light, the embodiment of hope and doom wrapped in flesh. He is a man, yes, but also a myth, a symbol of all that is noble and tragically flawed. His heart beats with the pulse of the gods, yet it is draped in the fabric of mortality. Ariadne's gaze pierces through the veil of darkness, filled with questions unsaid. What if he finds me? Her breath hitches, and in that single moment, I see her vulnerability, the weight of a sister torn between loyalty and survival. What if he remembers? Death, I think, is not the only monster that lurks in the labyrinth. The ghosts of the past cling to the walls, whispering tales of heartache. The corridors twist and turn like the paths of our lives, leading us nowhere and everywhere all at once. I remember a time when I believed in the simplicity of good and evil, but now I see the shadows dancing around Ariadne, the uncertainty that shrouds her every decision. The ground trembles beneath us, and I feel it in my bones, a reminder of the beast that stirs in the depths. My heart races, an echo of the footsteps that once sought to escape. We must find him first, I say, and my own words taste foreign on my tongue. If we do not confront this legacy of horror, it will consume us. Ariadne's eyes flicker, and for a moment, I see a flicker of defiance. You think I wish to face him? You think I want to confront the monster that is my brother? Her voice rises, each word a shard of glass. He is both my blood and my bane. How can I be both the savior and the prisoner? In that moment, I'm struck by the poetry of her pain, the tragic beauty of her existence, a tapestry woven with strands of love and loss. I can feel the labyrinth tightening around us, a living thing that breathes our fears and desires. The walls are closing in, pressing against our hearts like the weight of destiny, and I realize that the threads of our fates are entwined in ways we cannot fathom. The darkness roars, a cacophony of rage and sorrow, and I know, that we are not just battling a myth, we are confronting the very essence of who we are. I remember, how could I forget, the stories of those who came before us, their struggles echoing through time. The sacrifices made for love, for freedom, for the chance to escape the haunting legacy of the Minotaur. And then, it happens. A shift in the air, a rumble of footsteps that shakes the very ground beneath us. My pulse quickens as the shadows deepen, and I can almost hear the tortured growl of the beast. His coming, I breathe, the words slipping from my lips like prey to a predator. Ariadne, her resolve hardening, takes a step forward, and I realize then that we are bound together by something greater than fear, a shared understanding of what it means to be trapped in the web of our pasts. We face him together, she declares, and the intensity of her resolve tangles with my own. No more running. No more hiding. And as the darkness thickens, as the labyrinth pulses with an unholy rhythm, I feel a flicker of hope ignite within me. We will confront this legacy, this haunting echo of the Minotaur, and in doing so, we may find redemption not only for ourselves but for all those lost within the twisted corridors of history. The walls close in, shadows swirling, and the air hums with the weight of our choices. The ground is trembling beneath us, but our hearts beat as one, a rhythm against the chaos. The labyrinth waits, and so do we, two souls entwined in a dance of fear and courage, ready to face whatever lurks in the shadows. The Minotaur might be waiting, but so are we. And as the darkness envelops us, I understand that this is not just a fight for survival, it is a confrontation with the very essence of what it means to be human. In the echoing silence of a dimly lit museum, the air hangs heavy, thick with the weight of history and the unspoken fears of those who dare to wander too close. Shadows flicker across the walls, twisting into figures that dance in the periphery of vision, teasing the imagination with hints of what lurks beneath the surface. A scream echoes in the mind, but it is muffled, a primal call from the depths of the labyrinth, where the Minotaur waits, hooves scraping against cold stone, a beast born of nightmares and desires. I remember the night I found myself standing before a life-sized sculpture of the Minotaur, its grotesque form carved from alabaster, a testament to the obsessions that bind us to our darkest myths. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat against the stillness, the pulse of fear mingling with fascination. The artist, they said, had poured every ounce of anguish into the piece, every betrayal, every moment of hopelessness. I could see it in the way the creature's eyes, hollow yet shimmering with sorrow, seemed to track my every move, begging for understanding, for redemption in a world that had cast it aside. And then there was Elena, her presence like a flickering candle in the dark. She stood beside me, her fingers dancing nervously along the edge of the pedestal, tracing the intricate designs that spiraled around the base. "Isn't it beautiful?" she whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of terror and awe. "It's so tragic." I laughed, a short, sharp sound that startled us both. Beautiful? Tragic, yes, beautiful was a word reserved for sunsets and laughter. This was raw, a reflection of the darkest corners of the human soul. But Elena was drawn to the beauty in brokenness. She had her own labyrinth to navigate, one of lost love and shattered dreams. The Minotaur was her mirror, a reflection of the struggles she faced, the monsters she couldn't escape. I saw her wrestling with the shadows, grappling with the truth she was too afraid to voice. It was a fear that curdled her laughter, a fear that turned her smile into a mask, and even as she admired the stone beast, I could feel her trembling heart echoing its mournful roar. Then there was Marcus, the artist in the back of the room, his hands stained with paint and despair. He was drawn to the Minotaur with a ferocity that left him breathless. Each stroke he painted felt like a desperate plea, a cry for understanding that seemed to fall upon deaf ears. "I remember the first time I sculpted him," he said, his voice low and gravelly, as if the memory itself had weight. "It was just a block of clay, but I could feel him inside, thrashing. I had to let him out." He looked at me, and in his eyes, I saw the reflection of all the monsters he had faced, his failures, his regrets swirling around him like a tempest. Together, we formed a trinity of turmoil beneath the watchful gaze of the Minotaur. Each of us, flawed and fragmented, searching for answers in a world that thrived on chaos. I felt the tension simmering between us, a shared understanding that transcended words. We were all trapped, all seeking a way to navigate our own labyrinths, haunted by the spectre of our choices. Every brushstroke of Marcus's art echoed with intensity, the way the Minotaur's muscles rippled beneath the surface, taut with potential violence. "It's a reflection of the beast within us," he murmured, almost to himself, as if the realization came to him in a flash of inspiration. "We're all monsters in our own right, aren't we?" The weight of his words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, a reminder of the ugly truths we often try to bury. Elena's gaze drifted from the Minotaur to Marcus, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "But we're not just monsters, we're human too," she countered, her voice rising, a spark of defiance breaking through her fear. "We feel. We love. We hurt." I could sense the walls closing in around us, the labyrinth tightening its grip, but in that fleeting moment, the air crackled with possibility, the tension spiraling toward an inevitable climax. Time shifted in that room, warped by the weight of our emotions, the present blending with the past, memories crashing against reality like waves against jagged rocks. I recalled a dream, vivid and haunting, where I wandered through a labyrinth of mirrors, each reflection revealing a different version of myself, a myriad of paths not taken. The Minotaur loomed in the center, a silent judge, its eyes boring into my very soul, daring me to confront the truths I had long evaded. Elena stepped closer to the sculpture, her breath catching as she reached out to touch the cold stone. "What if we're destined to be trapped in our own labyrinths forever?" she whispered, her vulnerability laid bare. The question hung in the air, heavy with despair, a heartbeat that echoed endlessly in the silence. I felt the walls pulsating, closing in, the shadows growing longer, darker. But Marcus, in a moment of clarity, took her hand. "What if we've already escaped?" He spoke with a fervor that ignited a flicker of hope. "What if the Minotaur is our guide, not our captor? What if the labyrinth is just a map of our fears, waiting to be navigated?" His words, raw and unfiltered, filled the room, reverberating like a heartbeat of their own. The realization crashed over me like a wave, a potential awakening, an understanding that filled the hollow spaces in my chest. Perhaps we weren't meant to walk away unscathed from our struggles, but to embrace the chaos, the shadows, the flawed beauty that came with being human. The Minotaur wasn't just a monster, it was a part of us, a reflection of our deepest fears, yes, but also of our unfathomable strength. In that moment, the Minotaur pulsed to life, a creature of pain and passion, sculpted from our shared humanity. I could feel its breath against my skin, a whisper of understanding, a promise of release. In the darkness of that museum, as the echoes of our hearts intertwined, we stood on the precipice of something profound, something terrifying yet liberating. The night stretched on, a canvas painted with our fears and hopes, and the shadows danced, weaving our stories together into a tapestry of pain and beauty. The Minotaur watched, unyielding yet compassionate, a guardian of our labyrinths, as we wandered deeper into the abyss, lost yet found, each heartbeat a reminder that we are never truly alone in the dark. The ground trembles beneath my feet, a distant rumble echoing through the hollow hallways of the labyrinth, and I can almost hear the heartbeat of the monstrous creature that lurks within. The air is thick with the scent of damp stone and the metallic tang of fear, it cuts deeper than any blade. I clutch the cold, rough wall, my fingers tracing the grooves like a child seeking solace in the dark. My heart races, an erratic drumbeat of dread and desperation, as I inhale the stale air, heavy with the weight of death and despair. I remember the first time I heard the tales of the Minotaur, how I laughed at the absurdity of a beast that was half man, half bull. But here, in the depths of this cursed maze, the laughter shrivels into a memory, replaced by a bone-chilling terror that clings to my skin. I glance over at Asteria, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight like twin stars in a night sky. She stands frozen, every muscle taut as if she has become one with the shadows surrounding us. Asteria, brave, reckless, and achingly flawed. She carries a burden heavier than any blade, the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. I know her pain, I see it etched in her delicate features. This labyrinth is not merely a maze of stone and silence, it is a crucible, testing us, revealing our darkest truths. Asteria, with her fierce spirit and fractured heart, is both my anchor and my undoing. I can't do this, she whispers, her voice cracking like a fragile porcelain doll, teetering on the brink of shattering. What if we don't find him? What if he finds us instead? The fear in her voice sends shivers down my spine, curling around my thoughts like smoke, suffocating all hope. I want to tell her that we will find Theseus, that love can conquer even the darkest heart. But the words die on my lips, drowned by the oppressive silence of the labyrinth. I remember the stories, the hero who would slay the beast, who would emerge triumphant and carry her away on the winds of fate. But these tales feel distant now, fraying at the edges like an old tapestry. The Minotaur isn't just a monster, he is a reflection of our own fears, our own failures. I feel the truth of that with every pulse of my racing heart. Suddenly, a low growl reverberates through the corridor, rich and resonant, vibrating against my chest like a living thing. Asteria gasps, her hand flying to her mouth, stifling a scream. The sound sends a jolt of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I remember the way Theseus spoke of courage, how he promised to face the beast for her sake. But courage falters in the face of reality, and I can feel it slipping away, like sand through my fingers. Stay close, I murmur, and the words wrap around us like a thin veil of safety. If I can protect her, perhaps I can protect myself, too. The labyrinth twists and turns, each corner a chance to either escape or embrace our doom. My mind races with memories, the laughter of children, the joy of sunlit days, life before this descent into madness. I remember a time when I thought I could outrun my demons, when I believed I could dance along the edges of darkness without falling in. But now, those edges feel like a cliff, and I teeter on the brink. The walls pulse with a life of their own, and I feel as though the labyrinth is watching, waiting, like a spider spinning its web. I glance back at Asteria. The shadows now seem to cling to her, pulling her deeper into their embrace. She is unraveling before my eyes, inching closer to the abyss that threatens to consume us both. I reach out, clasping her wrist, a lifeline against the encroaching darkness. You're not alone, I breathe, the words barely more than a whisper. But perhaps they're enough. Perhaps the tether of shared fear can hold us steady. And then, the growl transforms into a roar, feral, primal, reverberating off the cold stone walls. It's a sound that rattles the very core of my being, a visceral reminder of the beast lurking just beyond the darkness. I can feel Asteria's pulse quicken, matching the rhythm of my own dread. In that moment, we are bound not just by fear, but by a shared understanding of the fragility of our existence. Do you hear that? She breathes, her voice trembling like an autumn leaf clinging to its branch. What if it's waiting for us? I close my eyes, the weight of uncertainty pressing against my chest like an iron anchor. A memory surfaces, one of those silly stories from childhood, a cautionary tale about a girl who wandered too far, who danced too close to the flames. I see her face, a reflection of Asteria's now, vibrant and alive, yet marred by the shadow of what could become. It's not just the Minotaur we fear, it's the very nature of our souls, the darkness, the secrets, the pain we bury deep within. If we turn back now, we'll never know, I say, struggling against the tide of fear, desperate to find courage in the chaos. We have to face him. We have to find Theseus. My voice wavers, but I push on, urging her forward, despite the creeping dread that threatens to swallow us whole. With each step deeper into the labyrinth, I feel the walls close in, the shadows stretch, morphing into twisted shapes that mock our resolve. The air grows thick, electric with unspoken truths and unshed tears, binding us together in a tapestry woven from fear and hope. The Minotaur is not just a monster, he is a manifestation of our deepest fears, our failures, our regrets, the parts of ourselves we dare not face. As we plunge further into the darkness, I can feel the pulse of the labyrinth quicken, the heartbeat of something ancient and powerful echoing around us. It's as if the walls themselves are alive, breathing in our fear, exhaling our despair. I remember the stories I once told, how these walls could contain a monster, but what if they also house our own demons? What if we are the Minotaur, hidden beneath layers of flesh and bone, waiting for the light to expose our truth? Asteria breathes in sharp gasps beside me, her resolve wavering, and I know, whatever awaits us at the heart of this labyrinth, it isn't just the Minotaur we will confront, it is ourselves. The air was heavy, the weight of shadows creeping against stone walls, each inch of darkness a silent witness to the unfolding chaos. Somewhere in the labyrinth of the mind, I heard the heartbeat of the Minotaur, slow, deliberate, echoing in my chest like the distant toll of a death knell. I was trapped in a maze of my own making, and the walls were closing in. "Where are you?" The voice trembled, fragile as glass, as I stumbled forward, every step a prayer against the silence. Mara, with her fiery hair and haunted eyes, stood at the entrance of the path I dared not take, her breath shallow, filled with the acrid taste of fear. "He knows," she whispered, a shiver running down her spine. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of uncertainty, of memories too painful to grasp. She was a survivor, yet every moment felt like a moment lost in time, a reminder of the labyrinthine past that entwined us like ivy, suffocating yet beautiful. I remember the first time I saw her, her laughter spilling over like sunlight in a darkened world. We were young then, lost souls playing games with fate, oblivious to the monster lurking in the shadows. Now, that laughter was drowned beneath the roar of the Minotaur, a creature born of nightmares, flesh and fury intertwined. In the distance, I could hear the growls, a guttural sound that shook the air, urging me to run, yet I stood paralyzed by the weight of my choices. Because then there was Leo, my brother, a beacon in the storm, yet so deeply flawed. His obsession with conquering the beast had twisted him into something unrecognizable. "I will face him," he had declared, pride brimming in his voice, but I saw the desperation lurking just beneath the surface. "Leo, you can't!" I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. "He's not just a beast. He's our past, our fears made flesh." But Leo wore his courage like armor, and I was the coward, the one who stood by watching as he charged into darkness, brandishing hope like a sword. And now, as the air thickened with a tangible dread, I was torn between two worlds, one where I could save Leo, and another where I could save myself. The walls of the labyrinth twisted in my mind, and I could almost feel the Minotaur's breath against my neck, hot and heavy, a reminder of everything I could not face. "Why are we doing this?" Mara's voice trembled as she looked up at me, tears glistening like fallen stars. "What if we're just feeding the monster? What if there's no escape?" Her words hung heavy, like a noose tightening around my heart, and I could feel the pulse of the labyrinth quicken, its rhythm synced with my own. I wanted to tell her we were not just chasing shadows, we were fighting the specter of our own despair. But how could I explain that to someone whose dreams were haunted by the same beast? In the realms of film and literature, the Minotaur is often a symbol, a metaphor for our darkest fears, our hidden desires, yet here, in this moment, he was so much more. He was terror incarnate, devouring hope, leaving behind nothing but echoes of who we once were. I remember running through the dark corridors of my mind, each corner a choice, each turn a chance for redemption. But what if redemption was just another illusion, a mirage in the desert of our making? The walls felt like they were closing in, and the growls grew louder, primal and fierce. Leo's laughter rang in my ears, but it was twisted, mangled by desperation. "I am the hero," he had said, but in his eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt. There was a darkness there, a reflection of the Minotaur itself. As I turned, I caught a glimpse of his silhouette emerging from the shadows, and my heart raced. "Leo!" I shouted, but the sound was swallowed by the labyrinth, leaving nothing but a bitter echo. The Minotaur stood between us, a grotesque tapestry woven from the threads of our fears and failures. I could see the pain etched into its features, a tragedy mirrored in my brother's own face. "Fight me!" Leo cried, rage spilling from his lips like a torrent, but the beast was not just a creature of flesh, it was the embodiment of everything we were too afraid to confront. It roared, a sound that shook the very foundation of our reality, and I felt the world sway beneath my feet. Mara reached for me, her fingers trembling as they brushed against my arm. "We can't let him do this," she pleaded, but I felt the pull of the abyss, a dark void whispering promises of salvation. In that moment, the choice was mine, and I was both terrified and exhilarated. "Leo!" I shouted again, my voice raw with emotion. "You don't have to do this." But the Minotaur charged, and time froze, a breath caught in the throat of fate. As the dark shadow loomed, I felt the boundaries of time blur. Clocks ticked away the seconds, each chime a reminder of the lives we held in our hands. The labyrinth itself became a living entity, pulsating with the rhythm of our hearts, an echo of dreams intertwined with nightmares. I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down on me, the vastness of our existence collapsing into this singular moment. I was drowning in emotion, in love and fear and regret. The Minotaur was not just a monster, he was the flesh of our memories, the echo of our choices reverberating through time. In that heartbeat of terror, I understood every story, every moment, is a journey through the labyrinth of the soul, where the monsters we face are often reflections of our deepest selves. And as I stood on the precipice of the unknown, I realized that the only way out was through, a path forged from the flames of our fears and desires. The Minotaur roared again, shaking the very earth beneath us, but within that roar was a truth so profound it sent shivers down my spine, a truth I could not ignore. The labyrinth was alive, and so were we, entwined in a dance of fear and hope, love and loss, caught in an unending spiral of fate that echoed through the ages. And so I stood at the edge of the abyss, heart racing, breath coming in ragged gasps, ready to confront the monster that was both within and without. And as the shadows crept closer, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, a burden I was finally ready to embrace. The air hung thick with dust, a choking haze that clung to the throat like a forgotten scream. I crouched in the ruins of a world long buried, the shadows of ancient stone whispering secrets too terrible to grasp. The flicker of my lantern cast a trembling light on the crumbling walls, revealing faint remnants of murals, labyrinthine patterns, and ghostly figures that seemed to writhe in the corners of my vision. I felt it, a pulse beneath the earth, a heart beating in time with my own, echoing the dread of history repeating itself. In that moment, I wasn't just an archaeologist, I was a trespasser in a sinister tale, a voyeur of violence wrapped in the soft embrace of myth. It was not just the Minotaur that haunted these halls, but the souls of those who had come before me, echoing through the corridors of time. I shivered, not from the chill of the stone, but from the thoughts of what lay beneath, what had been sacrificed, what had been lost. And then there was Elena, my partner in this grotesque dance with history, her eyes wide, haunted, as she traced the outline of a figure, a sacrifice or a horror, it was hard to tell which. "Look," she whispered, though the reverberations of her voice felt like a thunderclap in the silence. "It's real. It's all real." Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the wall, where the painted blood of offerings still seemed to glisten in the dim light. Elena was a fervent believer in the power of the past, her convictions rooted in a childhood spent poring over tales of gods and monsters. Yet, here, amidst the dust and decay, her faith was wavering. I could see the cracks forming in her belief, the way her breath hitched as the weight of the Minotaur story settled upon her shoulders. I remembered the nights we spent laughing over the absurdity of ancient rituals, the humor we found in a world so different, yet so achingly the same. But now, the laughter felt like a distant memory, fading like the echoes of footsteps in the labyrinth. Beside her stood Marcus, my mentor, a man who had devoted his life to excavating the truth buried beneath centuries of myth. But as each fragment of pottery crumbled beneath his fingers, I saw the frustration etched into the lines of his face. "It's not just a story, it's a warning," he said, his voice a gravelly whisper that sent shivers down my spine. "We think we're untouchable, but history has a way of catching up." His eyes darted around the room, paranoid, as if the shadows themselves were listening, waiting to pull him into the depths of his own fears. I remember how the labyrinth felt alive, a pulsating entity with its own desires, like a predator stalking its prey. Each turn felt laden with threat, each silence throbbing with the weight of anticipation. What would we find next? What horrors? What truths? The darkness pressed close, a suffocating embrace that gnawed at my insides, turning my stomach, fueling a dread that I couldn't shake off. And then came the sound. A low growl that rumbled through the earth, reverberating against the very bones of the labyrinth. My heart raced as I exchanged a glance with Elena, her eyes wide, pupils dilated in terror. What was that? She breathed, the whispered words barely escaping her lips. Marcus grabbed her arm, tightly, fear creeping into his voice. It's just the wind, just the wind. But we all knew that wasn't true. The labyrinth was stirring, awakening to our presence, as if it had been lying in wait for centuries, ready to reclaim its secrets, ready to feast. I could feel the dread clawing at my throat as we descended deeper, the darkness thickening around us, wrapping us in a shroud of unease. Every step I took felt heavier than the last, as if the weight of ancient sins pressed down on my shoulders. Memories flooded my mind, of whispered warnings from elders, of children cowering from shadows at dusk, of the tales told by firesides, where the Minotaur lurked just beyond the flickering light, waiting for the next sacrifice. Elena! I shouted, my voice breaking through the thick silence. What if this is it? What if we're the offerings? The words burst from me unbidden, raw and primal, a confession of the fear that quaked through my bones. Marcus turned sharply, his expression unreadable, but I could feel the unease radiating from him. Was it the Minotaur that haunted him, or was it the realization that we might not be able to escape this labyrinth, might become just another footnote in its bloody history? Stop it! Elena's voice cracked, fury flaring in her eyes. We are not sacrifices. We are the seekers. But as she said it, a tremor wavered in her voice, a flicker of doubt that threatened to snuff out her defiance. I wanted to believe her, to cling to hope like a lifebuoy in a storm, but the shadows whispered otherwise. They beckoned, lured by our fear, promising an answer, a release, but at what cost? And then, suddenly, the ground beneath us trembled, a violent shudder that sent us sprawling. The walls groaned, ancient stones breaking loose and crashing to the earth. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat of terror echoing in my ears. My breath came in sharp gasps, and I could taste the dust, gritty and bitter, choking me from inside out. Run! Marcus yelled, and we scrambled to our feet, darting through the maze of stone, the echoes of our panic chasing us. But the labyrinth was alive now, twisting and shifting, each turn leading us deeper into its embrace. The shadows danced mockingly around us, as if the Minotaur himself was watching, waiting for the moment when we would falter, when our spirits would break. I felt the weight of our choices, the past coursing through my veins, dragging me back to a place I never wanted to return. In that fleeting moment of clarity, I understood that we were not just searching for the Minotaur. We were digging into the very heart of our humanity, wrestling with the monsters that dwell within. The truth is, we all carry that darkness, that hunger for sacrifice, and the labyrinth was merely a reflection of our own souls. Would we escape, or would we become a part of the story, a fleeting memory lost to time, whispered through the ages? The labyrinth beckoned, an intoxicating promise wrapped in shadows. And as we stumbled deeper into the abyss, I felt the relentless pull of history drawing me in, a siren's call that promised to consume us whole. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, and I knew, in the marrow of my bones, that this was only the beginning. The Minotaur was waiting. Somewhere in the darkness, the heart of the labyrinth thumped with anticipation, a heartbeat echoing the chaos of our existences. We would face it. Or perhaps, it would face us. The air was thick with a tension that crackled like static, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Shadows danced across the cold, stone walls of the labyrinth, twisting and contorting with each flickering flame. The flickers were the only light in this suffocating darkness, casting grotesque silhouettes that seemed to mock the very essence of humanity. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching, as the echo of distant footsteps reverberated through the tunnel, growing closer, each step a thunderclap against the drum of my anxious heart. I remember the stories, tales of the Minotaur, half-man, half-beast, a creature of monstrous loneliness, imprisoned in these winding corridors. Did he feel the weight of isolation wrapping around him like a shroud? Did he, too, wake in the middle of the night, the ghost of his own heartache suffocating him? I shivered, a cold sweat trickling down my spine as I thought of him, a reflection of the other, that part of us we fear, the part of us we deny. Then, there was Asterius, my brother. A boy who had once been full of laughter and mischief, now trapped in his own darkness, wrestling with shadows I could not see. I could hear his breath quivering, feel the tremor in his hands as we pressed onward into the unknown. He was always the brave one, the fearless knight charging into battle, but now, as we faced the labyrinth's gaping maw, I saw the cracks in his armor, the vulnerability he wore like a second skin. "It's just a story," he said, though his voice wavered, betraying the truth. We were both terrified, clinging to the fabric of our resolve as if it were the last thread in a fraying tapestry. "We can't go back," I whispered, a mantra that echoed through the silence, the finality of it wrapping around us like a noose. The labyrinth loomed larger than life, an architectural beast with teeth made of stone, hungry for the unwary. I thought of the countless souls who had entered and never returned, their dreams suffocated in the dark corners of despair. But did they not go willingly? Did they not seek the thrill of the other, the monster lurking deep within their own souls? The walls closed in as we tread deeper, the air thickening with the scent of decay. I could feel the pulse of the labyrinth, a heartbeat in sync with my own, a reminder that we were not alone, that something primal, something ancient, was watching us, waiting. "What if he's not a monster?" I said suddenly, the thought tumbling from my lips before I could catch it. "What if he's just as scared as we are?" Asterius paused, his breath hitching in the silence. "What if he's worse?" His voice was low, gravelly, the weight of the world behind it, fear, doubt, the unrelenting pressure of expectations. I wanted to tell him that we were all monsters in our own right, that the lines between good and evil blurred in the chaos of existence. But the words caught in my throat, like the laughter we once shared, stifled by the enormity of the moment. I remember the first time I heard the tale of the Minotaur, a bedtime story turned nightmare, echoing in my youthful imagination. A creature so foreign, so grotesque, yet I felt an inexplicable kinship, a mirror reflecting my own fears, my own inadequacies. The laughter of children faded into whispers of fear as the story unfolded, painted in vivid colors that seared into my memory. "He kills, he feasts on the flesh of the innocent," they warned, but I couldn't help but wonder what drove him to madness. Was he born of darkness, or crafted by the cruel hands of fate? Suddenly, the ground trembled, a reverberation that rattled my bones. Asterius lunged forward, his hand gripping my wrist, his eyes wide with terror. "Did you hear that?" he hissed, the urgency igniting a primal instinct within me. I nodded, my heart racing, every fiber of my being urging me to flee, but where would we go? The labyrinth was a maze of despair, each path leading to the unknown, each corner a potential death sentence. The darkness felt alive, swirling around us, suffocating and electric. I could almost hear the whispers, the echoes of souls lost to time, begging for release, for understanding. Did they see their lives reflected in the Minotaur, a fractured image of their own insecurities? I was drowning in the weight of my thoughts, in the haunting realization that the monster was not just a beast but a manifestation of every hurt, every guilt, every dark desire we dared not acknowledge. And then, a roar split the silence, raw and primal, reverberating through the stone walls like a thunderous clap. My heart stopped, the sound crashing over me like a wave, dragging me under. It was a sound of anguish, of pain, of a soul tormented by its own existence. Asterius flinched, pulling me closer, and for a fleeting moment, I felt his fear wrap around us like a protective cloak, a bond forged through shared terror. Maybe he's just waiting for someone to understand, I gasped, the words tumbling from my lips in a desperate attempt to grasp at the humanity hidden beneath the surface of this beast. But Asterius shook his head, the flicker of hope extinguished in his eyes. Or maybe he's hungry. As the sound of the roar faded, an eerie silence settled over us, heavy and oppressive. I could feel the pulse of the labyrinth quickening, a reminder that we were not alone, something was out there, lurking, waiting to pounce. My mind raced, spiraling through memories of laughter and light, the fleeting moments of joy twisting into a nightmare as the reality of our situation clawed at my sanity. I could almost see it now, the Minotaur, his massive figure silhouetted against the dim light, a tragic hero imbued with rage, sadness, and longing. What did it mean to be the other? To be cast aside, condemned for the very essence of existence. We were all monsters in our own right, weren't we? Bound by the chains of expectation, shackled by the fear of rejection. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows whispering secrets, the darkness beckoning me closer to the edge of understanding. As we moved deeper into the belly of the labyrinth, I could sense the danger coiling around us, and yet a strange exhilaration surged through my veins, a thrill born from the understanding that to confront the other was to confront the truth lurking within ourselves. With every heartbeat, we drew nearer to the final confrontation, the pulse of the labyrinth echoing our own dread, our own desires. In that moment, as the labyrinth trembled and the shadows flickered, we were not just seeking the Minotaur, we were seeking ourselves. And perhaps, in that dark, twisted reality, we would find the courage to face the monster within, to confront the chaos that lay hidden beneath the surface. Time twisted like the maze around us, each second dragging into eternity, the weight of the world pressing down on our shoulders as we fought against the impending darkness. I could feel it, the inevitable collision of our fears and desires, the clash of light and shadow waiting just beyond the next turn. In this moment, we were all lost souls, wandering the labyrinth of our own making, searching for redemption, for understanding, for the heart of the mother. The sound of bones cracking echoes in the labyrinth, a sickly symphony that punctuates the silence. The Minotaur, a beast caught between man and myth, roams with a hunger that could consume worlds. I can feel it, the tension in the air, a palpable charge, like static before a storm. The walls pulse with secrets, shadows stretching like grasping hands. I'm not just observing, I'm ensnared, heart racing, breath quickening, feeling the dread seep into every pore. I remember Ariadne, her eyes fierce and full of fire, a spark against this morbid backdrop. Her hands trembled as she grasped the thread, a lifeline woven with dreams tangled in despair. She stood at the edge of the labyrinth, poised between love and fear, the weight of her family's history pressing down like a stone. Her heart screamed for Theseus, the hero wrapped in glistening armor, but it also whispered the truth, she would be the one to save him. Not a knight in shining armor, but a woman weaving destiny with fragile thread, a delicate and dangerous act of rebellion. The way the thread slipped through her fingers felt like fate unspooling. The air is thick with the scent of dread, the stench of fear mingled with the metallic tang of blood. I remember the whispers in the darkness, the stories told by flickering candlelight, tales of men who forget their mothers, of women who suffocate under the weight of expectations. Theseus, the paragon of masculinity, a warrior forged in the fires of glory, yet burdened by the spectre of his own making. He enters the labyrinth, not just for glory, but to conquer not only the beast but also the shadows of his own insecurities that loom larger than any monster. Every heartbeat echoes like a war drum as I watch him navigate the twisting passageways, each turn a reflection of his inner turmoil. The maze is not just a physical construct, it's a labyrinth of masculinity, steeped in the myths that demand he be brave, unflinching, a conqueror. But beneath that bravado lies a churning ocean of fear, insecurity, and doubt. Will he emerge victorious? Or will he succumb to his own monstrous nature, becoming the very thing he set out to slay? And then there's Pasiphaë, mother of the beast, a tragic figure trapped in a web of her own making, a queen whose desires turned grotesque. She loved the wrong man, and the curse of her love became her torment, transforming her into a vessel for monstrous birth. I remember how her laughter echoed through the palace halls, vibrant and haunting, a reminder of her humanity swallowed by the abyss. She is not merely a monster's mother, she is a woman consumed by the weight of her own desires, a victim of patriarchal narratives that reduced her to mere myth. Her heart, once a vibrant tapestry of hopes and dreams, now hangs in tatters, like the remnants of a once beautiful painting left to fade in the dark. I feel the tension between Theseus and Ariadne crackle like lightning, electric and charged with possibility. He is drawn to her, the promise of liberation entwined with his hero's journey. But he doesn't see her for who she truly is, a firebrand, a warrior in her own right, sacrificing everything for a man who may never understand the depths of her sacrifice. The thread she gives him is more than a lifeline, it's her very essence, a piece of herself offered in the hope that he will honor the bond they share. But what does he know of her struggles, of the battles fought quietly in the shadows while he brandishes a sword in the light? The heart-wrenching moment arrives, a flash of betrayal as Theseus abandons Ariadne on the shore, leaving her to wrestle with the ghosts of her choices. I can feel her heartbreak resonating in the walls of the labyrinth, a haunting melody that pierces the silence. She stands alone, a spectre on the beach, watching his ship sail away. It's more than physical abandonment, it's a shattering of the self, an echo of centuries of women cast aside, their strength rendered invisible, their voices drowned out by the tide of history. I remember the salty tears mingling with the sea, a storm brewing within her, a tempest of rage and sorrow that threatens to consume her. But the labyrinth is not merely a stage for their tragedies, it mirrors the complexities of gender roles entwined in the fabric of their stories. Theseus, the hero, is shackled by the expectations of masculinity that demand he be ruthless, an executioner of myth. His struggles reflect the ancient battle of man against monster, but what happens when the monster is simply a reflection of his own fears? And Ariadne, caught in the throes of love and desperation, embodies the fierce resilience of women who refuse to be mere footnotes in the tales of men. She is both creator and destroyer, lover and fighter, a paradox made flesh. In the echoing silence of the labyrinth, as the Minotaur roams, I can sense the culmination of their paths converging. The clash of ideals, the haunting echoes of gender roles manifested in flesh and bone, all spiraling toward a cataclysmic confrontation. The air is thick with anticipation, the walls closing in, a reminder that the labyrinth itself is alive, breathing with the collective pain and triumph of those who have walked its paths before. As the tension mounts, I am suspended in this moment, where their stories intertwine with a dizzying intensity, a reflection of the eternal struggle that defines humanity. The Minotaur, a creature born of despair and desire, embodies the very essence of conflict, between love and hate, freedom and captivity, man and woman. In this space, where myth and reality blur, we are confronted with the raw, unfiltered truth of our existence. A truth that echoes through time, haunting us with the spectre of our choices. I can feel the heartbeat of the labyrinth synchronizing with my own, a relentless reminder that these stories are not confined to the pages of antiquity. They pulse in our veins, reverberating in our lives, reminding us that the battles fought in the shadows are as real as those in the light. There's no resolution here, only a continuation, a spiral of emotion, of tension, of lives intertwined and destinies colliding in a dance as old as time. So, as the walls close in, and shadows stretch like fingers grasping for solace, I am left on the precipice, suspended between the clamor of gender roles and the haunting echoes of myth, feeling every heartbeat, every breath that whispers the promise of what is yet to come. The labyrinth is not just a story, it is a living, breathing entity, entwined with our very souls, the music of our struggles echoing through the ages. The air hangs thick and oppressive, a leaden weight pressing down, as if the very atmosphere knows the dread that simmers beneath skin and bone. In the darkened labyrinth, the combination of sweat and fear creates a slick film over everything. The walls pulse, breathing with the grotesque rhythm of a heart long since turned to stone. Each echo of my footfall sends tremors through the bowels of this monster of a maze, and I wonder if I am the one lost, or if the labyrinth itself has come alive, hunting me as I stumble through its serpentine passages. I remember the faint flicker of torches, wavering shadows dancing like phantoms, whispering secrets of despair. There is a rustling in the darkness, a haunting sound that gnaws at the edges of my sanity. I turn, and it's there, a hulking figure, half man, half beast, its eyes twin pools of malevolence that glint with hunger and knowledge of my deepest fears. The Minotaur, the demon of my past, my shame, my anger. Every moment of weakness crystallized in its gaze. And in the periphery, there's Ariadne, watching. Her heart beats like a drum, a frantic rhythm that counters the slow march of inevitability. She is the light to my dark, the flicker of hope that keeps me clawing at my own soul. Her strength is a blade, sharp and relentless. But even she has her secrets, her demons lurking just behind the sweetness of her smile. She knows what I've done, she knows the truth of the monster I've become. Her fingers twitch, as if she could grasp my remorse and pull it from me. Stay, she whispers, the word cracking like thunder in the silence. I know what she means. Stay with me. Don't let the darkness consume you. I can't help but wish for that simplicity, that innocence we once shared, a time when love felt like a gentle breeze instead of a tempest tearing through our lives. I remember days spent laughing beneath sun-drenched skies, untainted by the weight of my sins. But laughter is a cruel joke now, echoing hollow in the caverns of my mind. The Minotaur growls, a rumbling echo that vibrates through the stone and bone. It is anger and grief, a primal rage that pours from me. I pace, feeling the heat of my shame rise, a fever that threatens to consume me whole. What do you want from me? I scream, the words ricocheting off the walls, but the beast only grins, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth that could tear flesh from bone. It feeds on my fear, my guilt, my self-loathing, and I realize I've invited it in. This monster is not merely a creature of flesh, it is my worst impulses made real, a reflection of every dark thought I've ever harbored. Ariadne steps forward, her courage a flickering candle against the storms raging within me. You have to face it, she says, her voice steady, yet laced with an undercurrent of fear. You have to confront the truth. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. To face my demons is to march into the jaws of oblivion, to uncover the darkness festering inside me. The Minotaur snorts, nostrils flaring, and suddenly, I am a child again, hiding beneath my bed, terrified of the shadows that creep along the floor. But what if I cannot? I whisper, more to myself than anyone. Ariadne's eyes pierce through the darkness, filled with an unfathomable depth of love mixed with sorrow. She knows the battles I've fought. She understands the scars that line my heart. Then we fight together, she replies, and I feel the swell of her spirit wrap around me, a shield against the chaos lurking in the corners. I can see the fear in her eyes, too, a fear of losing me, of losing ourselves to the abyss. With each breath, the weight of her gaze anchors me as I steel myself for what lies ahead. The Minotaur snarls, lunging forward, and the ground quakes beneath us. I can feel its rage, a roiling tempest that threatens to sweep me away. But I stand firm, heart pounding, blood rushing in my ears. I will not be a prisoner in my own mind. I roar, a declaration that reverberates through the labyrinth, echoing against the stone walls, shaking loose the dust of long-buried memories. The beast pauses, its monstrous face contorting in confusion as if my defiance has caught it off guard. And in that fleeting moment, I see the truth. This creature is as much a part of me as my own heartbeat, a manifestation of the anger I've let fester, the guilt I've buried under layers of self-deception. I remember the nights spent drowning in self-pity, the times I let doubt creep in and erode my spirit. Face it! Ariadne's voice breaks through the turmoil. Face your fears. Her words are a lifeline, pulling me back from the precipice. I grasp them, hold on tight, and I realize that to confront the Minotaur is not to simply fight, but to understand. Understanding is a weapon sharper than any blade, capable of cutting through the tangled mess of my soul. The creature shifts, its monstrous form trembling, and I step forward, feeling the heat radiating from its body. You are not my enemy, I murmur, and those words hang in the air like a fragile hope. The Minotaur blinks, and for the briefest moment, I see a flicker of recognition in its eyes, a shared sorrow, a moment of understanding. And then it charges. I brace myself, heart racing, but instead of fear, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. I am not just a lost soul in a labyrinth, but a warrior emerging from the shadows of my own despair. I won't let the darkness define me. I will not be the prisoner of my own making. The Minotaur and I clash, a cacophony of rage and pain, but amid the chaos, I sense something shifting. The lines between beast and man blur, and I realize we are fighting for the same thing, redemption. Ariadne stands by my side, her spirit intertwined with mine, and together we face our demons. The beast roars, a cry that pierces the silence, shaking the very foundations of this labyrinth. And as we clash, the world around us fades, leaving only the pulse of our hearts, the weight of our regrets, and the faint trickle of hope that breathes life into the darkness. I remember moments in time colliding, I remember love intertwined with fear and pain, but in this whirlwind of emotions, there is strength. In this maze of shadows, we are not lost, but transformed, forever intertwined in a dance with our inner demons. And so we fight, endlessly entangled in this battle, where every heartbeat resonates through the stone walls, echoing into the void, leading us into whatever lies ahead. The air hung thick, charged with dread, as the heavy door creaked open. Shadows clung to the damp stone walls of the labyrinth like vengeful whispers, each corner hiding secrets darker than the night. Heart pounding, I stepped inside, knowing the beast awaited, its hunger palpable, each heartbeat echoing my own, a cruel reminder of mortality. The silence was deafening, it pressed against my chest, suffocating. I could almost taste the salt of my own fear, it lingered on my lips, bitter and sharp. I remember the stories, the flickering flames of the campfire illuminating my childhood friends' faces, eyes wide with horror as they spoke of the Minotaur, a creature born of human ambition and monstrous lust. It's just a story, I had laughed, an excuse for why we don't go into dark places. But now, standing at the entrance, I was no longer a skeptical child. I was prey, hunted by the very myth I had dismissed. Then there was Theo, my brother, standing at the edge of the labyrinth, the light fading from his eyes. He was my anchor, always the brave one, the one who ventured where I dared not tread. I could see the tremor in his hands as he gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white. "We can't turn back," he whispered, though his voice wavered. "We have to find her." Her. The name hung between us like an unspoken prayer. Ariadne, our sister, lost in the twisted corridors of flesh and bone, sacrificed to satiate the insatiable. The thought of her, alone in the darkness, made my stomach twist, each memory a blade carving deeper. I remembered her laughter, the way it danced through the air like sunlit petals, and the warmth of her embrace. It was a warmth that felt like home, now extinguished, leaving only the cold aftermath. I could still hear her voice echoing in my mind, urging us to fight against despair. "Don't you dare lose hope," she would shout, her eyes ablaze with defiance. But hope felt like a cruel joke now, a flickering flame in a cyclone of shadows. "Ariadne," I breathed, the name a prayer, a curse, a lifeline tethered to the abyss. As we stepped deeper into the labyrinth, I could feel the walls closing in, squeezing the air from my lungs. With every step, the architecture of despair nestled closer, twisting and warping, echoing the chaos in my heart. The whispers of the past taunted me, remnants of those who wandered these halls before. Fate is a cruel mistress, they seemed to say, their voices melding with the soft patter of dripping water, creating an unsettling symphony of despair. Theo moved with purpose, but I could see the cracks forming in his armor. The bravado was a facade, crumbling with each footfall. "We'll find her," he insisted, but I heard the doubt beneath his words, a tremor that clawed at my resolve. "We have to." I wanted to scream, to rip off the mask and expose the fear that lay beneath his brave exterior. Why couldn't he see it? The Minotaur was not merely a beast, it was the embodiment of our nightmares, the chaos of our lives. It was hunger personified, and in that moment, I understood the horror of our lineage. We were all hybrids, stitched together from the remnants of our own failures. "Keep moving," I urged him, trying to mask the tremor in my own voice. But my heart raced as we turned a corner, the darkness thickening like a storm cloud, pregnant with dread. And then, just like that, the air changed. A low growl rumbled through the stone, vibrating in my bones. The Minotaur was awake. I could see the glint of its eyes, twin orbs of malice, shining like polished obsidian beneath the flickering torchlight. My breath caught in my throat, a strangled gasp, as fear wrapped its icy fingers around my spine. "Theo, run!" I screamed, the primal instinct to flee surging through me. But he stood rooted, paralyzed by the creature's presence. In that moment, time twisted, and I was lost in a swirl of memories. I remembered our childhood, scaring each other with ghost stories, daring each other to enter dark corners of our home. And now, the true ghost was here, a tangible nightmare, a horrific realization of all our fears manifested. I reached for Theo, but it was too late. The beast surged forward, muscles rippling beneath skin stretched too tight. Then I saw it, the horns, the savage strength of its body, and the twisted visage that was both human and animal, a grotesque reminder of our failings. It was the Minotaur, but it was also us, flawed, lost, forever chasing redemption in the shadows of our own making. "Fight!" I shouted, and for an instant, the urgency of my voice broke through his stupor. He charged forward, sword raised, but I could see the hesitation in his eyes, This was no mere beast, this was our legacy, a creature born of our blood and shame. Each slash of his blade felt like a betrayal, each roar of the creature a reminder that we were not fighting just for Ariadne, but against the very monsters that lived within us. The clash echoed through the labyrinth, a cacophony of steel and growls, a dance of desperation and rage. I remember the warmth of blood, the metallic taste that mingled with the salt of my tears. The creature was relentless, a force of nature, its roar shaking the very stones. And yet, beneath the horror, beneath the chaos, I felt a surge of something else, a flicker of hope. But hope was a tempest, wild and dangerous. It thrummed in my heart, urging me to act, to do something, anything. The labyrinth morphed around me, each turn a new fear, every echo a reminder of the stakes. I thought of Ariadne, her laughter, her courage, her strength. For Ariadne! I cried, my voice piercing the gloom as I lunged forward. And then I felt it, the bond, an energy I had never known. The Minotaur, our past, our fears, our legacy, it surged through the air, a swirling tempest that connected us all, binding us in this chaotic dance of life and death. We were not just fighting a beast, we were confronting ourselves, and in that confrontation, we would either rise or shatter. Stay with me! I yelled, desperation clawing at my throat. The darkness whispered, the shadows danced, and we were caught in a whirlwind of our own making. The Minotaur charged, and the labyrinth seemed to twist and bend, a living entity that sought to consume us. In that moment, as the creature bore down upon us, the world narrowed to a singular focus, the struggle for survival, the fight against the shadows that threatened to engulf our very souls. We were hybrids of hope and despair, caught in an eternal cycle that refused to let go. All I knew was this: the labyrinth would not claim us without a fight. I remember standing at the edge of the labyrinth, an unholy silence pressing in like a thick fog, suffocating, tangled. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and something sweeter, a hint of dread that clung to my skin. In the shadows, I could almost hear the Minotaur's breath, deep and guttural, a promise of chaos lurking just beyond the light. How did we get here, in this twisting maze of our own making? How did we trap ourselves in the womb of our darkest fears? There was always something slightly absurd about our obsession with monsters. Like kids playing dress up in their parents' old clothes, we donned our fears like capes, delighted but terrified by the power they held. And yet, here I was, a child in a world gone mad, trying to find my way through the tangled thoughts of a fractured mind. My name is Oliver, but in this moment, I could have been anyone, just another soul lost in the labyrinth of existence. Then, there was Elise. Her eyes, wide with a mix of fear and determination, mirrored my own. She was fighting her demons, the ones that whispered insidiously, promising safety in surrender. But surrender was a lie, a trap. She clutched a tattered notebook to her chest, as if it could shield her from the Minotaur. I remember when I thought I could contain it, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, quivering like a fragile leaf in the wind. But every time I try, it breaks loose, more powerful than before. I wanted to tell her that we were not alone, that the shadows were just as frightened of us, but the words tangled in my throat. My own memories clawed at me, non-linear flashes of darkness and light, like broken shards of glass. I remembered my father, his voice a distant echo, warning me of the monsters that lived beneath the surface. They are real, Oliver, he had said, the Minotaur is a part of you. And in that moment, as Elise's eyes searched mine for hope, I realized the truth. The Minotaur wasn't just a beast lurking in the dark, it was the embodiment of every fear, every regret, every moment that felt too heavy to bear. It was the rage that boiled beneath my skin and the pain that wrapped around my heart like creeping ivy. We were all trapped in our labyrinths, each twist and turn a reflection of our own psyche, the walls closing in with every heartbeat. I felt it then, the pulse of something ancient, something raw. The labyrinth was alive, breathing, its walls shifting, taunting us with the possibility of escape. Oliver, Elise whispered, her voice trembling. What if we can't find our way out? The question hung heavy in the air, a noose tightening around our throats. I remember the night I first understood the Minotaur's grip, the moment I found myself screaming into the void, desperate for a release that never came. Face it, I said, fear clawing at my insides. We have to confront it. But confronting the Minotaur meant looking into the eyes of our own fears, our own failures. I had seen Elise break before, pieces of her scattered like autumn leaves. What if it consumes us? She asked, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. The truth was, it already had, slowly, insidiously, feeding on our silent screams. The walls of the labyrinth echoed with the sound of a heartbeat, steady, relentless, a drumbeat of despair that seemed to synchronize with my own. We took a step forward, then another, the path winding like the coils of a serpent, each turn a reminder of our struggles, our pain. And then I saw it, the shadow, massive and hulking, shifting just beyond the edge of the flickering light. The Minotaur, a grotesque figure of muscle and horn, stood at the center of our fears, waiting, watching. Elise, hold on to me, I said, my voice firm yet trembling, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. I felt her grip tighten, her fingers digging into my arm like a mantra. She was here, she was real, and we were in this together. Together, we could tether our fears, confront the beast that had haunted us through sleepless nights and endless days. I remember the roar that erupted from the Minotaur, primal and bone-chilling, shaking the very foundations of our minds. It was a challenge, a declaration that we could either cower in the shadows or rise to meet the darkness head-on. This is our labyrinth. I screamed into the void, my voice cracking, the sound reverberating like thunder in the stillness. You do not own us. In that moment, I saw Elise's face transform, fear twisted into determination, resolve blazing in her eyes. Together, she echoed, and I felt the weight of her words settle like armor over our hearts. We stepped forward, into the eye of the storm, into the chaos that awaited us. The Minotaur charged, a tempest of fury and despair, and we stood our ground. I remember the feeling of adrenaline coursing through my veins, a wild surge that propelled us forward. Our fears were not separate, not just shadows dancing at the periphery of our minds, they were intertwined, a tapestry of rage and grief, love and loss. In the throes of confrontation, I felt the labyrinth shift again, walls trembling under the weight of our defiance. The boundaries that had confined us began to dissolve, revealing a truth that was both terrifying and liberating. The Minotaur roared, but now it was a sound of desperation, the beast realizing its hold was slipping. Elise! I cried, as we pushed deeper into the heart of our fears. We can't let it win. The world around us blurred, dreams and memories swirling like leaves in a storm. I could hear the ticking of a clock somewhere, time itself bending and warping, reminding us that we were running out of moments to face our truth. This was not just a battle with a creature of legend, it was a reckoning with ourselves, a chance to confront the ghosts that whispered in the dark. It was a dance with madness, a pull between light and shadow. The Minotaur was both a monster and a mirror, reflecting every flaw, every scar we bore. And in that chaos, Elise and I found something unexpected, a flicker of understanding, a spark of hope that ignited the corners of our souls. Perhaps it wasn't about conquering the Minotaur but embracing it, recognizing that we were both hunter and hunted, light and dark, all entwined in the great fabric of our shared humanity. But just as the realization began to settle, the walls of the labyrinth shifted again, a reminder that our journey was far from over, and the truth of the Minotaur awaited, just out of reach, in the darkness that beckoned us to delve deeper. The air thickens with dread as I stand on the precipice of the labyrinth, the stench of damp stone and despair seeping into my skin like poison. My heart thrums, a frantic drumbeat, each pulse a reminder of what lies ahead, the echo of ancient whispers clawing at the edges of my sanity. I am not alone. Beside me, Ariadne's breath hitches, a terrified bird caught in a net, her eyes wide, glassy, reflecting the dim light of the torch that flickers like the last vestige of hope. She grips the thread tightly, the spool in her other hand a lifeline to reality, but the weight of fate hangs heavy in the air, wrapping around us like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every passing second. I remember, she murmurs, her voice cracking, the day I wove it, stitching my heart into that thread. Mom told me it would guide you home. But now the thread feels thin, like a spider's web, ready to snap under the weight of a destiny we cannot escape. The labyrinth looms before us, its mouth a gaping maw that threatens to swallow everything, including us. And then there's Theseus, standing defiantly at the entrance, a warrior forged in the fires of destiny yet so achingly human in his fear. His hands tremble slightly as he clutches his sword, the familiar weight of steel suddenly alien in a world that feels both impossibly vast and terrifyingly small. "If I don't return," he starts, but his voice falters, lost in the chorus of shadows that seem to laugh at our hubris. "I will come back," he finally states, his eyes hot with determination, yet a flicker of doubt lingers just beneath the surface, dimming the fire of his resolve. "Fate is cruel," I whisper, the words slipping from my lips like a confession. "It taunts us, a jester in the court of the gods, spinning our lives into threads of looming tragedy." I want to scream, to rend the air with raw emotion, to tell him that no matter how bravely he strides into that darkness, destiny is a fickle mistress. "But you must fight, Theseus. You must, I know the stakes," he snaps, cutting through my anxiety with the sharpness of his blade. I flinch, but his anger is a mirror, reflecting my own fears back at me. I don't need to be coddled. The intensity in his eyes stirs something profound within me, a rush of conflicting emotions, a mix of admiration and sorrow. He is a man standing at the crossroads of fate, but I can see the shadows of the Minotaur looming ever closer. Behind the stone walls of the labyrinth, a rumble, a low, guttural growl that sends chills down my spine. It vibrates through the air, an echo of death and despair. I can almost taste it, metallic and bitter. The Minotaur is restless, a beast born of tragedy, a child of the gods, and I can't help but feel that we are but pawns in a game far older than we are, our lives woven into a tapestry of blood and sacrifice. "Do you think it knows?" I ask, a question spilling from my lips like a prayer. "Do you think it feels the weight of its destiny?" Ariadne shivers beside me, her gaze fixed on the shadows dancing against the stone. "Fate is not a gentle hand," she replies, her voice almost lost in the swell of dread that surrounds us. "It crushes dreams beneath its heel, turns beasts into monsters, and heroes into ghosts." Theseus takes a deep breath, exhaling his doubts into the darkness. "Then let it come. Let it come." His voice rises, fierce and unyielding, as if daring the labyrinth to unleash its horrors upon him. "I will not be a victim of fate." His defiance ignites a fire in my heart, but the truth is like iron in my throat. What can one man do against the weight of destiny? And there it is again, a shudder, a whisper of movement. The walls of the labyrinth seem to pulse, alive and aware, a beating heart that knows every secret we bear. I am reminded of ancient tales, the echoes of those who walked this path before us, their stories woven into the very fabric of this cursed place. I remember the tales of failure, the tragic heroes who fought valiantly only to succumb to the whims of the gods. Time is not on our side, I say, my voice trembling, thick with unspoken fears. The walls seem to close in around us, the darkness pressing against my chest, suffocating. We're running out of time. Ariadne's grip on the thread tightens, her knuckles pale against the flickering flame. "I can't lose you," she breathes, the rawness in her voice a knife to my heart. "You're all I have left." The weight of her words, of our intertwined fates, hangs heavily in the air, a declaration of love wrapped tightly around the fear of loss. "Then stay here," Theseus insists, his voice a mix of desperation and defiance. "Stay safe. I'll slay the beast and return." But the truth lingers like a ghost, haunting us. There are no guarantees in this wretched world. The Minotaur howls, a sound that reverberates through the stone labyrinth like thunder. It's a cry of anguish, a lamentation for a life unlived, a heart trapped in the folds of destiny. My pulse quickens, my breath shallow as if the very air has turned to ice. It's coming for us, and the cavernous beast knows no mercy. "Do you hear that?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper, fear clawing at my insides. "It calls to us." "Then we must answer," Theseus declares, stepping forward, his sword gleaming, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Yet, I can see the cracks beneath his bravado, the flickering doubt that threatens to consume him whole. "Don't let fate decide our end," I urge, my heart racing. "Fight for your life, for us." I watch as he stands on the threshold, the labyrinth stretching before him, a terrifying expanse of shadows and whispers, a testament to the trials of fate. I remember the stories, the ones that tell of a hero's triumph, but I also remember those that end in despair. Remember the thread, Ariadne pleads, her spirit woven into every word, every heartbeat. Follow it back to me. And with that, Theseus steps inside, the darkness swallowing him whole, leaving us behind in the eerie stillness. Time stretches and warps as I stand there, my heart a wild drum, each beat a prayer, a promise. Fear intertwines with hope, a twisted dance of fate that leaves me breathless. The labyrinth waits, the shadows whisper, and I am left with the fragile thread of destiny, knowing that it, too, will lead us somewhere, into the light or into the dark. And as I clutch Ariadne's hand, I wonder if we are all just players in a grand play, our lines written long before we took our first breath, our fates entwined in ways we cannot fathom. The Minotaur waits, and the clock ticks, the shadows beckoning. The shadows clung to the alleyways like old memories, whispering secrets only the night understood. I stood, heart hammering, in front of the wrought iron gate, its curves mocking the chaos swirling inside me. A chill ran down my spine, a premonition of the labyrinthine nightmare that awaited. The moon hung low and angry, a watchful eye that seemed to ask if I was ready to confront the ghosts of my past. I wasn't ready, not even close. Just walk through, said Elena, her voice a blend of impatience and fear, as she tugged at my sleeve. Her eyes sparkled with a wild intensity, yet they flickered with something darker, an unspoken dread that mirrored my own. We had come here seeking answers, but the truth lay twisted between the cobblestones like a serpent, hissing secrets and lies. Do you think it's really as dangerous as they say? I asked, glancing nervously at the shadows that danced around us. I could almost hear them laughing, echoing the uncertainty that gnawed at my insides. Dangerous? She scoffed, yet I saw the tremor in her jaw, the way her fingers clenched around her backpack. Or exhilarating? Don't you want to know what's in there? Her question struck a nerve. I felt the weight of my own curiosity, a gnawing hunger that had driven me here. But beneath it lay a fear so palpable it coiled in my gut. I remembered the stories told over candlelight, about those who entered the labyrinth and never returned. I remembered the faces of friends who sought the truth and paid the price, a price I wasn't sure I could afford. Vincent, she snapped, pulling me back from my thoughts. We can't turn back now. Not after everything. Her resolve ignited something in me, a flicker of determination that pushed against the fear. But doubt gnawed at my mind, dragging me back to the reality I desperately wanted to escape. What if we're not ready? I murmured, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. What's ready? We can't live in the shadows forever, she replied, her voice rising as if to drown out the echoes of my hesitation. We're standing on the edge of something monumental. If we don't do this now, we might never get the chance again. I glanced at the gate again. It stood tall, an imposing sentinel to the unknown. Inside, the labyrinth awaited, its paths twisted like the thoughts in my mind. Each fork in the road promised revelations, truths that could change everything, if only I could withstand the weight of them. I took a deep breath, the air thick with unspoken fears and memories. I could almost feel the heartbeat of the city, pulsing in sync with my own. We stepped forward together, Elena's hand brushing against mine, a fleeting connection, yet one that tethered me to reality amid the chaos. The moment we crossed the threshold, the world shifted. The air turned electric, charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. The labyrinth was alive, each turn echoing the struggles of those who had wandered here before us. I could feel their pain, their hopes, reverberating through the walls. Do you hear that? Elena whispered, her voice barely above a breath. It was a low hum, a symphony of sorrow interlaced with fleeting laughter and cries of despair. It beckoned us deeper, wrapping around our souls like a maze of tangled vines. Don't look back, I urged, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. Whatever we find will be worth it, she interrupted, a fierce determination in her voice. But I saw the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, the same doubt I felt clawing at my insides. As we moved deeper, the walls closed in, shadows flickering like ghosts. I could feel them watching, waiting, their breath ghosting against my skin. The labyrinth was a mirror to my life, confusing, labyrinthine, and often terrifying. I remembered nights spent alone, wrestling with my demons, and the fear of never being enough. I glanced at Elena, who bore her scars in silence, her struggle a silent battle I wished I could fight for her. Suddenly, a distant scream shattered the stillness, a raw, primal sound that reverberated through the stone like thunder. The echoes of pain wrapped around us like a heavy cloak. I froze, heart pounding, each beat a countdown to something inevitable. "Vincent," she breathed, her voice a fragile thread that tethered us to the moment. "What was that?" "I don't know," I admitted, fear slicing through my resolve. But I knew one thing, it was a warning, a reminder that we were not alone in this place, not by a long shot. But we pressed on, adrenaline surging through my veins, blending with the fear that coursed beneath my skin. The labyrinth twisted ahead, beckoning us with its mysteries, its treachery. Each step felt heavier than the last, the burden of our choices weighing down on us. Elena's hand tightened around mine, a lifeline amidst the chaos. Her determination flickered in the darkness, a beacon against the terror that threatened to consume us. "We can't stop now," she whispered, but I heard the tremor in her voice, the fragility beneath her brave facade. The walls around us seemed to pulse, alive with memories and shadows, whispering secrets of long-lost souls. I felt their pain, their longing for release. It was a reminder that life was both beautiful and cruel, a dance of joy and despair wrapped in one chaotic embrace. Then we turned a corner, and in that moment, time froze. A figure loomed ahead, cloaked in darkness, its face obscured. The air thickened, suffocating, as it turned towards us, eyes glinting with something both terrible and alluring. "Welcome," it rasped, voice a haunting melody that echoed through the labyrinth. "Welcome to your reckoning." My heart dropped, limbs heavy with dread. This was the moment we had feared, the confrontation we couldn't escape. The echoes of laughter faded, replaced by the weight of unsettling truths. In that instant, I realized we were not just exploring a labyrinth of stone and shadows, we were navigating the labyrinth of our souls, confronting the demons we had buried deep within. "Vincent," Elena's voice quivered, fear and determination intermingling. "No turning back now." And she was right. The labyrinth stretched endlessly before us, a myriad of choices, each one a reflection of our deepest fears, our greatest hopes. We were not just lost in the shadows, we were finding ourselves, one heartbeat at a time, one breath of courage amidst the chaos. The air crackles with the weight of anticipation, thick like the fog that hangs low over a city lost in time. Shadows flicker across the stone walls, whispering secrets of blood and sacrifice. I stand at the edge of the labyrinth, heart thumping like a war drum, echoing through the silence, each beat a reminder of the fate that awaits. Somewhere deep within those winding corridors, a beast stirs, its breath hot and heavy, smelling of earth and dread. I remember the stories told around flickering fires, the chilling tales that cut deeper than the sharpest knife. They spoke of the Minotaur, a creature born of shame and madness, of lust and revenge, a monstrous embodiment of the darkness that resides in us all. My friend, Theseus, stands next to me, his brow furrowed with determination but eyes glistening with fear. He grips the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, the blade barely reflecting the meager light. "We have to do this," he whispers, but it sounds more like a plea to himself than a declaration of courage. I remember another voice, soft and trembling behind the stone, echoing like a ghost from the past. "Ariadne!" Her heart beats for Theseus, her love a fragile thread leading him into the depths of despair. She gave him a ball of string, a lifeline to trace his way back from the darkness, an offering shrouded in hope and desperation. I can almost see her silhouette, the way her eyes light up with a mixture of hope and terror, as if she knows that love can be both a weapon and a curse. "Will you come back?" she had asked, her voice trembling like the last leaves of autumn. It was a question that hung in the air like a spectre, rich with unspoken fears. Will you return, or will you become a part of the shadows? I can still feel the weight of her gaze, a promise and a warning woven into one. The darkness of the labyrinth waits for no one. It devours dreams and spits out nightmares. We step forward, and the ground shifts beneath us, a pulse of ancient power thrumming through the stone. The walls close in, pressing against my chest, each heartbeat blending with the low growl that rumbles from within. I remember my own doubts, swirling like a tempest in my mind. Can we defeat what the gods have wrought? Can we sever the bond that ties us to our fate? The Minotaur is not merely a creature, it is a mirror reflecting our deepest fears, our cowardice, our rage, our unquenchable thirst for blood. We navigate the path, the scent of damp earth filling our lungs, every corner turned revealing new terrors. The fear is palpable, a living thing that wraps around us like a shroud. Theseus leads the way, but I know that I, too, carry the burden of this descent. Each footfall echoes, a metronome counting down not just to battle, but to the confrontation of our very souls. And then we hear it, a roar, a sound that chills the marrow of our bones. It is the lament of those who have come before us, the cry of the lost echoing through the labyrinth. It is a cacophony of anger and sorrow, a primal scream that transcends time. I shiver, every hair on my body standing on end, and I feel the presence of the Minotaur looming closer, a spectre of death and despair. We have to move faster, I urge, but my voice is barely a whisper against the roar of destiny. Theseus's resolve falters, and for a moment, I catch a glimpse of his doubts. He is not a hero, he is a man. A man with a heart that beats wildly, a man who fears that love may not be enough to conquer the beast. I want to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of despair, but I know that this is a battle he must face alone. The labyrinth is a crucible, a place of transformation where only the strongest emerge, and the rest are devoured. As we tread deeper into darkness, memories flood my mind, Ariadne's laughter, light and airy like the first bloom of spring, and then the heavy silence that follows her departure. I see her standing there, a beacon of hope lost in a storm of despair. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine, the promise of love blossoming amidst chaos. And yet, here we are, on the brink of annihilation, drawn into the very jaws of the beast that devours hope. The path twists and turns, each step a question mark, a riddle wrapped in shadows. I can feel the pulse of the labyrinth, a living entity that knows our fears and feeds on them. I can sense it watching us, lurking just beyond the edge of sight, waiting for the moment when we falter. I will not let you down, Ariadne, Theseus vows, but I hear the tremor in his voice, a thin veneer of courage stretched too tight. And then we see it, a pair of eyes glowing in the darkness, bright as stars, brimming with rage and sorrow. The Minotaur stands before us, a grotesque figure, muscles rippling beneath a pelt of darkness, its breath a hot wind that carries the stench of death. In that moment, time freezes. I can't tell where the monster ends and the man begins. This is the truth of our existence, the monster within us all. In that heartbeat of silence, it feels like the world pauses. The Minotaur roars, a sound that seems to shake the very foundations of the earth. Each note reverberates within my chest, a symphony of despair and fury. I am gripped by an overwhelming urge to run, to flee from the confrontation, but my legs won't move. We are trapped by the gravity of our choices, haunted by the stories that brought us here. Theseus steps forward, sword raised, determination etched into his features, but the fear in his eyes betrays him. I can feel the tension, the electric charge of expectation. This is not merely a fight for survival, it is a dance with destiny, a struggle against the very essence of what it means to be human. And as the Minotaur charges, the labyrinth holds its breath, the shadows closing in tight, wrapping around our fates, tightening, squeezing. The walls seem to pulse with the rhythm of our hearts, a countdown to calamity, and all I can think is that we are but echoes in a world that has long forgotten us. Will we be remembered, or will we too fade into the shadowed corners of history, lost to the labyrinth, devoured by the Minotaur? The lines of fate blur, and with every beat of my heart, I know we are caught in a web of our own making. The confrontation of beast and man is not merely physical, it is a clash of raw emotion, a battleground where love, fear, and courage intertwine, spiraling into an abyss that knows no end. A heavy silence hung over the labyrinth. It twisted and turned, each passage a breathless heartbeat, echoing of terror and whispered secrets. The air thickened with dread, curling around you like a suffocating fog. And there, in the shadows, the Minotaur lurked, half man, half beast, a grotesque amalgamation of despair and rage. The flickering torchlight cast flickering silhouettes that danced like phantoms, teasing the edges of sanity. I remember standing at the mouth of the maze, a trembling heart caught in a vice of uncertainty. My hands were clammy, fingers twitching. Was it fate or folly that had drawn me here? The stories of the Minotaur haunted me, swirling in my mind like a tempest. He was a creature of flesh and bone, cursed to roam endless corridors, never to feel the caress of sunlight, never to know the warmth of kin. How could one being embody such profound loneliness? It was then that I saw her, a flicker of movement in the shadows, a girl with eyes like storm clouds ready to burst. Ariadne! Her beauty was a cruel joke, a tapestry woven from the threads of hope and despair. She clutched a ball of thread, the lifeline to a world beyond the torment of the labyrinth. "Help me," she whispered, her voice a fragile note carried on the wind. In that moment, I understood she was trapped not only by the Minotaur, but by her own heart. "I'll save you," I promised, but deep down, I was terrified. Who was I to confront such a beast? How could I stand against sorrow incarnate? Her gaze pierced through me, raw and searching. "You think it's that simple? To confront a monster? He's not just a creature of the dark, he is the embodiment of every fear, every wound we carry." With those words, the labyrinth shifted, its walls closing in, and I felt the weight of history pressing down like a shroud. The Minotaur was many things. He was the rage of the Cretans, the sorrow of the Athenians, a mirror reflecting the chaos of humanity itself. Each culture twisted his tale, painted him with different brushstrokes, sometimes a savage, sometimes a tragic hero. I had read about him, the ancient myths, how he was born from a queen's depravity and a god's absurdity. It struck me then, the absurdity of existence, the intertwining of love and pain. This was the essence of the Minotaur. My heart raced as I thought of those who had faced him before, brave souls who had wandered into the maze, only to face their own demons. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, reverberating with the thundering footsteps of the beast. I could feel Ariadne's fear pouring into me, her memories of terror, her visions of blood-soaked stone. The Minotaur was not just a monster, he was the manifestation of loss, of broken promises echoing through time. He roamed the passages of history, a ghost that refused to fade. And then he appeared, a hulking shadow, his breath hot and fetid, exhaling the stench of decay and despair. I could see the glimmer of intelligence behind his bestial gaze, a tortured soul trapped in a life he never chose. "Why do you come here?" he growled, each syllable laced with pain. "Do you seek glory? Do you wish to claim the right of the hero?" I felt Ariadne's hand clutch mine, a reminder of our fragile connection. "No," I said, my voice shaking. "I seek understanding. I want to understand you." For a moment, the Minotaur paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his monstrous features. "No one seeks to understand a creature such as I. They only wish to hunt, to kill. I am a monster, and that is all I will ever be." His words ripped through the air, sharp as a knife. I remembered the countless interpretations of his story, each culture twisting his fate, each telling a new layer of sorrow. The Greeks, the Romans, the Egyptians, they all painted him in the colors of their own despair. A cautionary tale or a tragedy? Was he a warning against hubris, or a plea for compassion? As I stood there, a specter of history enveloping us, I sensed the weight of every soul who had faced the labyrinth. This was not just a battle against a beast, it was an exploration of the darkest corners of humanity. The shadows of past heroes loomed large, each one a reminder of the futility of pride. And Ariadne, with her delicate frame, was caught in this storm. "You think he's the monster," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We're all monsters in our own way. The labyrinth is not just brick and mortar, it's within us." Her words sank deep, carving a path of realization. The Minotaur, with his fierce visage, embodied our fears, our failures. We were all trapped within our own labyrinths, searching, longing, bleeding. I felt the air grow heavier, saturated with the weight of unspoken truths. The Minotaur stepped closer, his breath ghosting across my skin. "You seek to save her, but the truth lies in confronting your own darkness. Do you dare?" Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. In that moment, I understood. The Minotaur was not merely a beast, he was a testament to the endless cycle of suffering and redemption. I remember standing there, heart racing, as the labyrinth unfolded around us, a living entity, pulsating with the essence of every soul trapped within. The walls shimmered with echoes of laughter and cries, of dreams and nightmares. Ariadne squeezed my hand, her grip fierce and unwavering. "We can break free," she said, but her voice was laced with doubt. "Can we?" I wanted to scream a promise to the dark, to the beast, to her. But the truth loomed larger than my words. The labyrinth was not just an escape, it was a reflection. Every twist and turn led us deeper, not just into the maze, but into ourselves. And just like that, the Minotaur let out a roar that split the night, a primal sound that shook the foundations of the labyrinth. It echoed through the corridors of time, reverberating with questions that would never be answered. I felt it wrap around me, a ghostly embrace. This was not the end, it was the beginning, a cycle that would never truly close. Because within the Minotaur's heart lay a truth we all shared, a darkness that waited, patiently, to be understood. As we stared into the abyss, our fates entwined, I knew this labyrinth was only the start of our story. Each step forward, every breath, would lead us deeper into the shadows, into the echoes of every culture that had ever dared to tell the tale. We were not alone. The monsters were everywhere, and the only way out was to face them, together. In the heart of the labyrinth, the air is thick with dread, and I can almost hear the whispers of those who came before me, their voices echoing off the cold stone walls. The scent of damp earth mingles with fear, and I stand at the threshold of a nightmare. Each heartbeat thuds like a war drum, and I am frozen, caught between the looming shadow of the Minotaur and the gut-wrenching reality of sacrifice. I remember when the first screams pierced the air. I had been hiding then, a child who thought he was safe. The echo of terror was like a distant thunder, pulling me back to that moment when innocence shattered like glass. I remember the townsfolk gathering, their faces pale, eyes glazed with the weight of fate. They spoke in hushed tones, weaving stories of a creature born of madness and loss, an abomination that demanded tribute in blood. I remember the names of the chosen, whispered like a prayer, each one a dagger in my heart. And then there's Ariadne, her spirit a flickering flame in this darkened world. I can see her now, pacing the cold stone floor, her hands trembling. She is torn between love and despair, driven mad by the knowledge that she holds the key to fate, the thread that can lead a hero to victory or to death. She wants to save him. She wants to save them all. But how can you save someone from a fate that has been written in blood? Ariadne's heart is a wild beast, clawing against her ribs. She remembers the stories her mother whispered at night, tales of heroes and monsters, and how she longed for adventure, for romance, for a life beyond the shadow of the labyrinth. But now, as she clutches the thread in her hand, it feels like a noose tightening around her neck. What if he doesn't return, she whispers into the darkness, and the silence laughs cruelly back. Then there's Theseus, standing tall yet trembling, a warrior forged in the fires of desperation. His resolve is a fragile thing, a candle flickering in a raging storm, and even he feels the suffocating weight of expectation. He remembers the faces of the sacrifices, his friends, his neighbors, each a ghost that haunts him, pulling at his courage. No more, he swears, fists clenched, the taste of iron on his tongue. He can hear their names, their laughter, and it fuels him, igniting a fire in his belly. But with every step deeper into the labyrinth, doubt gnaws at his resolve. What if he's just another victim, another fool lost in the maze? There is no turning back now. The walls pulse with a heartbeat of their own, a slow, mocking rhythm that echoes the dread of centuries. I remember the sound of my own breath, shallow and quick, matching the frantic pace of my racing thoughts. I can feel the cold seep into my bones, wrapping around me like death's embrace. The shadows dance on the walls, and for a moment, I swear I see the Minotaur, its monstrous form a grotesque reflection of human fear and desire. "Face me, beast!" Theseus shouts, his voice reverberating like thunder, but his heart is a rabbit caught in the snare of its own making. He grips his sword, its weight a comforting reminder of the challenge ahead. But as he moves deeper, the walls close in, and the labyrinth shifts around him, a living entity that breathes in tandem with his rising dread. Ariadne's thread unravels in her mind, a fragile lifeline that could lead him back to her, or into the maw of the beast. "Please," she whispers to the darkness. Come back. She recalls the warmth of his hand grasping hers, the hope that ignited in her chest each time they shared a moment. But hope feels like a cruel joke now, a cruel mockery of the fate they all know is coming. The echoes of the past cling to her, memories of laughter and joy now twisted into something grotesque. I can feel her pain, the way her heart stutters at the thought of sacrifice, of losing everything to satisfy a beast. The Minotaur is not just a creature, it's the embodiment of their deepest fears, a reminder of what they stand to lose. As Theseus presses onward, the shadows thickening like ink blots on a page, I feel the tension crackle in the air, palpable and suffocating. Each step is a heartbeat, each breath a prayer. He can almost taste the metallic tang of fear on his tongue. He remembers the faces of the fallen, the way their eyes mirrored his own, pleading for a savior. Do not let their sacrifices be in vain, he murmurs, conviction hardening his resolve. He's no longer just a warrior, he's a harbinger of hope, a beacon in the darkness. But is hope enough? The labyrinth twists, mocking his bravery, and I can feel the weight of every life that has been lost echoing around him. Ariadne trembles, torn between despair and determination. Each passing moment feels like an eternity, an endless stretch of time where hope flickers like a candle in the wind. You'll come back to me, she whispers into the shadows, as if the darkness might return her prayer to her. But the labyrinth remains indifferent, a cruel deity that feasts on their anguish. And then, a roar, deep, animalistic, a chilling symphony of rage and hunger that reverberates through the stone halls. It is the sound of the Minotaur, and it sends a chill down my spine. I can feel the ground tremble, the very fabric of fate quaking beneath us. The moment of confrontation looms, an abyss that threatens to consume everything, a clash between the hero and the beast, between love and sacrifice, between light and shadow. Each character feels like a thread in a tapestry, woven together by fear, desperation, and the echo of ancient curses. As the clang of steel meets the growl of the monster, I feel the weight of their stories, their hopes, their dreams, their heartbreak. The labyrinth becomes a stage, a realm of chaos and beauty, where lives teeter on the brink of destiny. The darkness hangs heavy over them, thick with the weight of choices yet to be made. I can't look away, I can't breathe. The dance of fate is about to unfold. And in this moment, I am not just a spectator but part of the very fabric of their existence, caught in the web of a story that refuses to end. The tension coils tighter, every heartbeat a reminder that sacrifice, love, and courage are intertwined in the most visceral of ways. The Minotaur waits, the shadows loom, and the story is far from over. A clock ticks somewhere in the dark, its echo pleading for silence, but the chaos outside rages on. I stand at the edge of a crumbling rooftop, the city sprawled beneath me like a living creature, breathing, pulsing, a heart of concrete and steel. The wind slaps against my skin, an icy reminder of the storm brewing inside me. I feel the weight of the world pressing down, a cacophony of sirens and voices swirling into a cyclone of fear and desperation. I remember the faces, those lost souls, shadows flickering in the corners of my mind, specters of dreams long since buried. It was a night stained with blood and betrayal. The streets echoed with laughter before. Then came the whispers, the slick, slithering fear that slinked through the alleys, curling around hearts, squeezing until breath was a luxury. And now? Now I stand here, teetering on the brink of something greater than myself, something raw and visceral, an awakening of ancient myths twisting into the fabric of our reality. Max, my once fearless brother, stands beside me, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind. Do you remember when we were kids? His eyes dart to the shadows, scanning for enemies that linger only in his mind. You said we were invincible. You promised. The betrayal hangs heavy in his words, like a noose tightening around my throat. I want to comfort him, to soothe the ache of our shared past, but I can't. Because I remember. I remember the night he chose the darkness over me. The memories are jagged shards, cutting deep. I see shadows stretch and warp, twisting like the stories we once told by the flickering light of a campfire, where myths breathed, where we imagined ourselves heroes. But heroes falter, they bleed. And Max? He fell. He chose the side of the myth that destroys. Look, I can fix this, Max, I say, my heart racing, the truth dancing on my tongue like fire. There's still time. Time? What is time in a city that devours hope? The streets below shimmer, reflecting the chaos of our lives. We are not the heroes of our childhood tales. We are the villains now, and the ghosts of our innocence haunt us relentlessly. From the depths of the alley, a figure emerges. It's Clara, her silhouette stark against the vibrant chaos, a reminder of loss and love entwined in a deadly embrace. She used to cradle our dreams like fragile glass, and now, she stands there, splintered but fierce. "You're both fools," she says, her voice laced with the bitterness of betrayal. The myth isn't a story, it's our reality. I feel the tension crackle in the air, a bitter electricity that draws us together, three souls ensnared in a web of choices. "Clara," I whisper, aching to reach out, to bridge the chasm between us. I didn't mean for it to end like this. But she shakes her head, a storm of emotion swirling in her eyes. "You think you can rewrite the ending?" she asks. "You think you can escape your past?" There's a strength in her words that resonates, pulling at the threads of my heart. We stand, the three of us, caught in a maelstrom of pain and longing, a fierce love twisted by betrayal and fear. The city breathes around us, a living beast, and I know it watches, hungry for our failure. For the churning darkness to swallow us whole. "Together," Max says suddenly, his voice gaining strength, a flicker of the fearless child I once knew. "We face it together. No more running." Together? The word hangs in the air, heavy with meaning. I remember the nights we spent hiding from the monsters under our beds, believing we could defeat them if we faced them as a unit. But now, the monsters are real, they wear our faces, our guilt, our regrets. Clara steps forward, a warrior clothed in vulnerability. If we're going to confront this, we have to confront ourselves first. We have to acknowledge the truths we buried. A breeze carries the scent of rain, and I can feel the tears threatening to spill over, emotions cascading like torrents. "Do you remember when we used to tell each other we were invincible?" I ask, my voice trembling, a mixture of nostalgia and raw fear. We believed we could defeat anything. The memory hangs like a fragile thread, a delicate balance between past and present. Max's face softens, and for a moment, I see glimpses of the boy who promised me everything. The boy who would have fought the world for me. I was wrong, he admits, his voice breaking. I thought the myth was just a story. But it's real, Clara. It's us. It's our choices. It's everything we've done. And in that moment, the weight of our shared history crashes down, a wave of emotion that threatens to drown us all. I feel the tears spilling over my cheeks, warm and salty, a stark contrast to the icy air that surrounds us. "Let's tear this myth apart," Clara says, her voice fierce, ignited by pain and a flicker of hope. "Let's own it instead of letting it own us." I nod, feeling the pulse of something ancient stirring within me, a fire igniting in my soul. The world spins, and time stretches, distorting under the weight of our resolve. We are not just characters in a story, we are the authors of our fate. As we leap from the edge, the city rushes up to meet us, a tempest of sound and fury. Shadows loom and swirl, and the fear that once gripped my heart loosens its hold, replaced by something stronger, defiance. The myth isn't a tale to be told, it's a storm to be endured, a truth to be faced head-on. We dive into the chaos, ready to reclaim our narrative, ready to confront the ghosts that haunt us, ready to reshape the very fabric of our existence. The echoes of our past mold our present, and together we plunge into the darkness, ready to wrestle with the myth that is us. The city roars its approval, an applause for the awakening of the restless souls trapped in the rhythm of our own making. A chill hangs in the air, heavy and trembling, like the whispered secrets of a forgotten labyrinth. I stand in the shadow of the towering stone walls, the echoes of my heartbeat mingling with the distant sound of hooves clattering against the cobblestones. Panic grips me, squeezing harder with every breath. I remember the stories, mythic tales of a beast with the body of a man and the head of a bull. I remember the way it haunted my dreams, a grotesque silhouette lurking at the edges of my mind, waiting, always waiting. Around me, the world feels alive with a pulsing intensity, a tension simmering beneath the surface. There are two others here, caught in this maelstrom of dread and inevitability. First, there's Elara, her eyes wide and flickering like a candle on the brink of extinguishment. She's brave, fiercely so, but the weight of her fear is palpable. She clutches a dagger, her knuckles white, sweat pooling at her brow, a reminder that courage often walks hand in hand with terror. Every second, the shadows seem to stretch, reaching out for her, trying to snuff her fire. Then there's Marcus, a man drawn by the allure of fame, the intoxicating scent of glory promising to wash away past sins. He grins, but it's a hollow expression, a mask that barely conceals the tremors of doubt beneath. I see the flicker of regret in his eyes. He came seeking a legend, yet finds himself entwined in the very fabric of fear, the Minotaur's labyrinth, a grotesque twist of fate. His laughter is a brittle sound, cracking beneath the strain of uncertainty. "It's just a beast," he says, though the words tremble on the edge of disbelief. I remember the tales of old, of heroes and monsters, of sacrifice and destiny, interwoven like threads in a tattered tapestry. The Minotaur, a creature born of shame and sorrow, a wretched soul trapped in a cage of flesh. How many have been drawn to its lair, hoping to emerge victorious, only to fade into the darkness, lost within the twisting halls of despair? The air thickens with silence, a foreboding hush that envelops us, as if the labyrinth itself holds its breath. I feel it all around me, the pulse of ancient stones, the whispers of those who came before. Elara shifts anxiously, her resolve trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch in the grip of winter. "What if we don't come back?" she breathes, the words a delicate thread weaving into the air. "We will," Marcus insists, though his voice quakes, a fragile echo of confidence. The labyrinth stretches endlessly before us, a mouth gaping wide with hunger, ready to swallow our hopes whole. Time feels distorted here, each second stretches into eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of our mortality. I remember the ticking of clocks, the relentless march of time, every tick a reminder of fate closing in, every tack a countdown to our confrontation with the beast. Instinctively, I find myself reaching for Elara's hand, our fingers intertwining, a fragile lifeline against the encroaching darkness. There's a spark between us, a warmth in the cold, a shared understanding of the vulnerability that binds us. "We fight together," I whisper, and the words echo like a promise, a fragile bond forged in the crucible of fear. The labyrinth beckons, its shadows twisting and curling like smoke, teasing us with secrets that remain just out of reach. I remember stories of the Minotaur's lair, the disorienting corridors that lead to nowhere and everywhere. Every echo of our footsteps is swallowed by the stone, the very walls eager to conspire against us, to lead us astray. Behind each turn, I imagine the beast waiting, its breath hot and rancid, the hunger in its gaze a reflection of our own fears. The air grows heavy, thick with anticipation, as we delve deeper into the unknown. I can see it in Elara's eyes, a flicker of doubt mingling with determination, a dance of light and shadow. "What if the real monster isn't the one we're searching for?" she muses, her voice a soft tremor, resonating with truths too heavy to bear. "Then we face it," I reply, though a cold knot of uncertainty twists in my stomach. The Minotaur, a creature born of humanity's failures, a reflection of our darkest selves. What if the true labyrinth lies not beneath our feet but within our hearts? Marcus's laughter breaks the tension, a brittle sound that echoes against the stone walls. "You two are getting far too philosophical for my liking. It's just a beast, right? A good sword and some courage, that's all we need." Yet even as he speaks, I see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the raw truth that lurks behind his bravado. We round a corner and there it is, the Minotaur, a creature of nightmares and echoes, its massive frame silhouetted against the flickering torchlight. It stands motionless, a statue carved from the very essence of dread, eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. The air crackles with tension, every breath caught in our throats. In that moment, time fractures, memories surge, dreams intertwine with reality. I remember the stories, the sacrifices, the blood spilled in the name of fear and glory. I remember the labyrinth, not just as a prison for the beast but as a reflection of our own entrapment in the web of our fears. "Stay together," I whisper, though the words taste like ash on my tongue. We step forward, hearts pounding, the heartbeat of the labyrinth echoing in time with our own. The Minotaur snarls, a sound that cuts through the air like a knife, a promise of chaos and carnage. Elara grips her dagger tighter, and Marcus stands a half step back, his bravado crumbling like brittle stone. And in that moment, beneath the weight of history and the weight of fear, we face the embodiment of our darkest truths, the Minotaur, a relic of the past, a symbol of the monsters we harbor within. With each heartbeat, the labyrinth tightens its grip, the shadows closing in. There is no turning back now. I feel the pull of fate, the inevitability of confrontation, and I know that whatever happens next, we will never emerge the same. Time stretches and bends, the walls whispering their secrets, the darkness pressing close. It's not just a battle against a creature, it's a reckoning with all that we are and all that we fear. The Minotaur stands before us, but the real fight has only just begun. Darkness looms, thick and suffocating, like a heavy fog rolling through a forgotten labyrinth. The air crackles with tension as the walls whisper secrets, ancient echoes of those who ventured before. I can hear the pounding of my heart, a relentless drumbeat urging me forward, deeper into the maw of the beast. The shadows cling to me, heavy as guilt, reminding me of the choices I've made, the paths I've walked. Everything feels alive here, charged with the weight of a history that refuses to stay buried. I remember the moment I first caught sight of him, the Minotaur, monstrous and magnificent, his breath a low growl that vibrated through the very stones. He stood there, a towering figure of muscle and fury, his eyes glimmering with an intelligence that belied his beastly exterior. For a fleeting second, a part of me wanted to turn and flee, to escape the gruesome fate that awaited within these walls. Yet another part, darker and more curious, urged me to step closer, to understand the creature that had become a symbol of fear and fascination. I think of Theseus, the hero, with his handsome face and reckless courage, his heart beating fiercely against the inevitable. He was driven by glory, by the need to prove himself, to carve his name into the annals of history. But there's a tenderness in his ambition, a vulnerability that lingers just beyond the surface. He is not just a warrior, he is a man haunted by his own expectations, by the weight of a lineage that demands greatness. I can see him now, gripping the thread of Ariadne, the lifeline to navigate the treacherous maze. But can a thread truly guide one through the labyrinth of their own making? And then there's Ariadne, the princess trapped between duty and desire, her heart tethered to the fate of the Minotaur yet longing for freedom. She stands at the entrance of the labyrinth, her brow furrowed with conflict, knowing that her love could become a curse. The threads she weaves are not just of yarn, but of fragile hopes, dreams, and the spectre of betrayal. How does one choose between family loyalty and the yearning for a love so deep it transcends the boundaries of humanity? I can feel her pulse quicken as she watches Theseus step into the darkness, the weight of her choice almost suffocating. The walls close in, and I can feel every breath of the Minotaur as he stalks his prey, a tragic figure caught in a web of his own existence. He is both monster and man, a reflection of the chaos that lies within us all. I remember the grotesque beauty of his roar, a haunting melody that reverberates through my bones, echoing the pain of isolation. In that sound, there is an understanding, a recognition of what it means to be cast aside, to be feared rather than embraced. Time feels distorted inside these walls, minutes stretch like hours, and the past bleeds into the present. I think of the legends woven around this creature, the tales that morph with every telling, each retelling a little darker, a little more twisted. I see the scholars scribbling furiously, hungry for knowledge yet blind to the truth that lies hidden beneath layers of myth. They speak of punishment and retribution, of a bloodline cursed by hubris. But the true tragedy lies not in the punishment itself, but in the misunderstanding of what it means to be human, to be flawed. As the confrontation nears, I hold my breath, caught in the tension of fate. Theseus lifts his sword, a glint of silver against the murky darkness. But what is he fighting? Is it the beast before him or the monster within himself? The labyrinth is a mirror, after all, reflecting our deepest fears and desires, our failures, and our triumphs. The air thickens with anticipation, every heartbeat a countdown to an inevitable clash. Ariadne's heart races, torn between love and dread. She knows that the hero's victory could spell doom for the Minotaur, the creature who had been her companion in darkness, who had shown her the beauty of understanding amidst brutality. Her voice catches in her throat as she yearns to scream, to halt this madness. How does one reconcile love with the harsh demands of fate? I remember her soft pleas echoing in my mind, a reminder that we are often the architects of our own sorrow. And then it happens, a clash of steel, a roar that reverberates through the labyrinth, and I feel the ground tremble beneath me. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and fear, the cries of those who have come before, their memories echoing in the silence that follows. I can't breathe, the weight of history presses down, reminding me of the cycles of violence that repeat, of heroes and monsters intertwined in an eternal dance. The Minotaur falls, a tragic beauty in his defeat, and I feel the shattering of dreams echoing through the halls. Theseus stands victorious, yet his triumph feels hollow, a fleeting victory that masks the pain of loss. But victory comes at a price, and I sense the shadows shifting, whispering of consequences yet to unfold. What happens when the lines blur, when the monster becomes the man and the man becomes the monster? In the silence that follows, I see Ariadne's eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, the weight of her decisions crashing down on her. I see the labyrinth, twisting and turning, an endless cycle of life and death, love and loss. It's not just a story, it's a reflection of our own hearts, our own struggles with identity and legacy. As the echoes of the past linger, I can't shake the feeling that the Minotaur story is far from over. Each heartbeat, each breath is a reminder that the legacy of this creature lives on, woven into the fabric of humanity. The labyrinth is alive, a testament to the complexities of life, and I can feel it pulling me back, deeper into its embrace. It whispers promises and warns of dangers, a tapestry of emotion that binds us all inextricably. Will we ever fully escape the labyrinth of our own making? Can we ever truly understand the monsters we create? The shadows deepen, and I realize that the Minotaur's place in history is not merely as a creature to be feared but as a haunting reflection of ourselves, our darkness, our struggles, our unending quest for acceptance. The story continues, and though the end is uncertain, one thing is clear: the heart of the labyrinth beats on, inviting us to confront our deepest fears and embrace the beauty of our flawed existence.